as he rosined up his bow and fire flew from his fingertips. All right, here we go. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make they carve the mold. The mold of of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, whatever other names you want to hang on me, Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is Midnight Musings, episode 34. But you know what? It's not my show. It's our show. And our show, meaning Mmmm and Lael Rockwell. Hello, kids. Hey, I can hear me on one of your. I don't know. The sound is coming from one of you guys.
Let me mute me.
I can hear the show.
It's me. Sorry.
It is. Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's okay. Welcome to the two of you. As Lael just said before we started, it's been a week.
Yes.
It has been. I mean, a week in terms of fandom circles. My God. There was so much to talk about. There was so much to discuss. First of all, how are you both?
Doing well. I feel pretty good this week, and just coming off of such a fun previous weekend and week. Just enjoying everything. Excited for the holidays. I'm dressed up. I'm ready to go to every Christmas party and celebrate.
Well, you look lovely tonight. Nice dress you have on there.
Thank you very much.
And Lael, how are you? How was your week?
Justice for Gal Gadot.
Oh, you know what though? I was saying that after I saw Wonder Woman 84.
I know, right? Exactly, right?
I mean, here's the thing. Now, I bought that golden armor hot toy figure, and I've got my cool Superman Kingdom Come figure I got from Toys Wonderland or whatever. Yeah, so I can display them together in my Kingdom Come display. But I got to tell you, I thought Wonder Woman 84 was one of the worst.
Oh, yeah.
If not the worst comic book movie ever made. It was right up there with Pitoff's Catwoman.
It was abysmal. It was. Once we get into that discussion, I have my feelings on it and why that if what is true, why if she stays, it's better for Gal Gadot. To be quite honest.
Yes.
So if she stays, whatever, but I have my feelings on that. But yeah, it's definitely been a crazy week, Rob. But you know what? Listen, Rob, like here's my thing.
Okay.
Every day, Monday through Friday, my routine is after I'm doing my clients, in the morning, I go to the gym around 12 o'clock or 12:30. While I'm in the gym, I turn on the John Campea show just to hear you say some funny shit. And without fail, every episode you do, and they just don't catch it. I do. It's funny as fuck. Sometimes they catch it, but sometimes they don't. Without fail, and to the point that now I've decided every show I'm going to take notes.
Oh no.
I'm going to take notes. I'm going to take notes, and I'm going to jot down every funny moment, and then I'm going to clip them and just put them all, all funny moments, like literally.
I don't know if that's gonna be a good thing or a bad thing.
Oh man, without fail. I'm pretty sure everybody out in the audience that are watching us tonight, they know, they probably watch. Everybody who follows you, they watch to hear some funny shit.
We had a
as well.
We had a totally. I got really sick. I was supposed to go to LA Comic Con on Sunday and then go to a Seahawks game.
Yeah.
I woke up with the flu. I mean, I don't usually get sick. I've had COVID this year now, but now I had this flu. It was rough. I mean, my joints, every joint ached. Like to move, I literally like sat in my bed immobilized with my 3 dogs draped all over me as if they were giving me healing power.
Aww.
And that lasted. So I missed Monday and Tuesday. I missed some, but I was there for the big doings this week.
I know.
So the announcements, it was tough.
Yeah.
But I do have my Avatar Way of Water tickets, which I'm seeing on Thursday night at 7:35 in IMAX 3D. So I'm very much looking forward to that. I've been was very heartened by the response to the film, so that's good. And I have to ask. I mean, I'll throw it out to you right away. So I was going to do if I didn't feel so lousy at the beginning of the week, I was going to do a Robservations, because after the Indiana Jones trailer dropped, and I have to, before I say this, I have been guilty of saying mad shit on Twitter. That's not exactly the nicest when it comes to other creators and things like that. And perhaps I get angry when I feel that things are substandard. Like if somebody does something that I don't necessarily agree with, if it's done well, I'm not going to go after them. You know, I don't go after anybody usually in terms of anything political. You know, I in terms of if their politics don't mesh with mine and something, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But I do have a problem now when we have established filmmakers, James Cameron being one, James Mangold being another. And both of them, I mean, obviously Avatar, I found somebody was sending me tweets that I made 5 years ago about how tired I am of people bagging on Avatar. 5 years ago. I've been listening to the same stupid shit that fans have been saying to me for fucking 10 years. It's Dances with Wolves in Space. It's Fern Gully. That's all they ever fucking say. That's it. And then the story's so bad. That's the only stuff that I ever hear. And it's as if somebody it all came from like one article 10 years ago and people have been repeating the same shit. And I'm like, think for your fucking selves. Yeah. Just think for yourselves. Say something once that you did not jargon. Yeah, that you did not hear somebody else say first. Give me some cogent criticism. And I get a little angry because a guy like James Cameron, like you might think here's the real, you know what the truth is about, and I'm going to say this, people are going to, I'm going to start a firestorm. I am convinced that of all of the genre properties, the reason that people have a problem with Avatar, coming from the man who made Terminator and Terminator 2, and
Anna, did we lose Lael?
Yeah, we lost Lael. I think he usually pops right back though.
Okay.
Oh okay, no, I just want to take notes.
Oh, he said take notes.
Okay.
So the man, here's something that has been an undercurrent of James Cameron's work all the time. It's never been overt. And that's romance. And that is love. Terminator is a love story. Kyle Reese becomes a knight in shining armor that actually it's Sarah Connor who rescues him. And then they rescue one another. The Abyss is a husband and wife that are estranged, that through their experience with aliens, a man saves humanity and gets the love of his wife back. True Lies is about a marriage, a duplicitous marriage with two people. One of them is a spy who loves his wife. And Titanic is a love story. Aliens is a story ultimately about two mothers protecting their cubs. One of those mothers happens to be a xenomorph, and at the end you have the power of femininity is shown as being the ultimate strength in the universe. Mm-hmm. Now, the whole thing about Avatar is the most overtly romantic and emotional of these stories. And when people talk about the simplistic story, you know what they're really rejecting? The notion of romance and love. Avatar is a movie awash in love, wonder, all of those things. And the calling it Dances with Wolves and Fern Gully and Pocahontas in space, that's just a deflection. When really ultimately what people are really thinking is like, this is for girls. This looks like some kind of Japanese anime or whatever. Because there are scenes in Avatar from a filmmaking and science fiction imagery perspective that are far and away, head and shoulders better than anything that's ever been put on film. That scene where they learn to ride the raptors, I forget what the Na'vi name for the dragons that they ride are. There is more wonder and awe in that sequence than in 10 other fantasy films. And every single thing in Avatar, when you're on Pandora, all of it's made up. The entire ecology, from the smallest thing down to up to the largest creature. There's so much imagination and so much thought, and the way it's shot and the shot designs, no one does it like James Cameron. And yet people poo-poo that movie because it's about love and romance, and even the color palette is romantic and lovely. And it's like you have a filmmaker in James Cameron who's never let anybody down, unless you're a Piranha 2: The Spawning fan and you really felt disappointed by that movie. The man is one of our greatest creators, and Avatar is still the highest grossing movie of all time. And yet I have to listen to the fan community. The rest of the world can't wait for Avatar. Oh, Rob, Avatar has no pop culture footprint. Yeah, because when they made it, it wasn't a franchise. Terminator became a franchise. Aliens was already part of a franchise. I mean, the whole thing about Avatar was it was a one-off. How many one-off movies leave something in pop culturally in their wake? Pick a favorite. One of my favorite movies is All That Jazz. When it came out, it was a big deal. Nobody ever talks about it now. So does that have a pop culture footprint? Oh, Avatar doesn't have a pop culture footprint. Really? Next weekend says Hold My Beer. I mean, I get so tired of it, and it feels so disingenuous when people write off the work, the stellar work, the unparalleled work of somebody like James Cameron. And I understand his writing is very basic. It's always been very basic. And if you look at, say, Terminator 2, there's a lot of not great acting in it either. But it's a powerhouse of an action film, and the action set pieces are second to none. The technology at the time, I mean, it's a little dated now, but the guy's pushing the limits. And today, if you actually read the article, people are like, James Cameron slams Disney. Thanos. He didn't. The point that he was making is that what Weta Digital has done with their facial animation, the fact that you can put Na'vi faces front and center for 3 hours of a movie and you're not in the uncanny valley, that you buy into those characters. I mean, up until now, Thanos is by far the greatest CG character ever put on film in terms of getting close to his face, no uncanny valley. Well, Weta Digital, not unsurprisingly, has in James Cameron's estimation, surpassed what was done with Thanos. Because James Cameron, for 30 years, has pushed the limits of what's possible on film. And yet, I have to sit there and listen to the same tired bullshit I've listened to since, well, Rob, I mean, I'm like, have a different criticism. What, oh, it's bad writing. What's bad about it? What's bad about it? Is the dialogue clunky? What lines don't you like? Do you not like I see you? Is that bad? Like, what do you mean? I don't think you even know. And all anybody does is say the same tired lines to me. Give me some cogent analysis. It's almost, you might as well just say, oh, that movie sucked. Actually, somebody did say that on Twitter. I'm like, oh, it sucked? Is that the level of your thinking? Do better. Now, as an addendum to this, we saw the Indiana Jones trailer, Dial of Destiny. I was actually going back and forth, me and a couple other guys, with James Mangold on Twitter about lenses and how he shot the film. And very nice, very polite guy. And people are slamming the dude over this movie. Now, I get it. Unfortunately, he has to deal with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and all the Star Wars fallout is affecting his movie. But when has James Mangold let you down? He directed Logan. He directed Ford v Ferrari. He directed Copland with Stallone. He made Night and Day, a breezy movie with Tom Cruise and Cameron Diaz. He made Identity, which is a movie I really kind of liked. He made 3:10 to Yuma, which was a kick-ass Western. I mean, when has James Mangold let you down? And it's like, no, Phoebe Waller-Bridge is going to pick up the fedora and replace Indiana Jones. Do you think James Mangold would want to make a movie like that? Do you really? No, he wouldn't want to make that movie. Because like James Cameron, he's a classicist. He wants to go back to old, the classical, tried and true storytelling. So my question to both of you, and I will shut up, is why is it that fandom, even the creators that have never let fandom down, I understand Avatar, most of fandom, I get it. We're a little stunted in our emotional growth. And when real emotions happen, especially when love and romance rear their ugly head, we get a little, uncomfortable. As you all know, I like to see the fucking. And you got to have some good emotion before you can get down to some good fucking. I mean, I want everybody to be a cunning linguist, but half the time I talk to people, I'm like, I listen to your cogent criticism. You are not a cunning linguist, dude. You're not going to go in there and get your cheeks wet and get the job done. I can tell just because of what you're telling me about Avatar. If you tell me Fern Gully one more time, I'm like, have you ever fucking kissed a girl? Because your cogent criticism says no. Just saying. So anyway, I will leave you. I give you the floor. Oh. Do we owe our creators the benefit of the doubt? I mean, look, if they made a car crash, and I don't mean car crashes like in Ford v Ferrari, which was fucking awesome. I mean a film that is truly awful. By all means, criticize that film. Call it awful. But if you haven't seen it yet, and if a film is the #1 grossing film of all time that clearly affected audiences, and don't we owe our creators more than that? Don't we owe them some respect? Do we?
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
Yeah, we could be considerate and respectful towards creators. It's not easy to do this job. It's incredibly difficult. I can't even imagine James Cameron going to a studio and saying, well, we need $300 million, right? Like that seems like just very ballsy. And, he's probably heard no 100 million times from everybody about what
he's never failed.
He's never failed. He's gone how many fathoms under the sea solo, like practically like going out to space, what he's done.
With equipment that his late brother built.
With equipment that his late brother built, that only how many people? 3 people have gone down into that whatever chasm or fathoms down there and came up and been like, oh yeah, we went down and we did it. He's not doing this to be a show off. This man is dedicated and loves what he's doing. And I think with Avatar, when it first came out, it was this spectacular show that we got. We'd never seen anything like this before. And I admit, gentlemen, that the reason why I went to go see Avatar was because Sam Worthington was in it.
Yeah.
Okay? I admit that. I love that man.
I'm sure you do.
And honestly, I got my just deserves because for a good portion of the film, he doesn't look like himself because he becomes a Na'vi. Now, honestly, I think that's a classic trope in a lot of stories we see. I think that culturally, this film and franchise has had a huge impact on fandom because look at the parks. They just did this enormous Avatar, ride that I saw the other day. I think it was on Lorraine's channel, and it's beautiful. The lights, and it looks like you're in Pandora. I think that we need fun, exciting, fantasy style movies like this to keep our imagination alive. You have to have imagination to like this film. Why are you even going to see this film, which is asking you to believe in fantasy? It's asking you to believe in this place that doesn't exist. It's asking you to believe that somebody could be in someone else's body and become this new person, this creature. I mean, if the fact that their communication skills and ability to connect to one another was as many connections as more than the human brain didn't fascinate you, didn't make you think, wow, that's pretty cool, then you probably shouldn't be watching the film. If you weren't fascinated by that, if you didn't think that their world was cool, if you didn't think that they looked kind of interesting, I think that they are good looking aliens, then maybe it's not the film for you.
I wouldn't kick the Teary out of bed, if you know what I'm saying. Even though she's 10 feet tall and I'm only 6'1", I'd try and make it work.
But you know something? These aren't the alien, the aliens from Alien. These are friendly aliens. They're attractive. They're friendly. They're kind. I mean, do we want to have aggression and them be horrible people? No, this is a beautiful discovery. And I think that having that preservation of this beautiful discovery, the love they have for one another, the ultimate love story, of course, and it also benefited the main character. And now he's even more invested in this. We need to see more about the story, because leaving it where it was not enough to kind of make us feel whole, I think, because we got this world that was so spectacular. I wanted to know more. I always wanted to know what happened. Now we can see some of the progression of the story. I can see how you would need multiple films for this. This could have been, I don't know if it was, but an animated television series. This could have been, a bunch of other things that came out, video games, all of this stuff. And, for whatever reason, it may or may not have gone down that road. But honestly, nobody else is getting money like this for films. Nobody. Nobody can go ahead and say that they're making films probably 15 years from now, 20 years from now. Can you imagine the audacity of being able to say, well, we're going to make that one in 2033. What? Please, just please. This man is he's intoxicating. He's imaginative. He's another silver fox who, honestly, you guys are amazing. God, you guys are amazing. Older men accomplishing something that's pretty spectacular. I mean, people ought to just be taking notes. Lael's taking notes. We all got to be taking notes on what Cameron is doing here. So I think a certain level of respect is deserved just for the balls of this, just for the imagination, the how about the hope of it all? He's hoping it touches people. There are going to be so many children who watch this, who've seen Avatar or who've never seen it, and they're going to be like, I want to be like Avatar. I mean, it's something that no one can really call shame on. And if you don't like it, that's fine. I still would like to see Sam Worthington in the film. It's okay he's not, but that's all right, because we got so much more. I didn't know we were going to get such a wonderful experience, and that's why we're going to the movies, is for that experience. I'm going on Thursday, AMC 16. I'm going there to see Avatar, and I expect to be blown away. Yes, there are going to be things we've seen before, but if you don't like it, I don't know. It's okay to say you don't care for it, but hating... Really? Could you really hate a film like this?
I mean, Lael, I would ask you too, because even Chris Gore, when he was reviewing out of Midnight's Edge, he was leading with things he didn't like. But then I was like, oh, great. But even he said, he goes, this film's incredible. And he said the reason it's so incredible and the reason it's going to connect with people, and this is what James Cameron's great strength is that ultimately the film is about a family. And it's about husbands and wives and sons and daughters and brothers and sisters, and it's about keeping families safe. And at the core of all of James Cameron's bombast and his powerhouse action filmmaking, he tells, by design, by the way, it's not like he's trying to make some highfalutin, like he's trying to adapt The English Patient. He's telling classical, simple stories, but that at their core, there's always real, genuine human emotion that, in addition to the great action sequences, he makes you feel for the characters. You believe the relationships in his movies. Sure, was Billy Zane one step away from a mustache-twirling villain in Titanic? Yeah, he was. I mean, with his bullshit, I know you're melancholy. I don't presume to know why. I'm like, I want to punch that guy in the face. But the thing is, when you were below decks with Jack and with what's her face,
Rose,
when you're underneath decks at that Irish jig, they're dancing an Irish jig, or they're partying with the people in steerage. I mean, who doesn't want to be a part of that movie? I wanted to hang out with Kathy Bates, the unsinkable Molly Brown in that film, and I could sit there if the first half of Titanic was 4 hours long, I would just hang out with those people and go to tea parties and eat dinner with them in their fine clothes and up in first class or whatever. I would hang out on the Titanic with them. And if somebody told me that I could really take that voyage, even though I was taking my chances in the North Atlantic, I'd go.
You know, Billy Zane was at Comic-Con over the weekend.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Was he signing? Was he talking?
He was on the floor. He was like in Artist Alley.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, his sister Lisa's hot though. Apropos of nothing. So Lael, what do you think? What do you think about James Cameron's filmmaking?
Here's the thing, bro. Like, he is a pillar of filmography. Like, I mean, when I basically see someone like James Cameron, bro, like, I mean, he believes in the art. He always has. He's believed in the art and pushing it to the absolute, farthest limit. We know that, what he's been capable of doing and the films that he's actually given us. Even with, to Titanic, it was the little guy who shined in the film. It was the little guy. It was seeing how, basically, the little guy, the lower deck partisans at that point were trying to survive. How the rich were just basically worried about royalty in their place, their position, but those at the lower deck were trying to survive, and that's what it was all about. We're seeing these things when we look at movies like Avatar. We're seeing basically indigenous pillaging. You know what I mean? That's just mainly what it is, like indigenous culture. He's touching on that, and he's not stirring away from that. Call it, politically driven or not. I mean, I think any film that you actually see on camera, any film that has actually been produced and directed and written, anything that we see has a low tones of politics. There's something in it that drives the actual story. In these particular films, and what we actually see with Avatar, again, indigenous culture, how they thrive, how they're trying to preserve their culture, how they're trying to preserve their spirituality, and how that's being tested because, again, people are looking for resources like we always do, pillaging lands and stuff like that. It's just what happens. Now, the thing is, he's telling it in such a way that, like you said, it's relatable. It's family. Seeing at the core of it a family who's trying to bridge the gap, survive, learn new things. We're seeing a world where we can expand on that world, not only just see one side that's been, pretty much the beauty and the science of land, but we actually also get the beauty and science of water. You know what I mean? And the thing is, this is something we know about James Cameron. He's always been fascinated, about, underwater life. What things that are there that are the unseen, and he's trying to make us see these things through his eyes, whether it's just, through nonfiction or fiction. You know what I mean? He's doing it in such a way. Now, here's the thing, bro. Like, and I told you about this before, fandom is really fickle. Like, the community itself and people who enjoy these films and us in this community, like, literally, bro, like, Rob, I literally take myself out of groups. Like, I don't participate in groups. I don't participate in conversations in groups because we know it gets really, really trivial, back and forth jargon. People say, but they can't. And half the time, arguments that can't be supported. Literally, it's all recycled jargon from what they've heard from someone else because they haven't seen the film before. And half these people,
right?
Literally, that's just what it is. My thing is, look, regardless, yes, James Cameron has said some things about other IPs, but numbers don't lie. Titanic is still the number one. I mean, not Titanic. Avatar 1 is still the number one movie of all time right now, bro. Like, literally, numbers don't lie. Like, literally, that's what it is. So the thing is, when you see this, it's not And I'm just trying to look beyond the numbers. I'm looking at the artistic value and creativity of a film that we should all enjoy and embellish, and not have these conversations and comparing them to things that you can't really, that really make no sense. You know what I mean? But here's the thing: all films subjective. We know that a lot of people may or may not like it. Now, here's the thing: Toya is a huge, huge, huge Avatar fan. She cannot wait until this film drops next week. I can tell you, bro, she's watched Avatar over 100 times, bro. Literally. That's how much she loves this film. She knows it word for word. Everything. If you sit there and watch it with her, she can tell you what's about the, she speaks the dialect, everything. This is her, and she loves it. And I look at that because I'm like, okay, I enjoy the films, but I may not be as, I may not be as much of a fan as she is. But I enjoy it through her eyes because the thing is, she loves it. And I know it's something that she embellishes. And that's the thing is, I don't shit on her parade. I don't rain on her parade because, again, I know that she basically enjoys these things. It's like, yo, people out there just have a tendency to want to rain on other people's parade by causing so much friction. And then if you challenge them on it, they can't back it up. Like they really, really, really can.
Well,
I don't really get that, bro.
And they're not happy when somebody enjoys something.
No, they're not. Like they're not. They're really not. And the thing is, it's like, look, I can respect your opinion if you've seen the film and you say, you know what, it's a beautiful film, but it's just not for me. Then I'll be like, you know what, that's cool. I completely understand that. Chris Carr, when I watch you guys on John Campia's show, y'all talk about what is it? Top Gun Maverick. How you guys enjoy it, but she says, look, it's just not for me. Like it wasn't for me. And you guys respect that, right? There's a level of respect there. Instead of people just letting it sit that way, they just want to tear it down because they want to convince you why they don't like it, and they want you to not like it with them. They want you to join in their misery loves company, bro. And that's just the way it is. I don't really get that. I don't understand it, but we know that is in any IP, fandom, whatever, it's always that case, bro. And I'm just, like I said, to me, I just become numb to it. I'm just like, you know what? I can always predict that it's going to happen. But at the end of the day, numbers don't lie. And I'm telling you, the critiques and everything that the critics right now, like the critics score and people that have actually have seen this film and they've been talking about it, it's been stellar. Everybody loves this film. People who weren't even on board with the film in the beginning were like, yo, whatever the hell I just seen.
Yes,
wow.
That's what I love. People are like, I've just been staring at the fish for 3 hours.
Yeah, like people who never seen, and here's the thing, people who never, look, a friend of mine who basically, that lives out in LA, lives in California, bro, he got a chance to basically see it during the press because he does like, not reviews, but he's part of like the what is it, they do the effects team and stuff like that. He was like, yo, like on other films, and he's critiqued it. He was like, yo, I've never been an Avatar fan. I'm just going to tell you that right now. He said, I've never been an Avatar fan. He said, I've seen the first film one time. I've seen this film, and I can't really tell you because I want you to enjoy it. He's like, bro, I ain't never seen shit like this before in my life. He's like, literally. And he said, the sound quality, I have never heard anything like this in my life. He's like, yo, it's the way it felt to him. It was like he was underwater himself. He said the water, the way you hear the water and the way they speak underwater is fucking believable. He was like, bro, when you see this film, watch. And I'm like, yo, I believe it. I really, really, really do believe it. So again, just for people who may not like this film, or may not, if you don't like, look, if you don't like James Cameron, okay, that's fine. But respect the man's work. And you can't like love him or hate him. The man puts out some dope ass shit, plain and simple.
And the other thing too is that even if it does have mass appeal, which it doesn't, I think that individuals have to accept that they will like it or they won't, and just go on with their day, because it's
just go on with it. Don't say nothing.
Person on earth to like every film, and that's okay. Like it's perfectly natural. This is just out of the 8 billion people on earth, there are just going to be some people who are like, So it will have mass appeal though. This film undoubtedly has a mass appeal. And if it didn't, there wouldn't be another one being made, and then another one after that, and then another one after that.
And the only thing that we don't want, actually want is for you. Here's the thing. It's different if it's a film if it becomes a trope to where it's telling the same recycled stories that we've heard before. If it's telling the same story, the beauty of this is James Cameron knows this. He knows how to take and translate a story and make it. Here's the thing. I'm going to say this, and this is going to be some funny shit. If James Cameron directed and written and wrote the Star Wars sequels,
Well, yeah.
we would get something different. We would get something different. However, it would be cohesive. It would be a story that connects. Again, we know that George Lucas is all about family, all about basically the connectivity within family. He's the perfect person to do it because that is again, what I love about it is the simple fact that we get a chance to see an indigenous culture and family unity, that bond. We're in love. You talk, one of my favorite scenes in Avatar is when she said when they were basically, it was like almost where everything was being slaughtered, animals, everything were being burnt, the creatures were being burnt, but then like the culture was being slaughtered, and then out of nowhere you see the beast, everybody rise, all the creatures rising up, and then when and this is why I love Zoe, because her emotions, her expressions, she speaks through her face, even basically the CG character, but when she says, Jake, AY hears you. See, bro, that was one of my favorite scenes because that was just like when everything, even when that one beast that she was afraid of, just kneeled before her and say, just get on. We about to crush some shit. That was incredible, bro. Like that scene, again, when we get stuff like that, bro, like that is like through cinematic history, no one does stuff like that. No one gives you that build up. That to me was an in-game moment before in-game even existed. Like literally.
Oh, dude, I think that here's the thing. Listening to fans that hold up Star Wars with this exalted status as if it's fucking Dostoevsky. It's like, come on, man. You might say that Avatar is Pocahontas or Fern Gully or Dances with Wolves. What do you think Star Wars is? Mm-hmm. It's the difference is that Avatar is full of romance and love. Mm-hmm. Overt love. I mean, it's a fucking love story between, Jake Sully gives up his humanity to go off to join the Na'vi.
And because he wants to be with
Natira. He falls in love
too. That's
no, that's the thing. He falls in love. And the thing is, because it's a pure love, it is completely unfettered by human our ridiculous way of life or whatever. And the one thing too that James Cameron is saying, it's the same message. There's an environmental message in a lot of James Cameron's work, most of it actually. Preserve the planet. That even though we have this incredible technology, I think the reason that Titanic appealed to him, the story of Titanic appealed to him, is that the Titanic was the greatest ship, the most unsinkable ship that was ever built. It was the greatest example of modern industrial industrial technology that had ever been created, and it was felled by a fucking ice cube. And that, I think, that's what fascinates him about that. And that is always part of his what's going on. And like the thing about Pandora is you literally have, and I think one of the revelations of probably Pandora, which, by the way, some people are going to if this is true, this is a speculation on my part. If you have not seen Solaris, either version, the one that James Cameron himself produced or the original Tarkovsky version, Solaris is basically about humanity discovers this planet Solaris, and the planet itself is alive.
Yes.
And the way it communicates with the humans that have come to examine it is it interacts with them, it looks into your mind and manifests things that are, and that's how it communicates. I would imagine, and it's not like it's subtle, but Pandora itself is alive. Iowa is the planet itself. And I think that'll be, and that goes back to Gaia theory and the idea that, from the submicroscopic level all the way up to the biggest mammal on this planet, everything that we are, humanity, unfortunately, we believe that we're outside because of our religions and things like that. We believe that we're outside of the planet, but our planet we are part of an ecosystem, and we're constantly destroying this ecosystem, and the world, the ocean, is the lifeblood where that life begins. And so, I mean, it's not exactly subtle in these movies that the message of maintaining the ecology of the planet is of paramount importance. And that's all right there. But that's not exactly a bad message.
No.
And
It's definitely not.
so it's...
I mean, I don't look. If I was Jake Sully, I don't blame him right now, bro. Like literally, I mean, you didn't have your legs, you were paralyzed from the waist down. You get a chance to live your life totally new, stronger than ever, more athletic, and look at your meat. Look at your meat. Like literally, look at your meat. I would be like, literally, I am blessed now to have meat. I can have sex again. Hell yeah. I'll take that opportunity, bro. Why not? Wouldn't anybody else? Like,
well,
I
and
would.
you get to live a life that, like, it's both primitive and biologically advanced. I mean, I think
Exactly.
one of the interesting things about what Pandora offers Jake Sully is something you could never get on Earth. You can't just run into the forest and become a neo-primitive on Earth.
No.
It would never work. But on a planet like Pandora, there is no other. The civilization is that civilization. It is
that civilization. It is basically a new. It's a new life. You know what I mean? Again, like looking at him, and the beauty of it was Sully, in a sense, you know, before that, really had no connection to anything. You lost your brother, your twin brother. You know what I mean? So basically, that was, you know, his sense of belonging. Like, you know, how they treated him basically when he got off the ship. Like, it was just like, yo, he was just left over. Okay, yeah, whatever. You know, he was used, you know, just basically off of the simple fact that his signature matched his brother. You know what I mean? So at the same time they were using him, whereas he's now a part of, again, you know, a civilization, a culture that's driven off of belief, family dynamic, faith, you know what I mean? And it's just the synergy of the planet, which accepts him. He now has acceptance, that belonging that he's wanted for so many years, he now actually has. That's a story in its own, bro. Because the thing is, like, in reality, we all search for that, you know, a sense of belonging. And this is the story that Cameron is actually telling, able to basically translate. But again, it's just the dynamic and what we actually get in these films. You can't Avatar is one, like, literally, it is a film that kind of covers a wide spectrum, emotion, you know, just the drama that's basically needed, what we go through every day, you know, of our lives, you know, and just the beauty of it. Just look at the landscape. Just look at the landscape that's basically been created. Like, it is phenomenal. Like, the first time that you basically get a chance to look at an avatar, you know, that's within your likeness, floating around in water and stuff like that. Like, it was an amazing experience. And to be able to really experience that once again, it's like, look, if we didn't have, and this is the thing that what I love about James Cameron, bro, he's with evolution. He wants to evolve. And he thinks that our viewer, like, basically the way we view things, the way we see films, we need to evolve. Because the thing is, we get complacent, bro.
If we don't evolve, our civilization will die out.
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
And that's part of his. That's part of his. I think one of the interesting things about some of my favorite filmmakers, one of my favorite filmmakers of all time is Stanley Kubrick, and people always called him misanthropic, and that he somehow hated mankind because he was always delving into the darkness of the human soul and the folly of existence. But the funny thing is people that's a cursory look at Kubrick. What Kubrick was saying, he's like, don't be this way. He's telling the stories. He's telling the stories of great human folly because those are the great stories. But he's also saying that he's telling these stories so we're not this way. You know, I love Barry Lyndon. Barry Lyndon's a douche. He's a cad. I love watching him. But, you know, at the end of the day, Kubrick is saying, don't be like this dude.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and I think that that's something that we need to remember. And it's funny because I grew up in a world where there was so few great science fiction and fantasy. Sorry, I'm still kind of getting over the flu I had.
Over some chicken soup, Robert.
So I had some earlier, so I apologize. Somebody said I'm coughing like I just smoked a bowl. I did not. I did not hit the dank nugs before I jumped on
bro.
with
You
you.
didn't have any, like Austrians would say, you didn't have any cones?
No cones today, man.
No cones?
I didn't do it. You know what the funny thing is? I mean, I don't do drugs anymore, but I was never a pot guy. I never, because it would put me to sleep. I'll tell you something. I once made the mistake of my friend Wayne Mogilevsky and I. One day we got so baked, and we watched 2 $6 Million Man TV movies, like The Return of the Bionic Man and the Bionic Woman, and something like Bionic Rescue or something. These were TV movies made after the Bionic Woman went off the air. And I was so stoned, somehow I was reaching an area of my brain, because I watched every episode of The $6 Million Man when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of them in 25 years. And suddenly, every episode of The $6 Million Man started to play in my brain. Like I could see each episode in the order I watched. I was that stoned. I'm like, oh my God, this is the first episode of The $6 Million Man. And he pulls out this concrete, one of those pieces of wood that's in like a tin can that has concrete in it, you know, and he pulls one out and he throws it at this van that's broadcasting this signal that's put this town to sleep. I started seeing this. I was that stoned. And as I'm watching this TV movie, suddenly in my mind's eye, I could just see and I started crying because Jamie Summers, she was rejecting her bionics. I'm like, oh my God, the Bionic Woman's rejecting her bionics. I'm like, I was going through the whole thing from when I was in elementary school. So that's why I don't smoke pot much.
I've never smoked a cigarette. I've never smoked weed, and I don't drink alcohol. So
you're straight edge.
Straight edge.
Yeah.
Hey man,
pretty much, bro.
You got the next best thing. I've seen pictures of LaToya. Come on.
Yeah.
She's enough. But
yeah.
But anyway, that's so I'm. By the way, I would tell you, I would be like Joe Rogan. I would blaze up a fatty, you know, and I'd just be like, I wouldn't hide it.
Do you have like a what is it, a dehumidifier in your at home, like to kind of clear up and make sure?
I do up in the house, but not here. It's a little dusty down here, but it's been this cold, this respiratory thing. It's all over LA, and it's brutal. But so the woke cryberry baby James in this chat says, I'm still that stoned. Laugh out loud.
So is that why so many people are wearing masks?
Yeah. Oh yeah, because the hospitals here in LA are full of people with the flu or respiratory disease.
There's a mix going around right now where there's the flu, COVID, and I forget what they're calling it now. Like there's like where it's all combined in
a tridemic.
Yeah,
I heard the word tridemic today.
Something like that. Like it's something that's going around seriously right now. So yeah.
So, but now let me ask you this. So now that here's what I would ask all of you. Avatar is now streaming on Disney Plus. I have the extended version of Avatar on Blu-ray, which has more stuff on Earth but I would ask people to watch Avatar before you see Avatar: The Way of Water. Watch it, and whatever your prejudices against Fern Gully and Dances with Wolves and all that are, try and watch it and notice the shots, from how one shot works with another shot and how it moves forward. I mean, I'll give you an example. When they cut to Pandora, the exterior of Pandora, and when you see the ship approaching Pandora, the establishing shot of the ship, when you first see Pandora in close-up, you're actually seeing the reflection of the solar panels. Every shot, when they land on Pandora, the drop ship that lands, even the condensation on the wingtips as it's going through the atmosphere and over the jungle, it's the design of these shots is so far beyond, in terms of the reality of the effects work, it's so far beyond what you normally see, the reality of it all. And like you said, the stuff when they land and they open up and everybody starts walking away, and how Jake Sully's kind of sitting in this wheelchair and everybody's just walking past him, kind of dismissive of him. It's amazing.
But but you know what? Even with that scene though, like before you even meet the Navi, like is when he's getting off the ship and you just see the atmosphere, you see like those big cranes and everything, like the mechanisms, like just the whole landscape. I'm like, yo, this is it's because you feel like it exists.
Yes.
And there's nothing that tells you in your mind that it doesn't.
Sci-fi verisimilitude.
Yeah, it's like
Peak.
you feel like it actually exists. Like seeing it the first time, you have a problem distinguishing what's real and what isn't. Is this practical or is this non-practical? Because you have a hard time understanding how he's actually done it. Like literally, I'm like, and then you know that okay, there's effects. It's effects driven, but were they in a big ass warehouse when they did this? Because like you need the space to accomplish half this stuff. And I'm like, yo, and I'm like, there's no way, like cinematically, how you can accomplish like that. To me, is like you have pushed beyond limits, like literally to the farthest level.
Oh yeah,
you know, just like how and he continues to do these things, and this is what he did promise, is that okay, you haven't seen anything yet, like we're going, and this is why he wants to continue on with the story. Now what they have, five films planned, or he wants, is it like a 5-film trilogy or 4-film trilogy?
Yeah, so Avatar 2 is obviously done. Avatar 3 is about 95% shot already, because they shot them basically both back to back. And now there was I read a report that one of the studio executives, Cameron, was talking about the notes he was getting from the studio executives. And the only note that James Cameron got on this 4th Avatar script was, holy fuck. That was the only note.
That's the only note.
That's the only note, which I can imagine, because if this is going where I think it's going, if I were to say, okay, Rob, where is this go? This is going in a very 2001 direction, where there's going to be a transcendence in a way. Call it the second coming, call it what you will, but there's going to be a transformation, I think, at the end of all of this, where Iowa, the consciousness, we're going to join with the universe. It's going to have like a 2001-esque type ending, I think. I mean,
Well,
I might.
I think you make a good point, because the universe doesn't want to necessarily see destruction. I think the universe is going to support the preservation of life. And, you know, apparently the Na'vi have a different style of communicating with life in general. So then they must have other abilities we haven't seen yet.
Oh yeah.
And those other abilities are on other levels of communication. However it is, we can't we're watching how they communicate, but it's impossible to truly understand that type of communication unless you're doing it yourself. I think Sigourney Weaver her character was the only one that understood the gravity of what they're capable of doing, because I think that they are actually more powerful than they appear to be, but they haven't used, their full force or their full abilities yet. So if they are going to pull on that, and let's say just the universe in general will favor the preservation of life, they don't want to see everything destroyed. There may be other forces that will be acting within that. So that's how I kind of look at them in regards to that, because there has to be some other type of, advantage to having that level of communication. It's a remarkable thing to be able to do. It's not just, like fiber optics wrapping around each other necessarily. There's a little bit more to it. Because
oh yeah, no, I agree.
Communicate. So you have all that advantage, you have all that knowledge of, generations that we don't even understand that they've had as those characters, as those creatures. For us, we can't understand the depth of what's really going on.
Now, there's a bunch of super chats have come in. I'd love to catch up with these, because there's a lot of good ones. We get good super chats from people.
Yeah.
Our friend King Tannic Israel finished his documentary. He released it. He said, just finished the premiere for my doc a few hours ago, and it was great. People cried, laughed, cheered. Guys, if you want to make a movie, just do it. I couldn't agree more. Congratulations, man. Isn't that great when you finally show some work? Speaking of work, I found out this week that our blessed by Pope Francis film Tango Shalom is opening theatrically all throughout Germany in the summer of
Wow.
2023.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
So I'm going to go to
Congrats,
I'm going to Germany. I'm going to go get Dieter Bastian. We're going to do live shows. We're going to go see Tango Shalom in the theater.
That is
wanna come.
fantastic.
So that's pretty cool. Our friend S Beam says, "Hey all, great to see you. Rob sent you the stop motion video to your email. Ooh, I got pretty good reaction on it on Figure Flex. What figures you got on the way?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Let's see, figures I got. You know what? Somehow, okay, I got some crazy figures this week. So I got Al Pacino as Vincent Hanna and Robert De Niro's Neil McCauley from Heat. I got my 2 figures from the movie Heat that I ordered that Present Toys put out. I ordered them in 2019.
Oh my goodness.
And so they finally came in. I got Benjamin Sisko from Deep Space Nine. I got my Admiral James T. Kirk from Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Yes.
Those are Exo-6.
Yeah.
I totally forgot I ordered Doc Brown. Showed up. And then, I can't reach it. Theoretically, my Maria Hill finally showed up. Which, by the way, I'm just saying, I don't think they're going to make another Maria Hill figure. I'm not going to say why, but yeah. And if you guys want your Shield collection, if you don't have Maria Hill, I would get it before Secret Invasion comes out. All I'm saying.
I have her. I got her and Nick Fury years ago. Well, about 2 or 3 years ago. I got them both. I got them both from this Canadian company.
Yeah, I got Coulson, and I have Nick. I had the original Nick Fury from Avengers.
Yeah, I didn't get Coulson. That's the only one that I did not get was Coulson.
I'll get Coulson. Now I've got my Shield operatives. But if you wanted to get, you're going to be happy you have Maria Hill.
Oh, I love Maria Hill, bro. That's one of the reasons why I basically got the character, like the figure. I needed it. I love her character. She better. Never mind.
Yep.
Never mind.
I'm just not.
Never mind. Never mind.
It's okay. We'll listen for more.
Anyway.
Huh?
We'll
Never mind.
listen. You can
I'm
tell
just saying
us.
she better not. She better not die. I'll be pissed. Rob, don't say shit. But if she dies, I'll be pissed. I will be pissed.
She won't die. She's not going to die. She's not.
She better not. I'll be pissed. I'll be pissed.
Likely.
Maria Hill. I mean, if she's look, the character is extremely important. Even in the comics, she better not die. I'm pissed. I'll be pissed.
Let's see. Polaris sucks. Polaris sucks says, answer if you get a chance, please. Why again do you think season 3 of Picard will be better? Orville Nation was saying the same. Did you see some? Polaris sucks. I've seen all 10 episodes of Star Trek Picard season 3 twice. I've seen the whole thing, beginning to end, and it's great. It's an entirely different show. I wouldn't have called it Picard season 3. I would have called it Star Trek: The Next Generation Requiem. That's what I would have called it. I think they're doing the show a huge disservice. I will say this: you will understand how different Star Trek Picard season 3 really is about 30 to 40 minutes into the first episode. All I'm going to say is there's a fun scene between Picard and Riker. And I don't want to say anything more about it, but it is wildly entertaining. Now, here's the thing. There is an element of Star Trek's greatest hits in it, but it is so much fun, and it's a great adventure. It's got real stakes. And by the way, it's not just a crazy revenge story from Honey Bunny showing up, Amanda Plummer wreaking havoc like Khan. It's not that at all. There's a big sweeping story. There's a mystery. It's not about the universe ending. New characters introduced, old characters come back. It's just a hell of a lot of fun. And I am not lying. I have seen the show all the way through twice. And I'm going to watch it a third time, actually.
Oh, when would that be, Robert?
Oh, that's interesting. Yes. Yeah, okay, we'll have to talk about that.
Yes, we will.
We'll talk about that offline. Yes. Reamer Bulldog says, Kevin Feige says Marvel Phase 5 and 6 are going to delay some projects to focus on quality over quantity. I think this is great news.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I think so too. I mean, I don't think the quality of the movies is still top notch. It's the stories. I think there's just too much.
Yeah.
You know.
I think too much was allowed. Too much was
Yes.
allowed to happen. Too much was allowed, and the thing is, it's like when you have a cinematic universe and you also have the streaming platforms, and you're trying to find a way to cohesively bring them all together. Like everything that I looked at and viewed from Phase 4, they were all. I felt as though they were all self-contained one-offs, that they had no connectivity to the other.
I feel that way too, and maybe because I've been
mean?
theorizing on the John Campea show that it's because they all take place on different Earths and they're going to tie it all together.
I kind of concur with that, bro. That's just the way I feel because
the Eternals, even though they talk about the Avengers,
the
Eternals, like why, with deviants running around the streets of London, it didn't seem like anybody seemed to care. Arasham, the judge in the sky, the Celestial. I mean, other than She-Hulk, where there was a little mention on a website that there's a Celestial there. I would think that in the MCU, after that happened, every religion in the world would be thrown into a state of chaos. People would be cowering under their beds, wondering where's Arasham the judge going to come back and strike next. And anybody, if somebody went in and sent in a team to see when a Celestial, how close the Earth was to actually coming apart at the seams, and they haven't dealt with any of that.
None of that, bro.
I think if they had any balls, they would have let that Celestial emerge. It would have been spectacular. That would have been an incredible ending to the film. And you'd have been like, what the? What?
Yeah, and the world blows up.
Well, I mean,
that's okay,
if something like that,
different Earths, right?
that's my point. Like, if there's a multiverse, if there is a multiverse, then that's just one Earth that was destroyed. And then at the same time, keep in mind, like, where is our connectivity to that? Where all we know at that particular point are the Eternals. They mention, and mind you, that Strange himself even said it, in Infinity War. You know what I mean? He said that there were like how many different results?
Millions,
yeah. So basically, he's speaking in terms of the multiverse. He's basically traveled to different realities, and he sees these things. So yes, they could have did what they could have went with that. They could have went with that version of just basically seeing that Earth destroyed. You know what I mean? Like it's something that could actually happen, but of course they didn't want to go that route. And I wonder if that is something that they're going to clean. That portion of it, that's the one Kevin Feige is going to have to clean up, because right now we do see a half-born Celestial, hands out, head out, feet out on Earth, like literally, like half-born. Like, come on, man.
I mean, all the things that happened so far, the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special, Hawkeye, and Spider-Man No Way Home all end at the same Christmas. So we've watched Phase 4 began with WandaVision, and WandaVision started 3 weeks after the snap, which I think is in January. And so Phase 4 took place over a year. And it's all in different parts of the year, but we know that Hawkeye, the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special, and Spider-Man No Way Home, they all ended at Christmas. So you've got that whole span of time. Now, it'll be interesting to see. I think we're going to find out a lot of answers in Quantumania.
The only survivors after the Celestial emerges would be in like a Mobile Suit Gundam or something like that.
Could be. Our friend Alex Detman, who is also a moderator on the channel, Alex says, I know I'm late to tell you, but I can't thank you enough for the unveiling you did for Marcel and myself. If you could have seen his smile, it's a gesture I can never repay. Rob, it isn't just that you're fucking awesome, but I believe that your overall genuine, kind heart and honest yet needed honesty that makes me proud to be considered your friend and a part of the PGS. Lael has it right. So thank you for making Marcel and my day. For what Alex is talking about, his young charge, Marcel and Alex, they sent me some modified 3 3/4 scale custom figures they made. Like here's the Predator that they made from Prey.
Nice.
And I'm getting stands for these so I can put them up. But they did a really good job. And they modified old G.I. Joe figures or G.I. Joe figures and turn them into, like, this is actually pretty cool. They modified this. It's a version of RoboCop
That's
that was
excellent.
created. Yeah, which is really cool. Actually,
Nice.
I've kept them here because I keep playing with them.
Nice.
I forgot. I'm like, these are great. So yes, Alex, thank you so much for these. And you can tell. I think Marcel is he 9? So I'm not sure how old Marcel is, but I forget. Binary Sunset Media says, I came back through time for you, Sarah. Thank you, Rob. I've been saying that The Terminator is a love story for years. It totally is. I mean, Cameron's a big romantic.
Yeah.
Totally is.
They shared a lifetimes.
That's right. That's right. Why most attack James Cameron is because I feel Hollywood media since Titanic targeted him because he keeps proving them wrong. They want him to fail big, so they put forward silly criticisms. I think there's some truth to that. I mean, obviously, here's the thing I don't understand, though, for me. Fandom, I didn't finish this thought, but it used to be that we didn't have very much. You know, Star Wars changed everything, and then in the wake of Star Wars, we started to get more and more. But the position that media fandom that I was in, of course, I was 10 and then 12 when Alien and Superman the movie came out, and then 13 when Empire came out. But for the first, I would say, mostly decade and a half after Star Wars, we would go see any science fiction, fantasy, and horror movie that came out. We couldn't wait. And even if one was, say, disappointing, like Space Hunter, Adventures in the Forbidden Zone with Molly Ringwald and Michael Ironside as the Overdog. I mean, even when you go see something that wasn't perfect, it was still great seeing it. Like, it was like, wasn't that awesome? Just because we were happy to see any science fiction, fantasy, and horror film. But now I understand, as our IPs, our beloved IPs, have been purchased by corporations and things have changed, there are very legitimate storytelling concerns that whether it's pushing agendas or serving corporate interests, I get it. And that's a very real thing. I mean, when Disney is making a Star Wars film, they did not purchase a Star Wars film or Star Wars to preserve the integrity of storytelling. They bought Star Wars to feed their empire. And their empire meaning theme parks and merchandise and movies and all that. Unfortunately, though, a corporation will never know how to tell a great story. That's not what a corporation does. And what they do is it's now the real problem with storytelling is not political agendas or pushing the message or any of those things. It's all about a bottom line where they're trying to tell stories that appeal to the most amount of people. And how are they going to make the most amount of money? Unfortunately, that's never the way you can come up with a great story, because you can't make a great story based on demographics or based on a corporate spreadsheet. A great story is a great story. It's self-evident. You need great storytellers, and corporations have to trust those storytellers to do their jobs. And unfortunately, it's a hard thing to do because they want to hire people that are the most on paper, like J.J. Abrams. Look, this is unpopular, but I was talking about this for an hour tonight. The Force Awakens, and I give everybody, if you like Force Awakens, more power to you. It's not a good movie because it doesn't tell you a story. It's a collection of events that happen, but what is the story of that movie? Whose story is that? Is it Finn's story? Is it Poe's story? Is it Kylo Ren's story? Whose story is it? Whereas if you watch Star Wars, it is very clearly Luke Skywalker's story. And you follow, there are other people that join him, but it has got a very distinct through line. And you're following with Force Awakens. I can't even tell you what that story's even about. I can tell you what happens in it, but I can't tell you what the story that's trying to be told there is because it isn't clear. You know, there's no through line. You're constantly, I mean, if they had chosen to make The Force Awakens about a stormtrooper that has a crisis of conscience, and it was Finn's story, that would have been really interesting. You know, you play the beginning out with Poe Dameron, you see him leave, and then you follow Finn. You know, what happens? What happens when you're a stormtrooper that wants to get the hell out of Dodge?
And they implied that that's what was going to happen. I mean, let's just be honest about it. It felt like that's the direction they were going in. We thought he and possibly Ray were going to hook up or something. They had chemistry on the screen. You know, we could still have Poe. We could still have all those other characters. But since we didn't get that connection and see how actual people communicate with one another, those types of things that are missing in a film, it makes it feel soulless. You don't have that satisfaction because you feel like there was this unfinished business, right? There's a lot of unfinished business.
Well, the whole, I mean, and the fact that how do you put all of your, how do you never put Han, Luke, Leia, R2-3PO, Chewie, Lando in a scene together? How do you not? I mean, we can go over that, but that's what happens when a corporation is dictating what they want from a story. And
they were just it was a rush for fulfillment at that point. Rush because they spent that much money to basically buy a franchise, and they wanted that turnover quick instead of saying, okay, we have this, let's formulate a plan. Let's say, okay, this is what we need to do, this is what we need to accomplish. These are beloved characters. You know, people are fans, you know, and the thing is, it's like they're hypercritical when it comes to certain things. Like now there's a platform where people are able to speak. I mean, I'm pretty sure people were hypercritical when Star Wars Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi dropped. It's just that we didn't have a platform where it could be heard. You know what I mean? Now there's a platform where it can be heard. So again, we know that people are really, really, really critical about these films. And I don't think that they took themselves serious enough to say, okay, let's sit down, have a plan, make sure that we produce really, really good films. We know that in the long run, you know, we're going to make the money that we actually need, but let's focus on story, narrative, making sure that these characters are respected. Because honestly, myself, I was pissed that Luke Skywalker was not respected. There was no level of respect for that character in, you know, The Last Jedi. In my opinion, I didn't like his story because the thing is, if you're going to tell a good story, flesh it out. If you're saying that, you know, he decided to reject, you know, the Jedi religion, then literally show us why. You know, I felt as though his story should have officially started in The Force Awakens. He should have been a center point in Force Awakens going forward. He should have been the one trying to find Rey.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's what I basically found. And it's like, like looking for a predecessor, somebody to, you know, succeed him going forward. So that's what I'm saying. Like, again, like, look, as much as I was hoping that Force Awakens would be that film to open the door for something new, you know what I mean? Now we're finding whereas they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and give us something else. Like, I wouldn't be mad, like, if they decided to do a complete reboot and just scrap everything and start fresh. I wouldn't be mad about that. But of course, it's going to come with its drawbacks because you have fans of those films. So again, I guess it's hard to be a Star Wars fan, right? It is.
No, I know.
I love Star Wars so much, and it's hard to be a fan.
Lael, and sorry, Robert.
No.
Lael, you made a good point when you talked about, you know, now we have this platform or ways to kind of respond to a lot of this stuff. Not only do we have YouTube, obviously, but even with their celebrations, it's like they're asking us to come together. They want us to come together and have these opinions about the franchise. It's not as if they're saying, we want to see you guys and we don't care how you feel. They're actually making us collectively come together as Star Wars fans. So we have no choice but to face it, you know, head on in a sense when we get excited about something. And then it's like, oh, we're not that excited about something because it was different or, you know, kind of let us down in a sense, which it did. They're actually want us to respond to this. I think they want to see our response. I don't believe that they don't want to see our response. I think they're watching us. They want it. Maybe they're not making the decisions they're making based on our responses. But as long as we keep coming back, Lael, you and I, we're going like we're in this together. Yeah. And, you know, we have this connection to the franchise but they want us there. And so they are summoning us.
Yeah. They want us there, but it's like you're summoning us there, but listen to us now. Like, if you want us there, then hear us, listen and understand that these are the things that we actually want to see. We want the franchise to be successful. And look, all things subject. I'm not going to get everything that I want. And I actually go into any and every franchise that I love, knowing that I'm not going to see everything that I want to see. But at least tell a good fucking story. Plain and simple. That's all it is. Write a good story. Give us those dramatics that we want and make sure that the fulfillment of those characters just stick to that, like, and stick the landing. And they just haven't, to me. Like, it just has, it might have been sprinkles here and there, but they just haven't stuck the landing. And that, it, to me, is disheartening, as a Star Wars fan. Rob, as passionate as you are, when it comes to Star Trek, is how passionate I may not vocalize it as much, but that is how passionate I am about Star Wars. I was raised on this shit. You know what I mean? So I want to see those successes. But now, as a Star Wars fan, we live in a world where, everybody is hypercritical, that you don't really have to say much, because you're just sitting back watching everybody say shit, and you just become a number at that point. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I mean, I think though it's difficult because Star Wars did spring out of the imagination of one man, and when that man is removed from the equation, everything after that, it's the same thing. I feel that Star Wars is also like, look, Gene Roddenberry's gone, George Lucas is still here, but the thing about Star Wars is, look, I'll give you an example about, just real quick. One of the things that I don't understand is, if you're watching Star Wars in order and you're watching the saga and you're showing your kid for the first time, when you go from the end of Return of the Jedi to The Force Awakens, we've talked about this before, but none of it makes sense. Wait a minute, there's now a resistance and there's the First Order? What? I mean, that doesn't even make sense from like, extrapolate, okay, if the Empire was defeated at the end of Jedi, and you're going to say that 30 years went by in real time. You can't just then have a pseudo empire that rose up, because that means that our characters were idiots. They liberate the galaxy, and then you let the First Order rise up. Like, why would you do it? What rational group of human beings and aliens would allow that to happen again? It doesn't, from any storytelling metric, that doesn't make any sense at all. And then Luke Skywalker is living alone on an island. Like, why would he do that after, like, wouldn't he, isn't there the First Order then to fight? And what about the Republic? I mean, what's amazing about the Force Awakens is the entirety of 5 planets get blown up in the beginning of, or the middle of Force Awakens. That no one ever talks about that again. I mean, that'd be like blowing up Coruscant and everything else, and no one seems to really care. Like,
But
So none of that, when you watch Force Awakens, none of it feels at all like you're watching a real story where actual human beings would comment and be like, wait a minute, we just lost the core system of the entire government, the entire seat of power of the galaxy. Like, who would allow that?
And you make a good point, because it's exactly the same as when you talked about in Lord of the Rings, where when everybody comes back to the Shire has to be there. They have to have that payoff at the end, because if it was the reality of, the true adaptation where the Shire isn't there anymore, it's a completely different film. It's making these decisions, a decision that has to be made to make it make sense. You want to give us a different story? Give us that payoff where the story makes sense, but they didn't do that. And they could have done that. They could have gone ahead and said, it's going to be a little different. It's going to be another approach. And you're going to understand it.
I mean, yeah, what would have been interesting is if you go, okay, let's assume the galaxy's liberated. World War II ends. If I wrote The Force Awakens, I'd be like, okay, let's go 30 years after World War II. Where is the world from going from 1945 to 1975? Let's say, okay, Vietnam War, the war in Indochina, the Cold War, Russia and the United States, the civil rights movement of the 60s, all of this tumultuous time. Well, that's where you set Force Awakens. You're like, okay, well, we have this new society that has grown out of, but there is a Cold War. The First Order would have been, it's not a big, you've got the New Republic and then the First Order. There's a Cold War happening, and there's all this, and there's hippies. You're coming out of the Me Too movement. And there's the Jedi, the revived Jedi, that's what they are. The Jedi are the new hippies. They're trying to establish, and Luke Skywalker is like that guy. He's become some great Jedi pacifist. Yeah, man, far out, Luke. We're learning the Force, man. all of that, you could have just made it, and it would have been far more interesting. You know, Luke is some reluctant religious guru. Like, Luke's John fucking Lennon without being assassinated. You know, Luke led the Beatles, you know, and except the Beatles, instead of being a rock group, they're the new Jedi. You know, you could have done all of that, and it would have been a much more interesting film. And this evil is coming because you can't get rid of the dark side. It's always there.
It's there. It's just there in a different form. I mean, but you can tell where, I mean, like Luke, Luke, has in a sense become a Messiah type figure because of who he is. And they basically let that be known for when it comes to the search. He is the last of the living, or one of the last of the living greatest Jedi.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So like, why would you not capitalize on that? Like, and that is something that you capitalize on. That's a story that you basically tell. And then on top of that, that is also the perfect opportunity. And I know you're going to love this. The perfect opportunity to tell about his stories and how he even bringing Grogu or something like that into the mix. Literally seeing Grogu. And then we can go back and look at the history of this particular character and how that advancement would be. This is what I'm saying. Like, there's so many different ways that you can actually do this, but it's like, are they sitting down and really exploring the importance of these characters and how important that they are to us as fans? You know what I mean?
Well, and what would have been interesting is, Luke is the reluctant Jedi Messiah. On one hand, he's leading his people into the promised land, and on the other hand, he doubts himself.
Yeah.
He doubts himself because, okay, once we've liberated the galaxy, now that the galaxy's been liberated, what do I do now?
What do we do now? Yep.
Now I've got all these people that are following me, and how do I make sure if people know the story of Dune, Paul Atreides is the Messiah, and that doesn't work out so well.
And I want Luke to find love. I want Luke to have intimate.
And that's the thing, Mara Jade. We could actually see there were stories there where even though that by the time, we get to the Force Awakens, or get to that era, she has already passed away at that point. If we go off of by lore, she's already gone. You know what I mean? But there's a way that you can tell it to whereas, yes, he can find something. That's the thing is, it's like the relationships in these films was missing. That connective tissue between the level of intimacy, not even like a more sexual level, but just more of an intimate, mind melding type of situation where I'm just infatuated with, the person himself, like that person and what they've done, the things that we can connect on, like the connective tissue there. It was forced. Like that, The Last Jedi or The Rise of Skywalker, that fucking scene at the end, the Raylo fucking shit that was forced. I fucking hated that, bro, to the point where I almost got up and walked out of the fucking theater because I hated that scene. I'm like, yo, you are literally doing this and you are going for it, and it makes absolutely zero fucking sense that you would do that. Like literally none, because there was no development. There was nothing that I actually seen that made me believe. It came completely out of nowhere, and then you were completely dismissive of fucking Finn's character. That was a fucking disservice. Like literally, I would have wanted to basically see more of that than fucking Raylo. I mean, get the fuck out of here. That shit pissed me off, man, so much. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, but we can't go down the Star Wars rabbit hole. We have to. Let me finish.
I feel like you with Star Trek, bro. I do feel like that.
They both suffer from the same problem, and I hate to say it, the same. I mean, I'm sure J.J. Abrams is a delightful human being. He is a terrible big budget filmmaker. Yep. And I think that look, to me, Star Trek Into Darkness and Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker are two of the worst big budget science fiction films ever made. They are nonsensical gobbledygook that I still don't know how both of those films got made, with how much money they cost. I mean, they are completely nonsensical. They've got J.J. Abrams can come up with some good set pieces, like good previs set pieces. Somebody shows him, oh, that's cool, but the rest of none of it makes any sense at all. But yeah, we could spend. That's a whole different show. Mikey Lito says Fandom doesn't know who to hate. Blue people? Yeah, I don't know that's you're right about that. It's
Mikey Lito's my guy, man.
he's the man.
He is.
And he's smarter than all of us, which is good.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot of. Hang on, we got a lot of. Oh, this is crazy. Alex Detman comes back and says, "Fuck, I meant to say brutal and needed honesty. My ADD got carried away." Well, that's okay. It's all good, Alex. Binary Sunset Media says James Cameron believes in the cinematic theatrical experience, and I am completely willing to support it. Streaming is for the devil. Well, I think that streaming's great, but the theatrical experience is something that we want to preserve. I mean, going to see a movie like a Top Gun Maverick or an Avatar or a horror film or a big like Endgame is so much better and so much more satisfying and gratifying when you go and you see it in a giant auditorium full of strangers that are having the same reaction to what's on the screen as you are. It's incredibly gratifying, and there's nothing like it. And seeing those images, especially the images in Avatar, are going to be so much more detailed on the big screen. I mean, watching streaming stuff is fine, and streaming series, like I'm really looking forward to the new Jack Ryan series. There's a movie or a series called Treason from the BBC that's starting after Christmas. I really liked Wednesday a lot.
I love Wednesday, bro. I
was
loved Wednesday, bro. Like I watched that front to back like 4 times, bro. Like literally.
Yeah, Wednesday was really well done, and streaming is fine, but the problem is they should both exist. You know, the streaming services, movies we should get and unfortunately, you know, there's a lot of movies, non-spectacle films like She Said, Armageddon Time, Meet the Fabelmans. There's a lot of great movies, but unfortunately no one's going to see them. So the messages that Hollywood gets are, well, no one's going to go see these movies. I think people want to go see movies, but you know, you have to, the movies that are getting made now, I don't know if Hollywood understands what movies to make anymore. They used to, but we're not, like Hunt for Red October. That's a great movie. I would nowadays they do it as a 10-part streaming series, which is too bad. But that film, no one's making those movies anymore. Presumed Innocent or Harrison Ford and Presumed Innocent or The Fugitive. The Fugitive was a great big screen, big budget movie. Who's making those movies anymore? Nobody. You know, I watched The Firm the other day, Tom Cruise and Gene Hackman, based on a John Grisham novel. That was I love that movie. That movie works great. You know, now no one's making that movie anymore. I mean, I loved Gone Girl, David Fincher's Gone Girl, based on a book.
I watched that the other day.
How great is that movie?
And that movie's amazing. And she did such a great job, bro.
Oh,
it is fucking amazing. It is like literally the way that story is told it's because it's like literally 2 different stories being told at the same time, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how they bring it in the end. I'm like, yo, she's fucking psycho, but I love her.
Yeah, I mean, because you can't.
Yeah, bro.
There are worse places to be than with her.
I mean, what you're touching on, I think maybe what we're all touching on was very interesting because Chris at LA Comic-Con last weekend had a panel and he talked about why modern films are kind of falling short. And I talked a little bit about this on Ladies of the PGS, trying to figure out where exactly has Hollywood gone wrong. He had a great panel. It was Chris. It was, Gary from Nerdrotic. Anna, that Star Wars girl, Paulie, Dante, and Alan from from Film Thread, excuse me. And what was interesting, they talked about the different things. One of the things that someone said that stood out, obviously, was we know it's corporatization that has a huge effect over this.
Yes.
The inability to tell good stories. But, Alan did mention romance. And I thought, I said it's romance on 2 levels. Romance in the sense of, people hooking up, being happy, finding love, which seems to have been lost in a lot of these stories. And like I said, Luke needs love too. And the second part is the romance of discovering something new, the fantasy of that, taking you away in the moment And a lot of these films don't have that anymore, in addition to not having the sex, nudity, when appropriate, in an appropriate way. And when we don't have that in a film, a lot of times it loses something. It doesn't hold us. It doesn't make us want to watch the film again. It doesn't make us excited about the franchise. So you get let down a lot of times. And for a lot of that, those elements are happening over and over again, though. We're seeing this over and over again, where now I'm even looking at indie films like RRR. And, I saw Violent Night the other night, and that was spectacular. They're just looking for alternatives to give us back those good feelings but it has to have these relationships built that we're just not seeing in modern film. But Violent Night seemed to have it. I had no idea that was going to be in that one. But so it is a huge concern.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hollywood movies have sort of, they've been disassociated from, like, the thing about The Firm is, even though it's based on a Grisham novel, it starts out with Tom Cruise and Gene Triplehorn. He's just graduating from law school, and he's got a young wife, and they're trying to figure out what to do, and it's very much rooted in the real world and real world concerns. And I think we live in a world now where the real world has almost been taken away from us. It's all TikTok. It's all Reels. It's all, you watch stuff that's on YouTube now. People don't even talk about relationships. They're like, I smashed. What's your body count? No, my body count's 55, man. Oh, really? I mean, no one was like, when was the last time you kissed a guy and he made your toes curl up in your
I'm not going to say, Robert. I'm not going to tell you.
Why? I was joking. I was meaning that retort, but it's like no one even talks like that anymore. It's all like
there's no romance, bro. The romance is taken out of, like, literally, like there's less romance. Like people, like, I wonder if people really think about that, like really think about the art of communication and romance, bro. And that's the science, literally, because the response you get from it is amazing, bro. Like, whenever, if I could be as romantic, and like it's Toya to tell you, when we met, it was the most romantic episode ever, to the point where I love when she goes back and tells her friends what happened. You know what I mean? That's the things, those conversations that you can have and what you feel about it, and just, those type of stories, even, bro, we know it all the way down to, like, music. That shit doesn't exist in music. There's really no good storytelling or well-written, music, to the point where it connects to you, it connects to the soul, and it shows that a person can really be good and just love a person for who they are. And romance, there's not a lot of that anymore, bro. Like, literally, all it is about some fucking.
Well, it's not even, what's funny about that is, like, you hear these stories, like, I haven't heard, I can't remember the last time I heard, I mean, it's explicit, but a woman I haven't seen, like a younger person, someone in their 20s, like, whether it's a girl or a guy, talk about, like, some sexual experience, like some woman saying, I met this guy and he went down on me and made me come so hard. We spent all weekend together pleasuring one another, and we've been together ever since. I haven't heard anybody talk, like, I couldn't confirm or deny that anybody had a satisfying sexual experience. It's all like, oh, we smashed. And I'm like, yeah, but was it good?
Yeah.
Like, did somebody know what? I get that the
was it
tools
the best
were,
you ever had.
Yeah, I get the tools were being used. I understand that. I get the mechanics of it.
Yeah.
But is anybody getting great sex?
Was there a great resolve from it, man?
Yeah, I mean, does anyone? I've never heard, like, was he a good kisser? Do you know what a good kisser is? I listened to Taylor Swift songs, because her new album, I wanted to listen to some of that. And I'm like, okay, I get where you're coming from. There's all these emotional, but it's almost like Taylor Swift is writing songs. She didn't go through the messiness of the relation. Like, I can't imagine Taylor Swift, somebody spending all night long putting their tongue over every part of her body, driving her insane.
But they're probably scared too, because she'll write a story about it.
I mean, but I just can't imagine. So Taylor Swift doesn't have the actual relationships. She doesn't actually have the messiness of the sex where you're both spending all night pleasuring every part of each other's bodies. You wake up in the next morning in a sticky mess, having only slept for 2.5 hours.
Walk of shame.
I can't imagine Taylor Swift does this. I think Taylor Swift doesn't even imagine that. She just writes the song about the breakup. because that way it's not messy. Like you don't have to go through all that. And I'm sure, I mean, it hasn't changed. People still do that. But I mean, I can't even imagine that today. And maybe it's, you know, I'm old, so I'm not out. But even when I go out, you know, I'm like, everyone's in their phone, everyone's talking. I've never seen in the last 10 years, because I watch, you know, as a filmmaker, and I'm always watching people when I go out. Whenever I've been at bars, I used to listen to people just to hear the dialogue and things they say. I never hear guys and girls talking to each other. Like, guys are never like, God, you look great tonight. You know, they don't talk like that to each other anymore. Like, wow, it's really nice to meet you. Like, where are you from? There isn't any of that. There's none of that kind of dialogue between people anymore. And I'm like, how do you even spend 10 minutes with one another on a date? Like, what happens when you take some girl out to dinner? What do you talk about? I'm sure people do. They must, obviously, but I wouldn't know it from the experiences. It's weird.
Rob, that's the problem. What you said right now is the problem. When you're asking that question is when you take a person out on a date, what do you talk about? There is no conversation because this is the conversation. People spend more time on these.
Or they send memes. What's so funny is meme culture. Yeah. Meme culture is using someone else's imagery and words to communicate ideas because it's too difficult for you to come up with your own.
With your own.
And I hate it when people send me they send me the meme of old man yelling at clouds all the time. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, but do you get it? Like when I get that meme and I think everybody who sends me that meme thinks that they're being clever. And I'm like, really? Do you think I haven't received this meme 100 times before? But when you're speaking in memes, that means you're not doing the critical thinking. And I understand a great meme is powerful. I love a great meme. I do love a great meme. But I would rather be and look, I've sent memes. I've found some memes. Memes there's some great memes out there because it shows really great thought. So the originator of the meme was a smart motherfucker. But when you perpetuate it or send memes out, it depends how they're used. But I feel that we live in a society now where people just don't even know their own thoughts. They don't even know why they like something, much less why they dislike something.
Yeah.
Well, a few years ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago, when people started to use emojis, and on the academic level, I remember hearing a researcher say how important it was for researchers to understand what the emojis mean and how it could have an influence over the success of their career. So I kind of laughed and I said, there's nowhere on, the documents and papers in the department that says if you know how to read emojis, your career is going to expand. You're going to be the most successful researcher out there. But it was this displacement away from complicated peer-reviewed journals. Oh, forget the complicated peer-reviewed journals and research. Let's use some emojis instead. And that'll really kind of turn things around and make us more productive. And of course, it was all a lie. So, people have to know how to communicate in the written word and verbally. This is, it's gone too far, maybe with the memes and also with some of the other things that we're seeing. You got to be able to look somebody in the face and actually have a conversation.
And just sit down and talk. Like that's the art of communication. And that's lost in society. Like people, like I said, people nowadays do not.
It's lost in American society.
Exactly. People do not know how. They don't think that romance exists anymore, bro. That's the thing. There's no belief in romance. There's no firm belief in romance. Like literally there isn't, bro. Like some of the greatest films, like, bro, one of the dopest films that I've ever seen in my life that I love and I'll continue to love, like, literally because he's just a smooth motherfucker. Mahogany, bro. And it was one line in Mahogany with Billy Dean.
Do you know where you're going to?
Exactly.
Do you know the
is what it is.
Showing you.
Yo, exactly. When Billy D told her, like, yo, what is success without a person to share it with? Like, with someone to share it with, like, literally.
Dude, you know what the real problem with that is? What you just said, people are looking at us going, what the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly. Like, people don't come on, man.
Billy
I mean, lady sings the blues.
Lady
mean,
sings the blues,
I mean,
all that, bro.
the
Like,
problem
straight
is
up.
you had to know there's no institutional knowledge of pop culture. It's funny
Yeah.
because the thing that kind of gives me hope is like you've got younger people watching, doing reaction videos, listening to music and stuff. On one hand, I think it's cool, but on the other hand, I'm like, how did you not grow up listening to that stuff already? Like when
Yeah.
somebody because when we were growing up, pop culture was it was you had to be steeped in it to understand the culture itself.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like you had because the music informed other parts of our culture. And now, because all anybody's doing is looking, you make videos or you make TikTok videos of yourself. It's all you have become your own pop culture superstar. You're the one making your own media. So you're going on Instagram, making stuff about yourself and looking at the things that your friends are making about themselves. And sometimes you make stuff together. But the world at large is something that is completely lost upon you. History, art, all of it.
They're skipping. They're skipping a step. They're skipping the importance of understanding where we come from in regards to fandom culture.
Well, not just culture in general. And I see people that like and the result of that is like snark. And there's I mean, people are it's really weird. I feel that we now live, especially in America, and our youth culture. It's like Taylor Swift. What's more important about Taylor Swift is not the relationships and how she feels. Like I was saying earlier, it's the result of those relationships so she can make her songs. So we can all commiserate over the breakup as opposed to the interesting relationship she might have had with someone that led her to write the song. It's like, fuck that. I don't want to hear about the relationship. Give me the breakup song. So let's just forget the relationship. Let's just write the breakup song.
You were comparing her to the woman who says, man, I feel like a woman, because she feels like a woman because her man has been making fantastic love to her and giving her the best of everything versus, why you got to be so mean kind of, it's completely different level of maturity and intimacy in both experiences. I'd rather feel like a woman.
I mean, I got to say, I love Taylor Swift. I think she's incredible. I can't imagine Taylor Swift going out on a date being in a loving relationship with a dude. I can't imagine like
Everybody
her
be scared to, bro. Like straight up, like she's gonna. I'm literally like I would. Like it's just like a friend of mine. Like if anybody says, "Yo, I got this girl I want you to meet." Oh, really? Oh yeah, she's fantastic, bro. Like, and look, she's a bit famous, but I mean, regardless, she's fantastic. I think you'll love her. I think you'll like her. And if you'll go out, you'll have a good time. Oh man, who is she? Taylor Swift. Rain check, bro. I maybe I'm good. I'll take a rain check because the thing is, it's like, yo, it's known. It is known, like literally known that everyone she's ever been in a relationship. Jake Gyllenhaal, what is his name? The other dude plays the guitar.
John Mayer.
John Mayer. Like everybody she's ever basically been with and encountered, they've wound up in a song and a topic of a song, like out of nowhere. And that's like, yo, that taints a person's personality, career, not career. I mean, it's not going to taint them, but at the same time, people are like, yo, damn, is that what she said true? It's always going to come up. Like you're going to be labeled that guy that Taylor Swift was talking about. Hell no, I don't want that.
Well, and if I'm Taylor Swift, I mean, how much time do I spend dating somebody before I break up and so I can write my next song? I'm sure she's not like that, but I just think to myself, I look at like her and her, like Taylor Swift knows everybody.
Yeah,
she's, we were talking about her on the John Campea show today about how she's going to direct her first movie that she wrote, which I think is fantastic. When Tom Ford made his first movie, A Single Man, it was fantastic and heartbreaking, and I loved that. Yeah. I'm sure Taylor Swift is going to make a great movie, but I would, I'm waiting for Taylor Swift's great romance. Like J-Lo and Ben Affleck. When they got back together, you'd see paparazzi pictures of them with their kids going places or doing things.
Yeah,
where Taylor Swift is either being fabulous somewhere or out somewhere on a talk show somewhere, being awesome somewhere, but where's her life, man?
Yeah,
and
could you imagine going to see Taylor Swift's film, and you're sitting there, have your popcorn, and you're just enjoying yourself, and you see somebody walk across the screen and have a conversation with Taylor Swift with the same leather jacket, hoodie, and hair that you have. You're like, wait a minute, I don't remember us dating.
Right? Yeah. I have to. So I have to say, Jermaine King sent in a super chat. And by the way, I'll get. I'm going to get. It just popped up. Jermaine says, Rob, the pandemic accelerated certain aspects of life, including romance. Instead of romantic dates, now there's hookups using Grindr. Well, here's what I would ask about that. One of the things that I used to love, you'd meet a girl, you were really into her, you'd spend I remember there was a girl that I met, and we ended up going to this restaurant. First date, we were there for 12 hours. We were at this restaurant. It was on the beach. We were there
because you a smooth motherfucker, bro. That's the problem.
We were there for 12 hours. We had so much fun, and so I'm taking her home, right? And look, after that 12 hours, we were so into each other. By the end of that 12 hours, we knew that it was like, why don't you come up? And we both knew what was going to happen. And we both need, because we were in the sun all day long. We both needed to take a shower, and she goes to me, why should we both take a shower? Let's go take a shower together. And and it was on. It was on. I mean, it was on like Donkey Kong, but we had that 12 hours of anticipation and talking and laughing, getting to know one another.
And arousal.
And I didn't want to just like hit it and quit it. I wanted to spend the next 3 or 4 hours showing this girl that Bobby knows what the hell is up. I'm going to bring my Jedi mind trick skills, my Jedi physical skills. I'm going to show this girl that I'm going to, and it works, because the
song, Bobby knows the hell what's up.
Bobby, hey, I'm writing all this shit down.
And I'm telling, and by the way, that connection made the reverse true. She was going to show me what's up, and no stone was left unturned. And let's say we brought our A game. And we were in no hurry to, the conversation that lasted for 12 hours then lasted until we were, hours later.
You were the real life Alfie,
no hurry,
bro.
Jump in the shower.
But you were Alfie, bro. You were real life Alfie, bro. Like, you were fucking
Alfie. What's it? Everyone's like, that's a good reference. Like, what's it all about? But here's the thing. So here's what I would ask. Nowadays, that anticipation and getting to know one another and being flirty, there's a reason why. By the way, it was a very expensive date because it was a seafood restaurant. We kept going to get more. But worth it. The question is, if you're not doing that, so when you finally actually do hook up and you're on Grindr and you're like, okay, well, let's meet at 8 o'clock and if you have no connection already, what is your incentive to do good work? Yeah. Like I've always believed in the ladies first philosophy, the campground philosophy. You leave the campground better than how you found it. So if you're just going to get together and smash, you're not doing the work.
Where's the first impression?
Where's your finesse game, man?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, where's it at? Like, where's your first impression? Like, how can you make your mark? How can you make that person want you? Like, what are you doing to make that person want you, and who's going to remember you even after they leave you at that point? After you part ways, they're going to want to talk. They're going to anticipate that call. They want to see you again. Like, where is that? Like, because if you're doing these things through OnlyFans, Grindr, and all that other bullshit, like, where is the connective tissue there, bro? There's never anything there.
And also the level of intimacy. I mean, I need to look. I'm a dirty dude, but I'm like, I'm not going to stick my tongue in just any girl's ass. Come on. I mean, I need to know her. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And you got to build up to that kind of stuff. And I wouldn't expect some girl I barely knew to go down on me. That isn't really fair. You got to know people. You got to want to have that intimacy, right? Oh, did I break Lael again?
You have to know the person's last name.
Oh shit. Oh wow.
But you know what I mean?
Or their first name even.
You gotta want to please somebody. You gotta like
again?
somebody. Yeah. I mean, come on.
I don't remember this guy. Who is he?
But I mean, you know what I'm trying to say, though? I mean, I'm trying to be funny, but also it's like when you're going to be physically intimate with somebody, to be good at physical intimacy, you have to want to please them.
Yeah.
You have to want to do your best work. And
Yeah,
I don't.
that's the pleasure is the incentive. It's the build up to that. You know what I mean? It's like you're creating that need. You're creating that want. That person has to want you. So you have to set the stage for it, bro. Like you gotta literally everything that you say, your jargon is the most important. From the way you dress, the way you smell, the way you look at this person, the way you might accidentally but intentionally touch their hand if they're grabbing for a drink or grabbing for something.
Yeah.
Like literally, you have to. Everything is orchestrated and planned to a science because you are really into that person, and on top of that, you want them to want you. There's not enough of that going around, bro. Because basically, why, like we said, people are just now it's the hookup. Let's hook up and smash, and you're just another number.
So people are being discouraged from those natural wants and desires, which are the
Yeah.
natural things that happen between people. This is a natural interaction. We're supposed to be attracted to one another. That's how we feel when we see one another. It's that pushing that away. It feels very unnatural. None of us would be here if everybody suppressed every single feeling of attraction.
Mm-hmm.
By
Like
the
that's
way,
the thing. I tell Toya every day, I'm like, yo, like literally, I try to show her that it's a brand new thing every day. Like it's always brand new. I want that because the thing is, the newness of the relationship is most definitely important. And I think that that's really, really lost is that we don't explore and discover things new and just do different things. We don't creating new positions is the most important thing. Like
New
literally.
positions.
that's what Prince said. Honey, we've been together, honey, for too long. Honey, we got to make it better. Before we go wrong, we got to try a new position. Yeah, something that'll make it all right.
Yeah, the same
new position.
Oh yeah,
let's go fishing in the river of life. Oh yeah, we can.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, that's a great song, by the way. That's off it's off the Kiss Under the Cherry Moon. That song's on that album. Girls and Boys and New Position. Those are two Prince jams that never get enough credit. They're on Under the Cherry Moon. That is a great album. The album for that movie. By the way, to change our subject, Tapman12 says, I got my first ticket for Avatar 2. IMAX 3D high frame rate. Excited to see what it looks like. Cannot wait. I want this movie to be a top 5 grossed film. I'm right there with you. Right there with you. I think it will. I think, remember, the first Avatar did not open to huge numbers. It played for a long time. It had long legs. I think this movie is poised to come out. It is going to dominate the rest of December. It'll play through probably a long time because the experience of it, I think people are going to see it and go back again and again and again. And I think I'll tell you something. Families. This is going to be the family hit of the year. I think kids are going to have their minds blown by the experience, which I think is going to be great. Mega YouTube 99 says, hey, Rob, I know you're an extremely well-versed cinephile, but most of the time I feel you talk about popular IP franchises, whether it's here or on the John Campea Show. Curious as to what art house indie films you've seen or enjoyed in 2022, and what do you see being nominated and winning Best Picture in 2023? We've actually had a pretty good year for films. I mean, like we talked about on the John Campea Show, I think Everything Everywhere All at Once is certainly one of my favorite movies of the year. But, you know, James Gray's, again, the movies we talked about are like Armageddon Time, and I haven't seen Meet the Fablemans yet. I might go see that tomorrow. But, you know, they're The Wonder, the Florence Pugh film. There's been a lot of films that have come out. The reason we talk about franchise things in IP is that because that's what our circles, you know, I would love to talk more about more obscure films. It's just a question of, you know, in a Sharon movie, do people want to see that? I do.
We are going to be talking a lot more about that coming up on the PGS in January, Robert. But I also want to mention Chris Gore is in the chat and says hello.
Well, hello, Chris. I have to say I watched Chris did a rant about somebody responding to an who invoked John Schnepp today, and Chris talked. He brought up my name too, and Chris was very incensed, and I too was incensed after watching Chris's piece today on that about people, being mean on Twitter. But I thought people were definitely out of line. But yeah. Anyway, but Mega YouTube 99. That's a great thing. Look, I would love to. Here's the problem. The reality is on YouTube. If you're talking on YouTube, if I were to sit here and I'm going to start doing videos, you're going to see the first of these come out. I'm going to do 10 and 10. It's going to be Robservations 10 and 10. Mm-hmm. It's going to be 10, like the word 10 in 10, meaning in 10 minutes. I'm going to start doing just top 10 lists of like my favorite first season Star Trek episodes, or my favorite horror novels, or my favorite Russian films. And I'm going to start delving into the things that I really like that are pretty obscure that people are always asking me about, because I honestly think, and Chris actually calls it a media diet. And that the first time I heard it, Chris Gore said it. I think people need a much broader media diet than they are getting. And I mean music, movies, games, streaming shows, all of that. And I think people need to get out of their comfort zone, because one of the things when I was a young fan, we would watch all kinds of different things. And I feel that the spectrum of what people are watching, especially in the fan community these days, is really limited. And I think that people are having their intellect stunted by watching too much of the same stuff. And I think it's not because people don't want to watch it. They just don't know what to watch. So I think that my 10 and 10 videos, that my desire to do them, and they'll be pre-recorded, will be to hopefully get people to watch. Because whenever I mention books, I'm surprised at how many people come back and go, hey, I read that book that you mentioned, and I thought it was really, really good.
I'm supposed to be going to see Empire of Light this weekend. I can't wait to see that.
I'm dying to see that. That's Sam Mendes' new movie. Jeff Wells, if you read Hollywood Elsewhere, it's his favorite movie of the year. And then Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio went live today. Excuse me. More of those dank nugs rising back up. Binary Sunset Media says, I find this is not just exclusive to fandom. Modern audiences want to be smarter than the filmmakers. They want to call the surprises, and they want to act as if they weren't affected. I agree with that. I think that fandom has passed a Rubicon where fandom wants to believe they know better than the filmmakers. And I think part of that is also the fault of the corporately owned studios. They've foisted that position down upon us, in that the studios who have purchased these IPs that we've been watching for decades, then when it's acquired by some big company, the company then decides, well, we know best. It's our IP now, so we're going to do with it what we want, and you're going to like it. And I think that's part of the problem with these IPs, is that they're not owned. The custodians of these IPs do not have people at these companies that can administrate or be the administrators of these IPs properly, which is frustrating. And we're going to see more and more of that. And unfortunately, when it happens, there's going to be a lot of pushback from, it's like being a kid in high school and you love a band, an indie band, and they become big and they release a big mainstream record. And you're like, oh, I love this band when they were not so mainstream. And I mean, I haven't heard that in a while, but it used to be that way.
Or Tiesto when he used to play techno.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I saw Tiesto live. So good. Mega YouTube goes on to say, oh, this is all 3. Also, Rob, I really wish you'd post clips from these streams or timestamps of the topics in the description. I need to do that. I will start doing that.
I think I started doing that for you already, Robert. So,
you did?
Yeah, starting on this one in particular, we talked about this last.
Oh, yes. Well, that'd be great. We need to do more of that. Ghost Rider says Colin Trevorrow should have done all the Star Wars sequels, knowing what his script was. Had he done all the sequels, Star Wars would be in a very different place than it is today. Maybe. I mean, it's hard to say that. I really think that they should have made his Duel of the Fates script for sure.
Because it was an interesting script. Like reading it was dope. Like
Yep.
it was. Yeah.
And everybody had their due. You would love Rose, Tico, and Finn. They were awesome in that script. Tom Jr. Jackson, he says, glad to see you're all doing better, Rob. Countdown to my 47th birthday, December 24th. Hello to Mmmm and Lael as well. Wow, we'll have to have a birthday or something.
Yeah.
Do a birthday party for you.
Oh yeah.
This is a good question. Sonder Atler or Teller Atliar. Sonder, it's a great name. Lael, what are your thoughts on the Transformers Rise of the Beasts trailer? As a diehard Transformers fan, I just hope they do it right. I have faith in the new director. By the way, the 1986 movie was Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones. I've never heard the Transformers animated film called that. What did you guys think of the new Transformers trailer?
Man, listen. Man, listen. I was so excited to see this trailer. Like, it is amazing. Because we're getting, what seems to be, we're getting some of the Gen 1 characters in this film. We're getting Gen 1 Prime. You know what I mean? We get a chance to see RC the way RC was supposed to be shown. You know what I mean? And here's the thing. There's a voice that comes up at the end of this film. I think we could be seeing Megatron the way we need to see Megatron in this film. You never know. But listen, they're hiding some things. They're hiding little nuggets. I'm excited about it. It looks good. The trailer looks amazing.
I thought it was really good too.
It looks amazing, bro. Like, and the thing is, like, we're coming off of Bumblebee, which I thought was an incredible film, and hopefully this is sort of like a continuation from that, told in a totally different caliber. But I'm excited about it. I'm truly a Transformer. I have a love hatred with the animated film. I'll have a love type of hate type of relationship with it because they killed off some of the main characters that I loved and then brought some of them back. But still, I can't wait. I'm so pumped about this film. Like, I just hope it's done right. Everybody knows that I wasn't a fan of like the original films, the films that were done before this. I just wasn't because, everything that I knew about the Transformers, I just think that it just became a trope, like a joke. But now with this particular film, seeing it the way it is and how they've done it, it looks like the production value is great. I love the characters. I keep forgetting his name. What is his name? Because he's on a come up. Like, he's doing so many films right now.
Yeah. The actor, you mean?
Yeah, he's doing so many different films right now. Again, he's going to be in Ironheart, playing one of my favorite characters, the Red Cloak. I mean, the red. I keep forgetting his fucking name. But one of my favorite characters in that, from the comics itself. But yes, I can't wait to see this film. It's going to be incredible, man, and hopefully it lives up to the hype of what we've seen from this trailer.
It looks pretty cool. Optimus Primal, dude.
Optimus Primal is in this, bro. That's what I'm saying.
I love that.
See that. So yes, I am so hype about it. You get two Primes in this film, and again, the thing is, it's like the only thing is, it's like Mirage. That was the because he's a Porsche in this.
Anthony
right?
Ramos says is the name. Thanks, Al Renshaw said Anthony Ramos.
Yeah, Anthony Ramos. Yes, Anthony Ramos. He is on the come up. Like, he's a good actor. Loved him in Heights. What was it called?
In the Heights.
In Heights. Loved him in that. But yeah, I can't wait to. I cannot wait to see this film. I think it's going to be spectacular, man. And it's a lot riding on it, but I hope they pull it off.
I know, and I liked Bumblebee a lot, so I'm looking forward to it. So good question there. Good question, Sonder. Our friend Kenneth Colton, who's been a member for 2 months. Thank you for that. I just want to say thanks for all you do. Wishing you a very happy holidays, Rob, and Lael, as well as everyone in the PGS. Well, thank you. There is no membership call tomorrow, but I would like to point out that tomorrow is the third episode of ¿Qué pasa, PGS? The new all-Spanish show on this channel. Alex Montano and Roberto Suarez put on. You can get it subtitled, by the way, so you can watch it subtitled. They do a hell of a job. The two of them are great. They got great chemistry. Really fun show. It's very earnest geek stuff. I promise no talking about analingus or anything like that. None of that. Not on that show, but it's action figures and fun. So watch the show. It's great. It's really good, and they're really great. But hey, I'm really proud to have a Spanish language show. And then, of course, they humiliate me. I'll come on about 10:15, 10:30, and they throw out a Spanish title of a movie, and I'm supposed to guess what the movie is based on the Spanish title. It's actually pretty fun. I like it, so we're doing that. Al Renshaw says, has everyone on the crew seen Devotion? And do you agree with me that Jonathan Majors deserves an Oscar nomination? The bathroom mirror speech alone. I'm dying to see Devotion. I can't wait to see it. It is not doing well, and it was hugely expensive, but I love those Corsair planes in the movie. Mm-hmm. Jonathan Majors, man, that guy, between Creed 3, he is monstrous in that Creed 3 trailer. The fact that he's Kang, and I've seen him on talk shows. He's a wacky dude. I've become a big Jonathan Majors fan. I don't know what his workout regimen is, but between him and Michael B. Jordan, I mean, come on, are those two of the most perfect physiques you've ever seen in your life?
You can tell like he's having a time of his life right now, man.
Dude, like, I love just hanging out with him. I can't wait to see him go full Kang. I think he's going to be a great villain. He's dope. Mario Lopez, our friend Mario Lopez, all the way from Portugal, is here. He's been a member. Good to see you, Mario. How are you? Say hi to your mom for me. Let's see, where was I? Al Renshaw says, why does Lucasfilm seem hesitant to do Knights of the Old Republic? It's all there, and it's perfect setup for the filmmakers.
I know,
Darth Revan, Malik, and Bane. Dude, I don't know. I don't know why.
Story. Kathleen Kennedy mentioned it like years ago that they were going to do it.
Like Weiss and Benioff were going to do Star Wars. Why didn't they just go, guys? You know, the guys who created Game of Thrones, give them that. I mean, these are the things I don't understand. Like, give Weiss and Benioff, they have Knights of the Old Republic. Just go. It's all there.
Just give it to them. Let them
go do that.
Plain and simple. Right there. It's right at your fingertips. Just do it and just knock it out the park. But, you know, there's always, bro, stupid.
I don't know, Al. Bert says, The Last Jedi turns 5 years old this Thursday. Well, maybe I'll watch my 4K disc. No, I don't know. Or not. The Robo Producer says, all three of you, Dial of Destiny. Excited? Concerns? I'm excited. I think it looks... I'll tell you one thing. I am not worried that Phoebe Waller-Bridge is going to wear the hat and take over the mantle of Indy. I'm not worried about that. I think the movie looks pretty interesting. I respect James Mangold. I trust in Mangold.
Yeah. He's going to give us a good story, man. Like, I can't... Like, it's Indy, bro. And like I said, it's the last hurrah for Harrison Ford in playing his role. I just can't wait to see it.
I mean, a new John Williams score. You know, yes, some of the VFX looked a little ropey in that trailer, but we're 7 months out. So, not worried.
Let's go.
Can't wait to see it. Hey, the Dial of Destiny based, what is that? Isaiah chapter 38 or something, talking about the actual thing that it is. It's a thing that goes, a sundial that goes backwards or something. I love that. I can't wait. It's Indiana Jones. It's Harrison Ford. It's Mads Mikkelsen as a Nazi. Come on. That's all I need to know.
Yep. Let's go.
I'm in. Blackjack Hooligan says, people want to see escapist reality, but do not see the escapism that can exist in our own. Rewatch Raiders, and it's amazing. Spielberg's framing is iconic. No one moves a camera like Spielberg. We watched Raiders recently again. You know, we have I put together our new media room. It's all functional. The surround sound system in there is kicking. It just kicks ass.
Rob, I watch Raiders every week, once a week, every week.
Dude, it's so good. You know what's so great about that movie? Everything.
Everything, bro.
There's nothing that isn't great about that movie.
like everything from beginning to end, everything. Even the classroom scene is just legendary.
Oh, it's the
Like
best.
literally, like that's in again, well written, a great adventure. Like everything just has you on the edge of your seat. And the thing is, it's like again another love story.
Oh yeah.
It is a love story, another love story. You know what I mean? And but told in such a fashion that's enjoyable, it's embellished. And that's what I'm saying. Like I think that films like we a lot of that is missing and we need more of it, bro. Like we really, really need more of that.
It's funny because Raiders to me is so far head and shoulders above both Temple of Doom and Last Crusade. I love Temple of Doom, and I'm not a big fan of Last Crusade, but I enjoy parts of it. I don't like what they did to Sala and Brody in that movie, but I love the relationship between Indy and his father. But
And his father, yeah.
you know, it's really interesting, and somebody brought this up. I don't know. My friend Dave Hargrove talks about this all the time. I think in Last Crusade, it should have been Indy that got shot at the end, and it was his father that had to make that
had to go and make that, yeah.
And now I understand they would never do that, but it would emulate the fact that Indy's tied up at the end of Raiders, you know, and that it was because it was the Grail quest was his dad's. You know, I understand why they did it, but it would have been so unexpected if Indy was the one that was shot. And I think I know why they would never have done that, but it just seems like I would have liked the movie a lot better, I think, if that's how it ended. But it's, you know, it's still Raiders of the Lost Ark to me is a perfect movie.
Yeah, it is.
You know, it's
amazing.
And if you want to see what people always ask me, well, how do you know what's brilliantly directed? There are two scenes in Raiders that are very difficult to do. They're exposition scenes. And any screenwriter or a screenwriting teacher will tell you, you know, exposition scenes are boring. And literally when a character has to tell you the plot of the movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark has the single greatest exposition scene in any movie ever. And that is when the government agents have come to visit Indy, and Indy explains the whole story of the Ark of the Covenant and brings down his Bible, you know, his big thick book. God, what is that? Power of God, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
That sequence is one of the great exposition scenes, and it shows how great Spielberg is as a director. No action, but that scene could be monumentally boring. And it's all about character and delivery. It's great. And another scene that happens right after that is they want you to go for it. And it's when Indy's packing, and it's in the room, and you watch the camera. It's a lot of it's one shot where it's moving in and out, going from singles and pulling out to a two shot, a master going into a close, and it's all in the room as Indy's going back and forth and packing while he's talking to Marcus Brody.
His whip, his everything, yeah.
That scene is those two scenes in particular are tour de force. It shows you how to direct what are essentially exposition scenes, and they're brilliantly done. And James Mangold is no slouch, man. And he's a great director as well. So for that reason alone, James Mangold has all of my hopes and dreams and great respect. And I can't wait to see what he has for us. And we're going to get the movie. It's going to show up. Yeah. And I don't understand why not want anything but the best from that new Indiana Jones movie. It's Harrison Ford. It's John Williams. It's John Rhys Davies coming back playing Sala. It's Mads Mikkelsen playing a Nazi. It's James Mangold, who made Ford v Ferrari, who made Walk the Line, who made 3:10 to Yuma, who made fucking Logan and the Wolverine. He made two Wolverine movies. One was pretty good. The other was a masterpiece. So there you go. Why wouldn't you want that movie to be great? I hope it's great. I really do.
Yeah.
Blackjack Hooligan says, people want to see us. Oh, I already said that. S-Beam, our friend S-Beam says, I have the Present Toys Indie on the way for myself and Michael Elliott. Looking forward to him. He's probably the next stop motion for sure. Figure flex. Well, that's cool. I can't wait to see that, S-Beam. Present Toys is my second favorite third-party company after So-So, I think.
I don't know. You know what? Because Presence is there, but then Mars Toys as well. Like they are.
But isn't Mars Toys just a part of So-So?
Nah.
Are they different?
No, they're definitely different from what I know.
Because
Because like I said,
did Mars do the Martian Manhunter?
they did. No, they did Joker. They're the ones that are actually doing the Joker. They're doing the 66. What is it? The
Oh
60
yeah, okay. Yeah. I have those Hot Toys. By the way, do you know what ships for me in 5 days?
What?
My 66 Batmobile.
Oh shit.
My Jazz Inc. Batmobile. Yes.
Oh shit.
What did I pay for that like 3 years ago? But Present Toys I really like. I just do.
Yeah.
I mean, because they do. I got their Heat figures. You know, they're really good.
Yeah.
They're really good. Although I think Pacino's gun's a little small. But other than that, but
3-0 did a pretty good job with the Walking Dead series because nobody seems.
But they're not. Those are licensed.
Oh, they are licensed.
Yeah, 3-0's
licensed.
Yeah, they're officially licensed.
Yeah, just
They're
like they've
good.
been licensed to do like pretty much all of the what is it called, the Power Rangers.
Yeah. I mean, I love Pop Toys that did the Last Samurai figure. Those are amazing figures, but I don't know if they're amazing.
Did you see that So-So Toys Kenshi?
Yeah, yes, it's great. It's just it's not my thing, but it's a great figure.
Kenshi's incredible.
Yeah, I know.
But it's dope. I love it.
I already said Jermaine King. That was good. Wesley Namila says, Rob, I have an update. Yorgos Lanthimos' Poor Things movie starring Emma Stone will come out late 2023. Bleat, his short film, should be attached to the film. Well, that's cool. I love his movies. Dogtooth, I think, was the first movie I saw of his. I can't wait to see that. By the way, have you guys seen the trailer for Infinity Pool?
No.
David Cronenberg's son Brandon, who made Possessor, and he made Antiviral. It's his new movie with Skarsgård, Alexander Skarsgård. Ooh, check that out.
And I'm looking it up
Oh,
now.
Mikey Lito says She-Hulk, bad show, great figure. Oh, I'm buying that.
Oh, hell
So
yeah.
good.
Oh yeah.
Wesley goes on to say, Rob, Poor Things is about a young woman named Bella Baxter, played by Emma Stone, brought back to life by a scientist. It came out in late 2023. It comes out in late 2023. And Anna is his next movie in 2024. Hey, I'll watch that. That sounds great. I will watch that. 200 Watt Studio says, I saw Sex and Lucia on your recommendation. Good film. Sex and Lucia is a great film, and oh my God, is she a goddess. Yes. Which is amazing. I'm glad you saw that, 200 Watt Studio. The new Blu-ray is really good. Stubble McShave says, hello, Stubble. How are you? Today's movies are often IP-driven rather than idea-driven. More movies are made because they are mandated rather than creators having inspiring ideas. Yeah, but you know what? All of these IPs began usually with one guy with an idea or one girl with an idea, and the movies became something cool. But yeah, they're IP-driven because everybody has to know that they succeeded in one form before they put them into another form. It's a bummer. 200 Watt Studio says, will there be a physical media Sunday? Oh, yes. And how about a live call to George Feltenstein? Oh, I'm going to ask him to come on the show. I'll see if he'll come on the show because there's a lot to talk about. And they've got to get him to promote. I believe that this is the week. I mean, he sent them to me early, but Night of the Iguana and Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. Again, great transfers from our friends over at Warner Archive. So that's a good one. That's a good call. You know what? We'll do that. 200 Watt Studio says Raiders, $20 super chat. Thanks, man. Raiders is a perfect film. From the writing, the directing, the score, and Ben Burt's sound effects. You know what? I was actually on Twitter going back and forth with James Mangold, and I said one of the great things about especially Raiders is the gunshots.
Mm-hmm.
The actual sound of the gunshots.
The sound of the gunshots. Everything, bro.
The gunshots in Raiders actually have a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the best. especially in Nepal. Marion's
Even
bar
the
in
whip.
Nepal.
Even
Yeah.
the whip. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I will say this about Dial of Destiny. There's one thing that really bothered me in the trailer. The effects they'll fix. But the end, when they do the whip, and then all the people pull the guns out, and then Indy ducks, and they all just like keep firing. I didn't like that. Those people are not stupid. They know he ducks down, and it's supposed to be, once again, a riff on the whip and guns, which we got in Raiders and then Temple of Doom. I thought that was kind of a lame joke to end on, and I didn't believe it. I didn't believe all those gunmen would keep firing when he ducked. I mean, I understand why they did it. Maybe in the film it plays better, but that,
Yeah.
In the opening, and also Raiders of Perfect Film and Ben Burt's sound effects. In the opening, when he first uses the whip, you heard the sounds of the leather stretching as he coiled it up. Memorable. Oh yeah, man. It's
in the bar scene too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the
Definitely.
best. It's the best. Mikey Lito says, "Oh, She-Hulk, bad show, great figure." Yes, absolutely. Cameron Bienvenue says, "Bienvenue." Hey Rob, you bring great personality to the John Campy show. Why, thank you. If Henry is out as Soups again, could he return to The Witcher, or is it too late? Oh, I think that ship has sailed. He probably only had a contract for 3 seasons, and then he left because he'd be too expensive to bring on for season 4, so they recast him.
I don't think he's out of soup. I don't.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. I mean, they haven't even delivered to David Zaslav their plan. Maybe they want to make a movie with it.
People have been jumping the gun, bro. Like, the thing is, it's like, bro, when the media gets hold of these stories, you know what I mean? When these Hollywood trades and like everybody gets a hold of these particular stories, you don't think these conversations between the actors, directors, writers have been made weeks or maybe a week before, prior, or whatever? Like, you don't like that story that comes out or came out, about what is her name again? The director,
Patty Jenkins.
Patty Jenkins. That story that basically drops. You don't think that conversation was basically had probably weeks in advance or a week ago before
Long
it
time
actually
ago.
hit? You know what I mean? They're talking about how, Gal Gadot put up, this, cryptic message, not really cryptic message, when she was talking about, what Wonder Woman has actually done for her for years, and, how excited she is about the next chapter. In my opinion, and just my feelings, this isn't like my theory. It's not, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying that this is absolutely true, but I think that this is a conversation that Patty Jenkins had with her beforehand, saying, look, I'm not going to be a part of this, but I think that, for the culture, you should probably still play this role. And I think that there was peace made at that particular point. We just don't know. We have to wait till next week. Plain and simple.
Yeah, I think we have to wait until, and it's going to take a while. They're going to do the presentation, and then they're going to have to hear it back, and they're going to, I mean, give it time. I mean, they just took over. Let's wait until we know more.
Man of Steel, again, people are saying Man of Steel 2. Maybe they're just getting rid of the names. They don't want those names. They want to kind of get rid of that. Maybe they just want to make a Superman film.
Right.
Plain and simple.
Look, and, people are talking a lot about Batman Beyond. I'd love to see a Batman Beyond movie. Especially there's the current Batman Beyond comic that's running now. That would make an awesome movie. Do that. Al Renshaw says, could we ever see an Avengers type of a Star Wars film?
I don't know.
I don't know how that would really work. I mean, the thing about the Avengers was they built up to the Avengers. And I don't know how could you make that work? Look, I have to say, after Andor, I'm really high on Star Wars right now. Higher than I've been in a while.
Andor is incredible.
And we got Mando season 3 coming, and I'm hyped.
Yeah.
I'm hyped for Mando season 3.
Yeah,
I think that shit's gonna be dope. I think we're gonna get a lot of Mandalorians. And
we can always see
I
it.
think that, and I'm happy for the Acolyte.
Yeah, I've saw some pictures of Acolytes today, like
Yeah.
on the set pictures and stuff like that. So we already know we know one person who's a Jedi in that film. So it's gonna be incredible.
Yeah. Bert sends in a tip. Hello, Bert. Thanks for that. This is good. I thought you'd appreciate my top 5 songs from Spotify Rap from 2022. Number 5, The Batman, Michael Giacchino. That's the score. Peace and Purpose, John Williams. All right, I like that too. Number 3, The Last Jedi by John Williams. You know what? Say what you want about the movie. John Williams crushed it. 3, The Washington Ending Raiders March by John Williams. I'll tell you, I have a Spotify playlist called Tacking into the Solar Winds, and I've been adding to it for like 10 years, and it's like 12 hours long, and I have the Washington Ending Raiders March in that playlist. And number 1, John Williams, The Spark. Bert, that's a great playlist. A lot of John Williams there. Gotta love that. I love that Michael Giacchino from The Batman. By the way, I watched The Batman. I watched my 4K disc the other day. That movie's dope. I saw that movie twice in the theater, man. Watching it back again, I'm like, I love this movie. I mean, Batman does a lot of walking around in really crowded rooms in that movie, but that's okay. I really like that film a lot. And Zoe Kravitz is so, first of all, she's hella sexy in that movie, if I can say that. She is so sexy, but she's really good too.
Yeah.
Man, if they ever made a solo Catwoman movie with her, I would totally go see it.
Yeah.
A Silly Goose sends in a tip and says, tonight's a big night. I'm watching Avatar for the first time without having seen Avatar 2. I was 10 when Avatar came out, and I made my parents take me to see it 3 times. It still doesn't feel real that Avatar 2 is just days away. Long have we waited. See, A Silly Goose, you exemplify what I think a lot of people do. There's a lot of people out there who cannot wait to see Avatar 2. And everyone I've talked to, there's some jaded film people, man. Like, if you looked at Christian Harloff coming out of the theater, he was practically choking up talking about how now that he's, a father and what it meant to him. And Chris Gore is talking about the same thing about families and everything. And he's a dad. He's got 2 kids. And all these people are like choking up. And I think Jimmy C, man, I think this is going to be a zeitgeist film for families. People are waiting for this. They've been waiting for this. Post-pandemic, I think it's going to become a zeitgeist movie. Do not sleep on this. If you're in Vegas betting on box office, don't bet against this movie. Superhero Displays, our friend Superhero Displays. Hail, Holy Trinity. It's funny, every time I hear from Superhero Displays, I look up at my Gladiator Thor. Superhero Displays says, Hail, Holy Trinity. As it's so close to Christmas and the holidays, I thought I'd ask you connoisseurs of 1/6 that plastic crack, what are the grails you are always praying Santa will bring you down the chimney? It's a good question. What do you think?
There isn't anything I want that's already made. I want to get some Andor 1/6 scale figures. I want that Mon Mothma figure.
Man, here's the thing. First of all, where's my Dora Milaje? Come on, man. 2 movies? No Dora Milaje? I'd like that.
I think we're going to get them. Finally. I mean,
but I don't know.
I need Okoye, Io, but the thing is, I don't want that, what is it, the night, I don't want the armor version of it.
No. I want the Dora Milaje.
Yeah.
But Andor figures, dude, I want Mon Mothma in any one of those outfits she's in. I want Luthen in the robe, they should just call it the speech version, the speech robes, whatever robes he's wearing when he gives the speech. And I want that figure, and I want to get like a mini fan that's a USB powered fan and set him up so his robes are constantly just like waving in the wind as he gives his speech. And it should come with a sound chip with that speech, so you can just Luthen
put it in his base.
And by the way, how about re-releasing a little Rogue One action? I mean,
I think they kind of even though it's not exactly the same, getting, like it's not a reissue of K2SO, but I think that they are going in that direction. I was not expecting to get that other droid. I wasn't expecting that, so that was a shock.
I know, but still, Baze Mob we still haven't gotten that figure yet.
No, and why not? That figure's awesome, and he's Asian. Come on, Hot Toys.
Yeah, Baze Mob just give us that figure, man.
Saw Gerrera. Is there a Saw Gerrera figure?
No,
nope, not yet.
Come on, he's so important to this thing.
Mm-hmm. Again, I mean, we'll see what they're going to pull, especially because, like I said, the first and foremost, they're going to give us an Andor. They have to, because we haven't had one, like that. We didn't get one from Rogue One, so that was a missed opportunity there. But I mean, definitely we need one from this show. I think we'll get it.
I mean, I'm going to buy like Axe Woes, but do I really want that figure?
I got it, so I'm kind of excited about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want it because of the simple fact that I want to complete that, that Trinity.
I know, I know, but I'm like, it's not. Yeah.
So
I know, because there's no head sculpt, right?
Yeah.
Won't someone do a head sculpt, please, out there? Someone.
We'll see. But see, the thing is, like, as far as a Grail, like if I talk about Grails, one of the Grails for me that I want that I don't have yet is that Farm Boy Luke. I need to get that Farm Boy Luke. Once I have that in my collection, especially for New Hope, I'll be excited. New though, as far as a Grail, that I want, man.
What?
I would actually say I want to have. I want that What If T'Challa. They have to release that. Because that I do. I'm a fan of What If. I love this show. I have the Hydra Stomper coming next week, with Steve Rogers. I do actually have here Captain Carter. I just haven't opened her, pulled her out the box yet. But I would say I would want that. Definitely, I would. That would be.
I cannot wait for Infinity Ultron.
Yeah, bro.
And by the way, this Admiral Kirk was a Grail figure that they finally made from Star Trek: The Motion Picture. I mean, this figure is, I won't open it, but it's so
stunning. It's stunning looking, Robert.
It's so good. This figure's.
Oh yes, open it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it's well, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? I'll open it.
I'm waiting. They have to give us. Well, I can't. I told Anthony. I said, bro, I cannot wait for Wrath of Khan. You have to hurry up and.
And it looks like they're gonna do Savik too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Percy Alley's character.
Yeah. That who she passed away. So they. By the way, Exo 6, they're the best. This company, I know, Nanjin Tam's kind of crazy.
Quick.
Oh my God. And they're dropping on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Spock goes on sale. But I have to say, this box is, I mean,
gorgeous.
Just killing this, and it's got
That's probably one of the best presentations I've seen in a long time, bro.
Oh, it's got the metal flaps. And okay, here's what I don't know if anyone here. I got to go full frame to explain what this is. But so here, when you open this box where the figure is, here's what I love. So this, let's see if you can see it. This is a frame from Star Trek: The Motion Picture where the travel pod that is carrying Admiral Kirk to the Enterprise actually docks. This is the side of the thing. And the fact that they put this, I mean, Star Trek: The Motion Picture is my favorite Star Trek movie. It meant so much to me. But the fact that they did that with this figure, it's so well done. It's just, I love it. I love, and the packaging. I mean, and this figure really doesn't have any accessories or anything. But here, I'll take this out. I haven't even taken him out. I'm not going to take all the, but this figure is, let's see, gotta put that here. Let me set that there. I mean, this figure is essentially, I'm not going to take it all out yet, but this figure, it's so good.
It's gorgeous.
I mean, it is so good. And The color of the uniform, this green, this is the actual perfect color. This it was not gray. And this, as Justin would say, is a chonky boy. This is a great figure. And
Do you think they'll give us Leah?
Leah, I don't. You know what?
I would think it's Leah. I want Leah, bro.
I would too. I would love it. I would. I just don't know. I don't know if they will, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know if they will. By the way, I gotta Justin. I don't know if Justin's gonna see this. Justin has not reviewed any of the X06 figures.
Yeah. No.
And I know that Star Trek isn't his thing, but X06 deserves his respect.
Does he have them?
No, I don't think that he does. Because, and I get it, you know, Justin's younger and Star Trek isn't his thing. But I would like to see him review these because, by the way, have you seen what this is selling for in the secondary market now?
No.
It's like $500.
Is it completely sold out, or does?
Oh yeah,
Anthony-
it's gone. It's gone. It's sold out like
limited.
on their website in like 8 minutes or something. And then they had an allocation. Yeah, this is gone, and he's never going to make another one of these. So, and I get it. I mean, I get it because it's Star Trek: The Motion Picture. But they're doing a great job. I mean, they put these up for pre-order, and then sometimes they're immediate pre-orders, and then they're coming out. I mean, they're pretty great. By the way, Superhero Displays goes on to say, on tonight's Midnight Musings, our specialist sexual healing guest, Roberto Anal Burnetto, is here. Well, thanks for that. I hope it was all in good fun. It was just how it was intended.
Well, Robert, I really love that you showed us the packaging and everything for this figure, because I would have liked to have gotten it, but maybe one of these days I will. But I did want to mention to you that while I was at the con, I met someone who was in Wakanda forever.
Oh shit! Really?
Ooh.
Yes. In fact, I met a woman who is one of the Dora Milaje.
Ah. And did you get her picture or her number or anything?
Yes. Just what? I have to wait. I think it's here. I did get her picture.
Hang on, let me go full frame on you for this one.
Wait, I don't have it. Wait. Let me.
Well, until you're ready, I won't do it until you're ready.
I didn't have it in front of me. I was not prepared.
It's okay. You don't have to be prepared.
All right, let me get it. Wait, I'll be right back.
All right, good.
So yeah, Lael, more Grail figures. First of all, can we just talk about what the hell is Hot Toys trying to do to us?
I don't know, bro. They're just flooding the system right now. I mean, that was six figures that were actually released this week alone. That
can't be good for them. Like, I mean, we got the Batman. Are you going to get the Batman Forever figures?
Those I haven't gotten. Now, I just got the notification that my Batman Begins is on its way to be here next Friday. But the Batman Forever figures, I didn't pull the trigger on, but they look good. They look
really good.
They look good, just zero articulation. Like you can actually tell, you can see it, but they look real good. I mean, you can see Val Kilmer all through that sonar suit.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. They're incredible.
Yeah, I didn't have that was one of the only, anything after Returns, I didn't have a connection to.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I didn't like the movies, but I do like those two figures together.
Yeah, they look good together. They definitely look good together. Like that, they did a fantastic job on both figures, bro. They did. They definitely did. But I don't know if I'm gonna get it yet. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's
because
good.
There's too much coming right now, bro. Like there's too much stuff that's dropping right now that like we're getting notifications for.
Well, it's like, really, I mean, it's getting to the point where so much stuff's coming out that I've realized I have to make peace with, being a new homeowner and all that I'm just gonna not, I don't, and I'm trying to get movies off the ground. Oh, look at that!
Wow, yeah, mm-hmm. And I remember her, bro. I remember seeing her in the film. Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool. Hang on.
Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. Here, I'm just going to go a little full. I'm going full frame on you. Look at that. Wait, we can't hear you, by the way.
Yes, I'm sorry. She was also in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier as well. I didn't know she was going to be at the con, so I was very surprised. I recognized her right away, and I told her, I said, I've got to get this autographed picture of you. Her name is obviously Janisha Adams Ginyard, and she plays Noble. And, she's such a wonderful lady. But, I talked to her for about 30 or 40 minutes. Then my mother talked to her for about 30 or 40 minutes. And, she was telling me about the cast and how moved they were after making the film. And just, she's so lovely. And this is the other picture of her in Falcon. She was one
Wow.
of the Dura Milaje who,
Oh,
after
yeah.
yes, I'm sorry, Zemo. I keep calling him Nemo. I'm sorry. Baron, that's right. And so she was such a lovely woman. I really like her. And this one, to me, I just love this one. And she's just so amazing. I kind of would like to be able to interview her on the channel. I don't know, but she's such a lovely woman. And it was such a pleasure to meet her. It was amazing, all the different things she was telling me about the film and her experience with it. And but you're right, we need these figures. I mean, this woman, look at this costume. I mean, look at this. And
It's so cool.
it's just amazing. It was such a great experience to meet her. She was on the floor. She was on the artist alley floor. So that made it even more exciting. I had no idea I was going to meet her. As soon as I saw her, I said, wait a minute, I know that woman. So it was just so exciting. So that was one of the people that I met at LA Comic Con last weekend.
Yeah, no, amazing. I would love to do that and get those figures. By the way, 200 Watt Studio says, I had a tweet exchange with James Mangold as well. Also, I saw The Sweet Smell of Success the other day. That film was directed by James Mangold's film school teacher, and James does a retrospective about him on the Blu-ray. I asked him about that. Yeah, well, if you guys haven't seen Sweet Smell of Success, it has one of the great screenplays of all time. And when I made my own film, Free Enterprise, we actually got a clip of Sweet Smell of Success, and it's in the film. That's funny. I should take that clip and send it to James Mangold. I didn't know that. That's very cool. It's a great movie. Brian Autumn says, by the way, it's 200 Watt Studio. Thank you for the support. Brian Autumn says, hi, Rob. I just want to show support and ask who, in your opinion, has the best eye for discovering talent. I know Coppola and Spielberg have some great finds, and even Abrams has a few as well. Well, finding talent, that's actually a really good question. In terms of casting, I don't know. I think a lot of people have good eyes for talent. I mean, I think Christopher Nolan, but he's using great classic actors. But in terms of discovering talent, I don't know. I mean, I'd have to, that's the kind of question I'd have to actually do some research before I could answer effectively. But it's a good question. Brian, I'd have to think about that. But yeah, I mean, Coppola and Spielberg, of course, but I'd have to look into that. Wesley Namila says, Rob and the PGS community, now that Taylor Swift is making her directorial debut, maybe her next movie, Con Air 2, as an assistant director to Rob. Taylor, her best fired, is it best fired or best friend? Emma Stone could be inmates in Con Air 2. Welcome to Con Air. You know what? If they made Con Air 2 with all girls as the inmates, I would totally watch the heck out of that. I'd love that. S. Beam says, Batman and Robin next to the 66 duo Evolution of the Bat. Hey man, you know what? I have only taken my Hot Toys Batman and Robin out of the box once. I bought them because I thought Hot Toys was making the Batmobile.
And now you'll have it in 6 days.
Dude. Well, they ship it on the 16th.
Oh, they ship it? Okay.
I got to look. So
well,
it'll probably
still, there you go.
And I can't believe that's a grail piece for me because I grew up with the metal Corgi Batmobile, the 66, and I watched as a kid. I can't believe they made it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I got to stay away from Jazz Inc. I got the snow speeder coming and the Batwing coming.
They will break you.
I can't do it, dude. I can't. It's and now that they're licensed, do you have any of their stuff on pre-order?
Just the snow
Wait, did you get your cockpit?
on its way. It's on its way.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, okay, I got to tell you. I don't want to oversell it. But when you put it all together, wait until it's all together.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever figures you're going to put in it, just you put it all together, put your figures in it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. And also, did you get the one with the clear plastic glass, the clear in the cockpit?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said he's going to actually, because the deluxe edition he didn't have at that time, but he said he's going to throw everything in. So I was like, all right.
Oh,
cool.
because they've got like a plastic film over. It's a pain in the ass to take off. It's really a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But here's what I would suggest. I know it's going to be really hard when you get it. Set it up and put whatever figures you're going to put in it to take pictures of it before you plug it in. Wait until you get it all, because I cannot stress enough
how it looks, bro. I know.
When
It's
the
gonna be
light,
incredible.
when the light turns on, it because the brightness is there. It is so awesome. And I have to say, and I don't usually rip on other YouTubers,
Mm-hmm.
but it was depressing to me to watch Denobi's review of that thing, and I was like, bro, because I had ordered it, and I think he was the first person that and he totally bummed me out. His review totally bummed me out.
I do not evoke his name.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So anyway, yeah, it's all bullshit. I mean, he had good points or whatever. This thing, it's not perfectly accurate, but it doesn't matter. It's not real. It's pretty goddamn accurate. And I'm just telling you, that first initial, there's been seldom times in my adult life when I've received something, like a toy, because toys, we expect hot toys to be great.
Mm-hmm.
It's when they're not perfect. We're going, oh, it's not perfect. When you plug that fucker in and you turn it on, and it comes with a remote. Did you get the sound thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what he's putting. He's sending me that version.
Okay,
yeah.
well, you got a little radio thing. You hit the button. I'm telling you, you will feel like Christmas morning, and you're 5 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, it is.
I don't even know.
It's. I don't want to oversell it, but you can't oversell it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, as soon as I got the notification that it was shipped, I was like, oh shit. Oh shit.
Dude.
Yeah.
You know what? If it's already shipped, you should wait and open it on Christmas morning.
On Christmas morning, bro.
Come on, dude.
That's what I was gonna do with because I was happy. It's that, and also again my quarter scale Wonder Woman statue from Queen Studio. I was gonna wait and do both because it's just like the Mark 1 War Machine armor. Toya got me that under the tree, so it's like so much I have to open on Christmas Day and unbox, bro.
Let me amend this. Mm-hmm. The Falcon needs to be opened up Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve. Know
why? Because you put a place where you can, because it's a base, and then it sits on the base.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have it next to the tree. So you got to take a picture of it lit up at night with the trees lit up, and then you have the thing lit because it's got colored lights and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Your daughters, Latoya, they're gonna look at you, and you're gonna be the kid.
Mm-hmm.
You're the kid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you.
And
by the way, you're gonna cry. You're gonna cry. You're gonna get all teared up, and they're gonna love watching their dad and their boyfriend, whatever.
And nostalgia, bro. Nostalgia.
It's amazing. Um,
Orgy of Blood Freaks, of the Blood Freaks. Wow. Is that a book?
wait, what?
Yes, it's an indie comic that I picked up at the con. It's a sexploitation indie comic.
Ooh, I never would have guessed. Wait, don't get me demonetized. No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Swing. Mark Spector's avatar says, that woman lives in Palm Springs and she frequents a karaoke bar here. Cathedral City, to be exact.
Yes, he's talking about the woman who plays the Dora Milaje. Yes, she does. And she's such a lovely woman. What a lovely person. Very talented actress. It was such a pleasure to even get a few minutes with her, but she took so much time to talk to myself. She even talked to Mummy, and my mother's very long-winded. She was such a sweet person. I really admire her and her work.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good thing. And we used to live in Rancho. My grandparents lived in Rancho Mirage, so that was right next to Cathedral City. Pod Racing Palpatine says, "What is best in life? Waking up on Saturday morning, having a kipper tie, a cup of tea, and watching Midnight Musings with this awesome trio." Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go.
200 Watt Studio says, "Rob showed James that clip. He was very close to Alexander McKendrick, Sandy as he calls him, and talks about the great lessons he was taught." Yeah, I mean, Sweet Smell of Success is one of the great movies of all time. So I didn't know that. I'll show him the clip. I will show him the clip. Let's see. Superhero Displays says, "Do you think now and this last decade or so that before every review or question of an entertainment project, everyone seems unable to not frame things in a hyper-political answer or a conclusion? It's like the subtext is where's my political view?" Well, I mean, look, I think that our society has brought us there.
To this point, yeah.
To this point,
I think the society has pressured individuals who perhaps, it's not the main focus of their life, pressuring them, and there are people who feel this pressure to pressure others into making a decision in a way that we haven't seen before, where people are throwing, cans of Campbell's soup at paintings, saying, what do you care about? And it's kind of like, well, it doesn't matter what I care about. I don't have to care about anything at all. This is a free world. I can do whatever I want. But young people are feeling incredible amount of pressure that they have to, have this responsibility of telling everyone what they need to care about and why. The unusual amount of pressure for young people, because I got to tell you, when I was young, I did not care about any of this stuff. I was having fun, partying, dating. I think it's sad that anybody should feel that they have to go to those extremes to get their point across. Go ahead and write an article. Go ahead and do something imaginative. But if you feel you have to tell everyone,
to go to the extremes, literally,
it takes the fun out of it.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Well, and there's so many people angry that I understand that by taking up a cause and fighting for what's right, that becomes a joy unto itself. The problem is people want the affirmation for doing so. And true activism means you're not looking for anything to come back to you. You know you're doing the right thing, and by doing the right thing, that in itself is the satisfaction. Yeah. I mean, look, I've talked about this before. I have an obsession with the book of Job. I love the book of Job in the Bible. I love the story. I love the story of Job. And the point is that Job was a man who believed. He believed that one day his belief in God would after all the horrible stuff that befalls him, his belief never flags, never wavers. But the thing is, he's not looking for a reward from God. He just believes in God. And the thing is, he doesn't expect to get anything. His belief is the reward unto itself. I mean, it's so funny. Even now, I always hear people, like my sister's a born-again Christian. She's worried about that I'm going to go to hell in my soul is eternally damned. And I said, yeah, but even in that way, I shouldn't, you want me to walk with the Lord. And my sister her beliefs are very strong, and I respect her beliefs. But she shouldn't, I always tell her, I'm like, you shouldn't want me to believe what you believe just because I'm supposed to get a reward at the end of it all. That's not why anybody should believe anything. You should never do anything to get a reward. You should do things because they are fulfilling to you for their own sake. Like I love working on movies. It's funny because when you put a movie out, when you make it like Tango Shalom, when people watch it, you don't get affirmation. You don't feel some jolt like, oh, someone just watched Tango Shalom. You don't get that. You make a movie, it's the process of making the film that's the gratification. And it's
making and finishing that film, and
Yes.
know that you've put everything into it.
Everything into it.
The bonus is that people watch.
Yes,
You know what I
that's
mean?
exactly right. And the thing is, I know, look, Tango Shalom is what it is. Let's face it, it is what it is. However, I know that there is no better version of that movie, that less than $1 million movie, well, a little over $1 million. We did the best we could to make that movie the best it could possibly be. That movie, now when I say that, let me be clear. Am I saying it's the best movie ever made? Certainly not. I'm saying that we made the best version of that particular movie that could exist. And some people say, well, Rob, it could have been different if someone else worked on it. No, it couldn't have. Because no one would have put as much into it as director Gabe Bologna and I did. Because nobody would have cared about it as much as the two of us. I know because even the guys that created the project didn't care about it as much as Gabe and I cared about it. We were uncompromising. We got it to be the best it could be. And our egos were always about, and that's why I love working with Gabe Bologna, and I love working with him again on the White Devils, is that it's all about, can we make the movie better? It was never about us. It was never my opinion or Gabe's opinion. We would try things, and we'd be like, it works or it didn't. And we'd always, go to the film.
That's very interesting because Lael and I are both from New York. We understand what New York is like to live in New York. Grew up there, practically the neighborhood next door. So we had very similar experiences growing up. And the Tango Shalom inherently has a lot of cultural references to New York.
Yes, it does.
And
yes,
we
it does.
totally get that film. And I think it's very interesting, Robert. You did not grow up in New York, but you edited this film and you understand
captured the essence. Yes.
Well, I mean, I feel that it's so funny to me because the first time I went to New York, I'd never been to New York. And New York is mythical, especially if you're a movie fan. Like, I love movies from the 70s. I love movies, blaxploitation films that took place in New York, grungy. I just got the 4K of The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. I watched that. Grungy New York, Walter Matthau, Robert Shaw. When I first went to New York, my grandmother was from New York. She sent me there. I was from Seattle. New York was more magical than I could have possibly imagined. And every block was a universe. Every person, my sister and I, all we did was walk the streets for a week, 24 hours a day. We met people. We went to cafes. I mean, we never stopped. We'd meet randos. They'd take us to clubs. I mean, it was incredible. Incredible. I loved it so much. I love New York. If I was wealthy, like if I won the lottery, that $2 billion lottery or whatever, I'd buy a penthouse and just move to New York and just live there. And I would never look back.
There's so much richness and art in New York, man. It's like a love home. Like, I mean, I love talking about it. Only reason why, again, I left, was because, I mean, for what I do, it's, better here, especially, for the business. And on top of that, like I said, homes here were cheaper. Yeah.
Way cheap. Yeah.
Way cheaper here in Pennsylvania. Land was all that. And then my mother was here. Like, she moved from New York and came here. She came here first. You know what I mean? So it was, one of those things where, it's Pennsylvania is more like a family type settlement, Amish type country, in a sense. You know what I mean? But yeah, New York, nothing like New York, man. Nothing. Nothing like it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, I'm gonna let you guys go. Let me just finish up a couple more.
Yeah.
Vanky.
I wanted to say one more thing about this, and I'm sorry, and excuse me for interrupting.
No.
About this particular indie comic. When I was on the, at the con and looking at everything, like I look at everything 3 or 4 times. The man who wrote the comic looked at me, and I looked at him. And my mother had said, "What's the title of the comic book?" And I said, "Oh, it's Orgy of the Blood Freaks." And my mother had said, "Well, that's right up your alley, isn't it?" And I said, "Well, yes." So he came over. The author is actually this guy here. That man.
Oh, there you go. Oh, come on.
That's the guy. And he showed me the book, and I kept laughing. And he was like, I said, it's always been a fantasy of mine to make a sexploitation film. And, and I said, the next best thing is a sexploitation comic, but I think it's very funny. I think that this community that we have, where we have these similar interests, it does make you want to produce interesting and creative work. And
why don't we make a sexploitation movie?
I would love to make a sexploitation movie.
Oh, I would love to do that.
And,
I mean, I did direct 5 episodes of Femme Fatales for HBO Cinemax. I actually have an idea. I think it would be great. Lael, would you be willing to do the music and everything?
Sure.
There you go. And by the way, we have got to have, I have a very specific, so I'm a big fan of European, like Jess Franco, softcore sexploitation. There's a movie called Feminine Ridings, The Laughing Woman, and there's a piece of music by Stilvio. Let me find it. Stilvio Ciprietti. Hang on, I'll find it really. It's called Sophisticated Shake. Music. See if I can find it. Oh, I gotta see the clip. Oh, here it is. I found it. This is it. Oh, this is a terrible recording. I can't show you that. Hang on. I'm looking for this thing. I know it's live. People are like, wait, what? Oh, here it is. No, maybe this is it. Yes. Okay. Okay, Lael, I'm going to put this in the live chat.
Okay.
I want to make a horror, whatever it is, it's got to be like this. And so this is one of my favorite things ever. I'm putting it in the live chat. This is actually a clip from the movie Feminine Ridings, and it has music by Silvio Ciprietti. Stelvio Cipriani. Yeah, it's in the live chat right now. Watch this. I want this kind of music. So if you see it in the live chat.
I think I see it.
Did you see it?
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
It is, yeah. So you're, you see what I'm saying? That's what I want. I want a movie with this whole kind of soundtrack. Total throwback to 60s. I love this. So we'll do that. But I would not want to take away from your creativity, Lael. This is just a jumping off point. You do what you want. I'll never tell you what to do.
Nah, this is perfect though.
Mm-hmm. Now imagine, I mean, by the way, Stelvio, he's a huge Italian composer. He composed music for many, many, many movies. I just love this particular piece of music in this particular scene in the movie.
Well, I think there is something to be said about, just looking at, because after all, there's a view of enjoying life, of just even the simple things. And I think a lot of the
sonic in this is amazing.
Yeah, isn't it?
I think a lot
because
of
it's painting the sonics in different spaces. Like you can hear the guitars fits in a different space, the drums, the bass is in a different. Yeah, I like it. Tonally, it sounds good.
Yeah, right.
And I think a lot of this aesthetic is just that enjoyment. She's listening to music and she feels free and uninhibited and, just natural. This isn't something that she's practiced on a soundstage or something. She's just, being herself and being a natural woman. And that's the beauty of this, is enjoying yourself, enjoying your
Yeah.
life. I think a lot of that is in sexploitation, and I really love that element of it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I love this kind of music. You know, I miss that kind of jazzy late 60s swinging London, swinging Italy kind of feel. But yeah. So Superhero Displays says, y'all are the same as me, and that I don't buy figures from something I haven't read, watched, etc. Yet the sideshow Boba Fett mythos seems to be from some IP. Also, Jazz Inc. has confirmed that they're making a 1989 Batmobile. What say y'all? Well, I already have the Hot Toys 89 Batmobile, so I don't need another one.
I need the 89 figure first. I need them to basically reissue that piece so I can get it and just make it better.
You know what? I have it, but it had the Purr's eyes, but mine came and one of the eyes was broken. But when I got it, so it always goes cross-eyed. It drives me. It's a great figure, but it's too small. Like the bodies, they should reissue that figure.
They definitely have to reissue it and make it, definitely make it bigger.
But I think with Flash, they might do that. You know, because he's in the Flash. Let me just finish off. Kevin Morales says, just got home from seeing Violent Night. So good.
Yes.
I have to see that film.
I know.
I definitely have to see it.
Good. It's so
Is
good.
it's enjoyable? I might take
It's
Toy to go see it
wonderful.
this weekend. Yeah.
It's like National Lampoon's Vacation, Die Hard, and Home Alone rolled up into one.
David Harbour.
Santa is a badass.
David Harbour. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see
You're
him.
gonna love it.
Yeah.
You're gonna
I
love
can't wait
it.
to see him in the Thunderbolts either, because he's gonna be incredible.
Oh man, well, where's that figure? I mean, Hot Toys probably drop it tomorrow.
I don't know. They need to drop it soon because the prototype's out there, so stop playing. Like
I would buy a Santa figure from Violent Night. I would buy that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Neko make one probably.
Yeah.
200 Watt Studio says, how is the transfer of Kino Lorber's taking of Pelham 123? It's great. Kino Lorber has been crushing the 4Ks. Now I have to tell you, the movie is shot by Owen Roisman, who shot The Exorcist. It is that grungy 70s vibe, David Shire score. I love that movie, and I loved watching the disc. But there's a lot of people that don't understand what they're looking at. I mean, that's a photochemical movie. It's that grungy New York feel. I thought the disc looked fantastic. I thought Kino Lorber did a great job. They sent me that this week, and Nobody's Fool, which I haven't looked at, the Paul Newman film. I love what they're doing, all Dolby Vision. I think it's really frustrating to read a lot of comments from people online that have no idea what they're talking about, especially when it comes to movies that are shot on film. They're surprised when things are dark or grainy. I'm like, guys, do you understand what cinema history is? But they don't understand. But it's a great disc, and man, I love watching it. Great movie. So I don't know when it comes out. Kino Lorber has been sending me discs usually 2 or 3 weeks in advance now, so I'm not sure when it comes out. I loved it. And watching that movie again, it's so good. And it's funny because I had watched Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, and then Taking of Pelham 123, and I had forgot that in Taking of Pelham 123, all the characters named Mr. Green. And that's totally where Quentin Tarantino got the idea for naming the characters in Reservoir Dogs. And I just happened to watch them all at once. And by the way, the 4K of Pulp Fiction is insane. Yeah, but actually, both of those 4Ks look incredible. Hunter Becknell sends in support. Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate that. Kinky Sphincter has been a member for 23 months. Why, thank you, Kinky Sphincter. And then, of course, 200 Watt Studio says, Taking a Pelham 123 is an all-time favorite. Well, there you go. It is so good. Listen, kids, it's 3 hours, man. I don't want to keep. I've kept you over. I'm gonna bid and Lael farewell. But here's the thing. I think I'll let some randos on because I want to hear people talk about the news of the week and what we talked about. So I will bid you guys farewell. We'll see you next week, or maybe I'll see you more this weekend. I mean, this weekend's a little tough because we still have family, and I've got to go to some concert tomorrow or something. The Nutcracker, I'm not sure. But I'm going to call certain parties and ask about Star Trek Picard Season 3.
Oh, okay.
So we shall do that. So please, everyone, give a great special thanks to and Lael. Lael, where can people find you online?
1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Definitely, if you haven't already subscribed, head on over there, become a member, or actually subscribe to the channel. Hit likes some of the videos that you actually see up. Also, you can find me by the same name on Instagram as well as Twitter. So it's the 1/6 Scale Man 2099. Yeah, and you can find me there. Great content that we got going on. Again, we are actually right now in the Christmas initiative to make sure that all donations, everything that we receive, goes towards making sure that families can celebrate Christmas and have a nice one. So thank you. Definitely.
And where can people find you online? We can't hear you.
Hi.
There you go. Now we can hear you.
Yeah.
You guys can find me on my YouTube channel, Positive Fandom, and I have a show called The Sunday Brunch at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where I do all the parlay in the fandom. But you can also find me here on the Burnettwork, either on Ladies of the PGS on Monday nights or here on Musings with Lael and Robert. You can also find me on the 1/6 Scale Man Network, either on Say What or Uncivilized Scoundrels. I also stream with Lorena Creole on her Twitch channel, and you can find me there as well. So please do check it out, and please subscribe to Positive Fandom. Thank you, everyone, for your support. And it was a great show tonight, gentlemen.
This was fun.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Had a great time.
Well, we'll see you guys next week here, of course. And if there's, who knows what Hot Toys is going to drop this week. I don't know.
Everything. That's what it feels like.
I know, right?
Mon Mothma, Mon Mothma, Mon Mothma.
We'll see. We'll see what they'll do.
Maybe they'll announce that. I mean, wouldn't that be
I don't
great?
know. They'll probably announce, well, again, because remember, we just got the, they did give us the preview of both Padme and the Padawan.
Dude.
That is true.
I mean, but they've been promising that Padme for how long?
I know, which means they need to do it soon. They literally need to do it soon. They need to put that pre-order out. This is supposed to be the phase 2 of Attack of the Clones. So there's Mace, there's Anakin, the Padawan, Padme, and also Super Battle Droid. So,
yes. Well, kids, I will say goodnight to both of you. Thank you for being here. Another great show.
Yes.
And we'll see you next week.
Bye.
All right. See you later. See everybody. Peace out.
Well, everybody, thank you to Lael, of course, Lael Rockwell, the 1/6 Scale Man, and of course the lovely And you know what? I'm going to let on some ne'er-do-wells. That means you. The show. We have so much fun. It's after midnight. We have that late night vibe. Now, here's the thing. I always say this. I'm like, look, if you've been on the show before, don't necessarily come on. Let's see who shows up. So how it works is I'm going to put a link in the live chat where I just put another link, and you'll come on the show. I can let 2 people on at a time, and we'll see what happens. There's all kinds of craziness that happens. And before I do that, I'm going to go drain the main vein and all of that, and we'll see. We'll see what happens late night here on the countdown. So that's always fun, and so give me a minute if you will, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to put in the link to come on this show, and I'm going to bring on you imagination connoisseurs, you members of the Post-Geek Singularity, and we'll see what is on your mind. We got to talk about like whatever happened this week, James Gunn, Gal Gadot. If you want to talk about Raiders or pardon me, Dial of Destiny. If you want to talk about the Guardians 3 trailer, if you want to talk about any news, if you want to talk about the new Transformers, I want to hear from you. And because that's why this show exists. It's Midnight Musings. Why should it just be our Midnight Musings? It should be your Midnight Musings too. So, on that note, I'm just going to let me take a break. Give me, like Chuck Woolery on Love Connection. I'll be back in 2 and 2. How about that? All right. I'm back. Okay, so again, I will put the link in the live chat, and this is not a Zoom. It's not a Zoom call. It's a different software. So I only have the capability. I mean, I could have more, but right now I only have the capability of having 2 people at a time. So here it is. It's in the live chat right now. So we'll see. We'll see who is going to come on this show. And by the way, you can still send in super chats and tips if you want. As a matter of fact, 200 Watt Studio says the taking of Pelham 123 comes out on the 20th. That's cool. Wesley Amila says, Rob, I know you dream of directing Emma Stone in one of your independent movies. I believe you could really make this happen. Rob, work on the dream script. Well, it's funny you say that. I have been. I've been working on the dream script. Well, let's see who we got. We got some good people coming in. All right. I will add some people here. So let's see. Got to make sure everybody comes in. Can I hear you, Yisrael? Okay, I can hear you. I'm going to put you in. Let me put you in, Coach. I cannot hear our friend Binary Sunset. I can't hear him. Oh, now I can hear you. I can't see you though. But that's okay. But I can hear you. Hang on, it gives me a minute to put people in anyway, so I will do that, which is fine, and all good. So I want to hear all about your film premiere. This is going to be fun to hear about. I'm very excited. Post-Geek Singularity member has a film to discuss. There we go. Now we can see you. Okay, great. What's up, Binary? Don't say that anymore. There's no such thing. Binary Sunsets. People are gonna be like, what? No, dude, it's a star system. There's really only 2 of them. I swear to God. It's a binary, it's like the twin setting suns of Tatooine. Don't you get it? Now, someone's going to yell at you for saying binary, which, by the way, would be great. Uh-oh. I had you from... Oh, there you go. You're back. No, call him Binary Sunset because that's the whole point. It's a Star Wars. It's a Star Wars reference. Okay, I've got you. Even though I've got a still frame of you, Binary, I'm going to put you on anyway. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, first of all, in the center square, King Tannic. And Binary Sunset is in the right square. So welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to Midnight Musings. Now, King Tannic, tell me. First of all, you got to explain to people tonight. Tell us, give us a recap. What is this movie you made?
I got a poster. Hold up.
All right.
There, I don't know.
Wow, look at that. Okay.
Made it myself.
Nice.
I like everything else in the documentary. It's a one-man show over here.
As it should be.
But yeah, so we did.
Tell people, what is the documentary about?
Right. I'm trying not to crease these posters because they were expensive. Okay. So my documentary is called Voices of Central. It's now live on YouTube. It's now streaming. You could just search Voices of Central documentary and you should be able to find it. It is doing numbers, bro. You know, for my size, it's doing numbers. But it's about this show choir in Texas, Voices of Central. They are the best show choir in Texas. They're often regarded as that by the public in Texas. And they compete often outside of Texas as well and represent the Texas corner of the show choir world on the national stage. And I followed the 2021 to 2022 school year of this show choir, and I followed their entire journey. We even go out of state to Orlando, Florida, and I filmed the ups and downs. And it was great. We had a few people stood up at the end and clapped. There was cheering, there was crying, there was laughter.
Wow.
It was a great time.
How much fun. So, is this your first movie?
Yes. It's not my first directorial debut. I've been directing since I was a junior in high school because we had a student direct program. And so I started doing it then, but this is like my first big thing. And luckily it's paying off. Like I feel like probably how the Disney executives felt when like Avengers Endgame hit like 300 million. That's how I feel right now.
Now, first of all, how long was your entire, you said you followed him for a year, but after you were done, what was the total production time from the time you pre-production, production, editorial, post?
Production started in November, but I approached the school with the idea in August of 2021. It took them a few months to greenlight it. It had to go around a bunch of different of the directors at the school. It had to go through the principal, and then it slowly worked its way up the chain to the director of fine arts, and then they had to greenlight it. And I think I only got the green light because I went to the school before and they knew me. And if I didn't, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it. And so we started in November. We finished main production in May because I filmed through graduation of the seniors. And then we did
May of this year
over the previous school year in May. And over the summer, we filmed the interviews. So I filmed about 5 interviews of 5 students that we focused on. And then editing went from late August all the way until 2 weeks ago, last week, somewhere around there.
Wow. And now how long is the film?
The film is 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 34 seconds.
And so let me ask you this. I mean, having been there is nothing, having worked on a project, there's nothing like putting it in front of an audience for the first time.
I was scared they were going to hate it.
Now, what was the venue that you were showing the film in?
I tried. Because I'm going to tell you where we held it, and I don't want you to be like, you didn't do it in a theater.
No.
Rob,
Listen, I will never say that.
I tried to get the theatrical experience. The theaters around me, I guess, just weren't having it. and I wasn't
Sure.
going to make like people who wanted to go drive like an hour and a
Yeah,
half.
yeah,
to
of
a
course,
thing.
of course.
So we ended up doing it at the school that
Okay.
we filmed it at, and we were going to do it in the auditorium where they perform, because they have a bunch of speakers in there and they have a projector and everything like that. Took about 45 minutes before we realized that there were so many technical glitches going on, because they had just done a theater production like the
Right.
week before, and everything, all the settings were wrong to do what we were going to do. That we ended up moving to the choir room, and luckily it wasn't like too big of a group, so we were all able to fit. And then we had like two, not like projectors, but they were kind of like TVs. They
Sure.
were big, and we had two of them, and we put them on each half of the room, and we watched it that way in there.
And what was it like for you watching it with the people, your subjects?
I've seen this documentary, and I know any filmmaker will say this, that they've seen their film too many times. I know this entire movie inside and out.
But when you watch it with an audience for the first time, it's like you've
It's-
seen it for the very first time.
Yeah, it's always it reminds me of when I did my first directorial thing my junior year, where you direct things, and in your head it's going to come across a certain way, and the audience is going to have a certain reaction, and then you do it, and then the audience, it's not like they're having a bad reaction, but it's a different reaction than what you thought. You're like, oh, they
Yeah.
laughed at that. I didn't think that was necessarily like a funny bit. Or, oh, they got really emotional at that. I thought that was just like a thing. And so it's always interesting to get, because art is subjective. There's so many different perspectives going on there. And so we had students, we had parents, we had some of the teachers involved, we had friends, we had a good chunk of different people. And so far we've had last time I checked, it was about 215 views on the channel, and it went up about 11 hours ago. 10 people saw it in advance, the people involved, and then tonight was about 30 to 40 people, so it's around 250 260 people that have seen it, and we have a 100% positive reaction.
Well, I've been remiss. I will be promoting it on the channel this weekend as I'm streaming. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
That's, I mean, monumental. You're on your way. Now, let me ask you this. Is that what you want to do, is be a filmmaker?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even get me started on the tangent of why I love film so much, because I'll be here for 3 hours.
Oh, no. But in
yeah.
terms of an avocation or profession, is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Well, I would say you're way ahead of the game.
Cool. I hope so. I mean, I look at like stories of like James Gunn, or some of the greats in Hollywood, and they're like, yeah, I was making videos at like age 6, or like you look at the Fablemans and he's like at age 8, and I'm like, wow, I kind of got a late start.
Well,
so-
I mean,
but-
nowadays, to make something long form and to spend the time you put in, people don't do that. It's all, let's do a TikTok reel or a reel on Instagram for 90 seconds. Now, hang on. I don't want to be remiss. I would also like to welcome Binary Sunset Media.
Hello, Binary
Welcome
Sunset.
to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How about you guys? Well, listening.
Doing well. I'm looking at your impressive collection of books and things back there. I wish I could blow it up.
There's
Is that physical? Is that
Blu-rays.
physical?
Yeah, that's Blu-rays.
Oh, nice.
Is that all Blu-rays?
And DVDs.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, Blu-rays and DVDs, I'm actually going through a process right now of, Rob, you know this best, where you're sussing out the doubles. So you're going, okay, I got that Blu-ray. Okay, take the DVD down, retire the DVD. Do I want to keep this DVD? And what gives me a headache, Rob, is when the DVD has special features that the Blu-ray doesn't, and you're like, okay, I got to keep this. Like, you want this complete kind of thing, you know?
Oh, I'm with you. I didn't know if it was books because I can't see but now that I know
books are
it's
in the back though. Like the books are way back here.
yeah,
so-
but okay, good. So it's okay.
Yeah.
But now okay. Here's what's so for me personally, I had an experience. Kino Lorber put out The Usual Suspects, the 4K, which by the way I don't give a fuck what anyone says. The transfer is amazing. It was supervised by the DP, Tom Siegel. It's great. That was the first disc that I personally was the producer. An early iteration of my company. It was the first time I produced special features on my own outside of a company. And I brought in Kerry David and Dave Parker, who directed The Hills Run Red, later to do those special features, and they have never been available for 21 years. They were out of print, and they were on the 4K. And then they did one piece. Somebody did an in-house piece about Tom Siegel. It was great to see our special features show up, and all the legacy features for the usual suspects. So Kino Lorber is now making sure on their 4K releases, I can't say that they're going to do everything, but they've done a great job of bringing back legacy features. I mean, in the last couple weeks, they put out things like Mystery Men. That 4K disc is great. All the Dress to Kill, their 4K stuff is terrific. But like you, I mean, I never thought I would do this, but I've now split out in my collection all my 4K discs, and I'm putting up another shelf tomorrow, actually, where I have all my 4K discs that are and I've been putting all my 4K discs in slip covers.
Oh, nice. That's nice.
Just because,
Sounds expensive.
like, why not? Well, you know what? It's 25 slip covers for $30, which isn't.
Well, that's
I mean,
pretty cool.
not bad.
Actually, Rob, what I've been doing, this is what I've been doing actually, is some of the Blu-rays that I have, like, you know how they do the releases, like actually the first Blu-ray set, the first Blu-ray I ever bought, and I didn't have a Blu-ray player actually for a number of years, was this. So this.
By the
Planet of
way,
the Apes
that I love that
That
set.
thing's sick.
That set
love
is
this set.
so great.
This is great, but I always hated the way they put the discs.
It sucks.
Obviously, right?
It's terrible.
Yeah. So what I
But the
thought about
set
doing
itself is awesome.
Oh, amazing. So what I've been actually doing is, since I'm a graphic designer, a printer,
And by the
I'm a
way,
filmmaker,
Conquest of the Planet of the Apes, the R-rated version.
oh, that's awesome. So I've been actually kind of doing where if it's on the shelf, I'm gonna print, like do my own design cover and print it. So it's just there for easy access.
Yeah.
And this actually, because what was great about this set is it has that awesome book.
Yes.
So it
Well,
has
that's
that book
and
in
the way it was designed. I mean, Fox was always treating the Apes movies.
Right.
There's one that the DVDs came in the Cornelius head. It
Yeah.
was great.
Oh,
Remember
that's
that?
right. Actually, do you
With
want to know a bit of
The hair.
Yeah. Do you want to know a bit of trivia? I wonder if I think it's Dr. Zaius. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but the filmmaker, Adam, who directed Hatchet, he said he's Dr. Zaius. He did the makeup.
Is that Adam Green?
Adam Green. Yeah. He said in one podcast, he said it's been years later that he was now able to actually divulge that they redid the stills for the Blu-ray set of the apes.
Oh, that he did the makeup?
He was in the makeup.
Yeah, in the makeup. And
So
yeah, that's
And
something Adam Green would do. By the way, tomorrow
confirm that,
they're
but-
doing they do a Yorkie every year.
Yes.
And
yes.
Chris Carr, I got Chris Carr, Dave Parker I think he's directing, but they're doing a reading of the original Final Destination script.
Oh.
Yeah,
They've done Goonies. They've done a few good ones.
Yeah, they're doing that tomorrow to raise money
That's
for
awesome.
their Yorkie charity. And Chris Carr, he asked me if Chris would read, and yeah,
But before we get off of Blu-rays and DVD sets, I've
we'll
brought
never
this up
get
before,
off of
Rob.
Blu-rays.
But I got to say this,
I
Rob,
knew he was
right
gonna say
away.
that.
I think I've come to terms tonight. My favorite all-time set is this. I love this set.
Well, that's the briefcase.
Oh, I opened it up after a few years. Like I put the DVD back into it because I got the Blu-rays of it
Right.
up there. So I was just like, I cannot believe how long I was waiting for an actual great release of Blade Runner, because they had the Warner Brothers cardboard for years. And when I got this for Christmas one year, I still think this is the best.
And my good buddy Charlie produced
Yes.
Dangerous Days. We talk every Thursday night. He lives in Atlanta now. He just had a son. He just had his first son with his
Well, you can
wife Carly.
Yeah. You can tell your friend that I probably watch his Alien 3 documentary
Dude,
all the time.
what is it? It was going to be called like Rape and Ruin, but they wouldn't let him use the word rape in the title. That documentary, and if you have the Blu-ray, the Alien Anthology
Yes,
Blu-ray set,
I'd have
he
that
was
too.
able to because they made him cut out shit on the DVDs, so they put it back in. That documentary, the specifically Alien 3 documentary, is
That was
incredible.
the first thing I popped in. That was the first thing I popped in.
It's incredible. That
I love
documentary,
it.
that whole set, the whole Vincent Ward
Yep.
documentary he did on what it
Wooden
was going to
Planet.
be, incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
No, it's and we're getting so much great stuff. I mean, I've just been, going through my own 4Ks and putting them in these slipcases and
You're right, but I was actually having a conversation with a friend. It's odd how we have this schizophrenic releases where, we'll get these very obscure cult films, but we don't have Magnolia, or we don't have, other kind of films. And I get it. It's the filmmakers want to be very hands-on. Like James Cameron, he said he doesn't want to do The Abyss or any of those. Like,
well,
what
we're
is it,
gonna
True
get
Lies?
those.
Yeah, like True Lies is like, I don't even I think somebody said there's like you can watch it on TV as an HD.
Yeah, I
but
have a burned
waiting.
disc of that from
Yeah.
Spain.
Yeah. So he wants to be hands on. Yeah, it's coming, and I'm not. Hey, I'm all about it. And I was watching the show tonight. I'm definitely one of these people who, I wouldn't say I'm a massive Avatar fan, but I want to go see the film because I was rewatching Terminator 2. I was rewatching some of his films. This guy, like your friend on the Trexperts, they interviewed the Battles Across the Stars, the Roger Corman film, and they were talking
Battle
about
Beyond
how
the Stars.
Battle Beyond the Stars. Thank you. And they were talking about, the editor was talking about how there was this guy slumped over working, and they said you got to make sure you got to pay this guy extra. It was James Cameron. This guy is the guy that's like slumped over trying to make it work, hammering up like Big Mac things.
I mean,
Big Mac-
Cameron did the visual effects for Battle Beyond the Stars and Escape from New York.
Exactly.
John
the
Carpenter's
mappings.
Escape from New York,
They're
and
amazing.
like if you look at like when the glider is coming into New York, flying into New York, and you see these 3 different overhead displays. What they did was they built a model of New York, and they had chart tape, and it looks like it's CG.
A 3D.
It's not. It's a model with tape on.
It's awesome.
And Cameron was, he was amazing. I mean, the thing is, like Spielberg, there are a lot of here. I was talking with somebody, and maybe King Tannic, you could speak to this. We now live in a world where a lot of filmmakers, when you watch a lot of TV or movies, there are shots that are recreations of other shots people have seen in films. Like if you want to convey, like if a child is looking at their parents arguing, for instance, you'll see the kid's point of view. They're looking through like a door frame into the kitchen, and you might see the parents arguing, and then they'll do the reverse, where the parents will be in the foreground, and you look back and you see the kid looking through. There are now, when it comes to direction, a lot of our quick shots they're cliches, and people are using them as shortcuts. It's a cinematic language, but guys like Jim Cameron and Steven Spielberg had an innate understanding of how shot progression within a scene works. So when you're shooting pieces of coverage, how it's all going to go together to tell a story. And nowadays, what's happened with a lot of big budget, I had a very strange experience watching the Russo brothers film The Gray Man, $220 million movie. I'm watching this film, and I first of all, why not make this movie for $30 million? Why does it have to be 220? There was nothing. I mean, I understand they had everything in the kitchen sink in it, but there's a scene in that movie. It's a plane crash where a plane crash is going down, and our main character, Ryan Gosling, is battling bad guys within the bowels of this plane as it's military transport. as it's crashing. When I was watching the scene, it's well shot. The shot progression, you're watching shot for shot. It was all, you don't feel anything because that entire sequence was designed by the previs department. And I'm watching it, but it's not about the character. You're not following, you're just watching this beautifully constructed action sequence. There's no emotion in it at all when you watch it because it's almost, in a way, it's almost like pornography. The movie, I mean, it's this mechanical, soulless sequence. And I think back to the people that really know how to direct, and I go back to Raiders. We talked about Raiders earlier tonight.
Yeah.
The truck chase in Raiders, where the Germans are taking the Ark on the truck out, and Indy leaves on horseback to get it. That long action sequence is extraordinary because it's always about Indiana Jones himself. It's not about the actual kinetic action that's happening. It's about the fact that Indy has a goal, and you as the audience know that the goal is to get to the Ark. But to get to the Ark, you have to first get on the truck where the Ark is. So that's one obstacle. And within that sequence, an obstacle is thrown down, Indy surmounts the obstacle, then a bigger obstacle is thrown down. To the point where you get in the front of the cab and they're fighting, and Indy is thrown out of the window and falls underneath the truck and has to then hold on for dear life with his bullwhip. And the sequence is a great action scene, but you never leave Indy. It's always about Indy. The action scene is not about the action. It's about the predicament Indiana Jones finds himself in, and can he surmount this situation to achieve his goal? That's what makes a great action scene. Nowadays, the action scenes there's no emotion. So you're watching the action happening and it's cool, but you don't have, there's no emotional resonance. So what you're watching is pornographic really means without feeling. And so when you're watching a action pornography, you're just watching the mechanics of this happening. And while to a certain extent that's stimulating, but you don't care.
In a way, it's not stimulating because, like you're saying, is that a lot of these action scenes that are being done previs, they're almost becoming very generic. Where actually, like where I was working on some editorial stuff, and I was watching clips of Terminator 2. And I still get excited by this little simple action scene, and it's something that nobody really talks about. It's this one part at the end when the T-1000 is chasing with the tanker truck, and the Terminator grabs this M16. He goes on the back of the cabin of the truck, goes right on top of the semi, and just unloads like point blank into the T-1000. Grabs the wheel, then turns it. The truck flips, and then he surfs it, and then does a somersault. And you're like, "Holy crap!" Like, and it's an act, it's a stuntman, but the way Cameron frames it, like, it just has this energy to it, to where I think there is a desensitization. Like, I get it, CGI, but what was great about Cameron, especially in the early days, he could mix his special effects, especially in Alien, with the back projection. I think the drop ship falling, this is the volume before the volume. And even the Terminator, he uses a lot of back projection.
Rear projection.
But he was rear projection, sorry. And then he was able to change it up because he believed that he wanted to make sure the audience wasn't aware of the technique you were using. So he would change it from shot to shot.
Oh, yeah. And look, there's some ropey effects in Aliens.
Yeah.
But it's some of the flying effects and stuff. It's fun.
It's the emotion. It's the emotion that
you
you're
don't care.
talking about.
Do you know how many alien suits they had when they made Aliens?
I think like 50 or 40.
Nope.
Like a few.
6.
How many? 20?
6.
6?
They only had, that's all I could afford. And one of my favorite stories at the beginning of Aliens, when the salvage vessel finds the Narcissus floating in space, the shuttle from the Nostromo, and the blue, they cut open the door and the blue laser comes in and scans the inside.
Awesome.
They didn't have the budget to get a laser. And Gail Ann Hurd, he was married to Gail Ann Hurd, and that was his wife at the time. And Gail Ann Hurd says, no, you can't have it. So he had to spend his own money to get that blue laser.
That's
and
James
it's great
Cameron.
that's James Cameron, the smoke, and it scans through the whole. And a lot of people would say, well, why does that matter? But it does matter. And that scene when the thing comes in and, the doo and the sound effect and all that, because it creates a mood. It's the beginning of the movie. And then the salvage guy comes in and it's great because when he realizes there's a living human being on the ship, their salvage, their reward goes away. Well, he says, there goes our salvage.
Yeah. Well, I think like what it allows though, in like what I always remember from initial viewings is that it was kind of alien. Like it wasn't like the xenomorph alien, but it was like,
oh yeah.
What is this alien? And when you see, what I love is he recreated the Narcissus. So the interior, so you have that 1979 Ridley Scott look, but then it scans through it, and then you have this something new, and then something's different. And when you have our human beings come in, and then he drops us back into that corporate talk, like you were saying, oh, there goes our salvage. So we're back into where we were going back, like into that world. But at the same time, he just had that ability to unsettle us for a moment, not knowing what was going on. He knew that was important. And that, to me, that's James Cameron. And that's why I will go and I'll check this out. Like if I like it, if I don't, I know there will be some amazing stuff, but I do feel, and I said this in a super chat, I think since Titanic, I think he just rubbed people the wrong way, and it just stayed with the overall narrative where people wanted to come at him. Like I understand, I've heard from people who have actually worked with him that yes, he can be a little testy, granted, but the work, we're talking about the art. The guy, he's got a body of work that speaks for itself.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I mean, here's the thing, he doesn't suffer fools gladly.
Exactly. You told this story about when you were on
I
love it.
I won't tell that story but having met him and interviewed him, I mean, the guy's a very impressive human being, but here's the problem. He's had to deal with everybody second guessing him all the time in his career, and he can do he can do everyone's job on the set, know, and I guess I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with somebody who can know, like he lives and breathes it. So I think that what I find distressing is how much work he puts in. The Avatar films represent the pinnacle of I mean, here's the funny thing. James Cameron he doesn't fail, like the story he's telling at the level of his storytelling, he's giving you exactly what he wants to give you. He's working at a very classical meat and potatoes level, but then his technique is what elevates a simple classic story to the next level. I mean, Aliens is a standard, it's a Vietnam War film. It's Platoon. I mean, it came out the same year as Platoon, but it's basically Platoon. It's hoorah. It's that whole American military jingoistic thing in space, and then they get decimated by the more primitive people. But it's so well done, and his use of camera and editorial. I mean, what's really interesting is that using cinema as a storytelling technique. It's all about, it's the same way as using language when you're writing a story. If you're a great author, you can paint pictures with words, and great authors can convey exactly what they want, and it's breezy. Cameron inherently understands cinema in the sense that he understands exactly when you cut to a new image, how it all works together to tell the story that you want to tell. Like, I'll give you an example. If you're making a low budget movie, one of the things that kills you when you're making a low budget film is not having enough time to shoot coverage. So you have like a medium shot with a 50 millimeter lens, which is essentially how we see two people talking. There's nothing more boring than that. And so when you're watching just two people in a room talking, that's how we see. So when you use a 50 millimeter lens, which is kind of how we see it, it just becomes boring. The imagery is boring. So what cinema is to change the images that you see in a movie so it doesn't look like how you see the real world. That's why we love close-ups of faces, or you get too far away. You know, and what you want to do is you never want to use an image in a movie that you're directing that looks like how your audience would see the real world, unless that follows into your storytelling somehow. Like when you're literally trying to shoot a person's POV, you want it to look like if somebody's been knocked out and they see a loved one over them, their heads like looming over them. Depending on how you want to do it, you can use a wide angle lens, or you can make it look like how they would see. It depends. But Cameron and Spielberg, they were born understanding how to use shot progression, different kinds of shots to tell the story that you're telling. And you can learn that, but it's hard to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. But I just want to add on to that. But a lot of people don't talk about James Cameron is why he's made the top grossing films is because he appeals to multiple demographics. Because like my mom loves T2. My mom loved the Terminator. Now, when I was in
because it's a love story.
Right. And when I was in school, I went to Titanic to see the ship break apart and crash. So he goes, okay, this is for those guys to see the ship fall apart, all that stuff, the mayhem, the love story. You could connect with different characters. He gives you multiple different. Oh, I love that. That's cool. I see that pulling those old VHSs out, and those sold so much. But he appeals to that, to multiple different, and that's the same thing that happened with Top Gun this year. So, and I will just say one thing about Top Gun Maverick is Chris McQuarrie said the one thing that I've been saying about Top Gun Maverick that I haven't heard anybody else say. They asked him why the film was successful. He said it's because it's sincere. And that's the reason why I thought it was successful. And I feel Cameron will bring that with Avatar 2. You know, he'll just have this story that'll appeal to different, it'll have more of a kind of a broader appeal, right? It'll appeal to a wider audience. And he has that ability to just appeal to different demographics. And sometimes we've been seeing more laser focused things, right? You know,
Sure.
We've been seeing things that are more laser focused that are just, they're trying to find that audience, I guess. But where he did Titanic and he did Avatar, and it just appeals to that broader audience. So I just wanted to say that is that Cameron always had that thing where he knew, even when you were talking about aliens, when we think about aliens, like I loved aliens growing up, but every, girlfriend I've ever shown aliens to, they freaking love it too, right? Like it has that appeal too. Like it's like, who doesn't love that movie?
Well, that's
guess,
I mean, and I think there's something to be said for classical storytelling. The thing about aliens is it's a bunch of really capable people going down a rabbit hole that they don't realize that they're unequipped to handle. And the hole they're going into is going to fuck them up. And it's something, and it's not just because you've got men and women on that team. It's that's a universal. The thing that Cameron does, the brilliance of his storytelling, is that it's almost as if you're watching something you would always understand as a child, but now you're an adult. It's like, oh, when they go into the colony on LV-426, the two teams go in, and they've got their motion trackers and everything. All of us are watching that together, whether you're actually literally putting your hands over your head or your face. We all know they're like, oh, fuck, don't go in there. All of us, men, women, old, young, we all understand that this team of Marines should not be going into this place. We get it. It's whether it's a haunted house, it could be teenagers going into a haunted. It happens to be very heavily armed Marines going into the space. It's all the same. And it doesn't matter if you're a girl or a boy watching the movie. It's like being a kid going into a haunted house. you don't want to go in there, but you kind of do. It's universal, and so that's where Cameron lives. He tells these stories that you can have an unstoppable mechanized killing machine from the future that traveled through time. All those trappings are great, but really it's a very scary monster that's stronger than you, that is going to come kill you. And the thing about Cameron is he distills it down to the very basics of it. So it doesn't matter what demographic you are in the audience, the Terminator works for everybody.
Yep.
And that's what he does with all of his stories. I mean, The Abyss, I love it when Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio shows up, and the blue collar, basically the truck drivers that run that oil rig, they're like, oh, that bitch, she showed up, because they're all on the side of Bud Brigman and his side.
Where is she? Can we make a movie and can we cast her? Seriously. I get it, actresses age out, but I've missed her. I always, when you were talking right here, I just got this flash in my mind of of Scarface, right? Just at the end.
I mean, Scarface, Color of Money, The Abyss. I mean, the 80s were.
Great.
She was Tom Cruise's girlfriend in Color of Money.
Exactly.
So, King Tannic, let me ask you this. Weigh in on this. Now that, you've been editing, shot progression and all that, do you have any thoughts on James Cameron's storytelling ability?
Well, what I was doing is it's a little bit different from, I guess a movie with a script that was intentionally with certain shots.
Sure, but you're still creating a story.
Yes, but it's not like I know what people are going to do in advance, so I can't prep shots and things like that. So, but what I was gonna say is I think that and you guys have alluded to this, but no one straight up said it yet, is that there's just a lack of intentional filmmaking in this era of film, and I think that has a lot to do with just how the power shift has happened in Hollywood, where if you're going to be a director, you need to also be in the producer area as well, or you need to have connections there, or else you're not going to have any creative freedom over this movie. The reason why James Cameron can do what he does even in this day and age now is because he's already pre-established in an era where it would be easier to do those types of creative endeavors. And another thing that James Cameron does is Titanic, my favorite movie of all time. The pitch for that was Romeo and Juliet on Titanic. That was the pitch. But he
hired Romeo.
Diverges a little bit from the story in some areas, where instead of just Romeo and Juliet dying, everybody dies. But I think what James Cameron does that's so special and why it connects to so many people, and I've listened to so many people criticize James Cameron, and I've listened to so many people praise James Cameron, but I've never heard anyone bring this up. It's that he tells stories that are hey Taylor, I see you in the chat. Sorry, you threw off my train of thought. He tells stories that are familiar, that the audience already knows, in a way that he can build off of them, and he still creates his own world. So a lot of
100%, totally agree with you.
Avatar, John, Rob, I know you hate this. It's Fern Gully in space.
No, but it's
Pocahontas. It's all this. But yes, that's the point. That's the point. And then James Cameron takes it and he changes it a little bit, and he adapts it, and he evolves it into something more James Cameron-like. And then the
Terminator's man with the glass hand. So.
Well, yeah, soldier. Yeah. The thing about the idea is it's Fern Gully in space or whatever. The idea of Avatar, like a dude, and some people say, oh, it's a white savior myth. I mean, where he literally a character literally gives up his white skin.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not that. And I get the white savior myth trope. I understand. But the thing about that is it's not really that. What it's about is it's a fish out of water story, really. And that fish out of water story, you've got a hero's journey. I mean, all stories are telling stories about heroes. And it's what I find really interesting is it used to be, we now live in a world where everybody wants to tear down Western civilization. Mm-hmm. They really want to make it the myth of, the colonizers. I mean, the entire Western world is terrible. You know, that's what there's a lot of activists now want to say, that we live in the world where and I'm like, it's so weird to me. I'm like, okay, so I always use the example of stoplights, you know, and I'm like, to me, stoplights represent civilization, because stoplights, first of all, you need technology to make them work. You need electricity. And then someone had to come up with the idea of red, green, and yellow as being a signal that we can all understand.
But also, Rob, when they stop working,
Chaos.
people know. No. I've encountered. I understand what you're saying. Probably in some places, but when they stop working, I've noticed people do adopt the four-way stop.
Oh yeah. I meant all stoplights everywhere.
Right, but
I
mean, like, yeah, but it's funny how, like, I think, like, when you brought that up, stoplights, like, that's perfect, because I often thought that. I know that's funny. I often have thought that because it's this light, and we have this understanding. Stop, go.
Yeah, I mean, but yes, people. I would say that people are smart.
But it is interesting. That's awesome that you brought that up. I thought that's a great metaphor for it, though. That it is this kind of thing,
Well, yeah, I mean,
it represents society.
Here's everybody wants to. Yeah, I mean, and to me, civilization's all made up anyway. We all agree that, like, at the end of the day, we human beings who are animals, it's better when we can build communities. So we can divvy out the work between all of us to make a civilization where we don't die when the elements don't kill us, or the predators on the African veldt don't kill us, or whatever. It's like, let's band together and we'll build the shelter. You make the food. You'll sew the clothes. You'll raise the kids. So we all work together. It all began as a civilization, started as a response to not dying, and then it goes from there. Then somebody's like, oh, you had a really good hunt today. Let's paint the story of today's hunt on the wall of the cave. Let's tell the story. Like Fred over here, he kicked ass. That woolly mammoth was going to trample Charlotte, and Fred was able to get, I don't know why Charlotte went on she snuck on the hunt anyway, but then Fred saved Charlotte, and we were able to take down the mammoth, and now we can all eat for the next month. Let's paint that story. But
also that sorry. Continue.
No, go ahead.
All I was going to say is that we also had, as human beings, we had the ability to create a narrative. Not only that, as hunter-gatherers, we were able to say, if I throw this spear, I'm able to hit that target. Therefore, I will eat tonight. So we were able to imagine and project, but also too, not only the day that was, the hunt, there was always going to be storytellers. There was always going to be somebody who created it. And we can trace our history back through our art. And that's why art is so important today and should always be preserved. And why film is one of those new forms of art. I just wanted to add that, that it's just one of those.
What I was going to take 3 hours to explain earlier, you did that in like 30 seconds. So that was perfect. I might take this clip and then use that.
What Rob said?
No. Well, you described like the evolution of story and then going into film.
Yeah.
And, like, that was beautiful.
Well, I mean, and look, I mean, what I find really interesting now is we live in a culture where like we were doing just fine, evolving into like all the, like, go back far enough, human beings have been horrible to one another over the course of human civilization, horrible. And it depends on where you are. Everybody hates somebody. Racism is different around the world depending on where you go. Where depending on what continent you're standing on and where you are, and we all hate each other. Figure out the lattice work of hatred, because it's easy to find. But at the end of the day, what's really not easy is to build something new, despite the fact that humanity has lived in this charnel house, this churning horror of our civilization that we've able to come up with anything. It's amazing.
Right.
And now our civilization is, we have elements in our civilization that want to reject the very civilization that we live in. They'll talk about how certain people were victimized to build the civilization we live in now.
Mhm.
And it's like, this is not anything new. The entirety of human history, since we climbed out of the trees. I mean, it's funny. Stanley Kubrick makes 2001. What is the opening of that movie about? It's about the fact that you have two tribes that are sitting there screaming at each other across water.
Yeah.
And then an alien entity, the monolith, call it what you want. The monolith's like, yo, you don't just have to yell at each other. You can actually pick up bones lying on the ground, and you can walk over and brain these people on the head and kill them and get rid of them, and the water's yours. And
But
that
not
is
only
the-
that,
that's the beginning of civilization.
But
Learning-
not only that, Rob, the most haunting part about that in 2001 is that if you progress forward, Dave Bowman, there is the AI that could possibly be the next evolution, or where is man going to go? And what does he have to do? He has to kill Hal to evolve forward, like the apes did at the beginning of 2001.
Well,
There's multiple different levels. No, I'm not saying that's I'm just speaking out of my ass here. I'm just finding it interesting that there are two different kind of things. Like we of course could go into a whole thing
but you
about
can't
2001.
see.
I'm a big Kubrick guy.
Stanley Kubrick's my favorite
Yeah.
director of all
he's
time.
mine too.
And,
I
but
got
I
shelf, right there.
I don't know if I subscribe to that, because
No. I wouldn't say that's a well thought out assessment.
But yes, but I mean, I'm just speaking at that particular time. The fact is, it was the death of that other tribe, braining them on the head, that allowed us to progress. They had to die. There was no way that tribe could live and allow humanity to move forward. So
And
at the end of the day, what I find so interesting is there's all these people complaining, about like, all these people, like, you caused all of this horror to happen to us because for various reasons. And it's like, well, there are civilizations in the world that didn't do shit. They didn't evolve, they didn't create, they didn't do things, and for various reasons. And you can't sit there and then go, let's just blame everybody. Look, my whole thing is this. The cycle of progression and evolution is violent, it is painful, it is horrific, and it is uncompromising. And the idea that we think we're going to live in a world where, like, what happens if a solar flare is ejected from the sun tomorrow and fries the earth? The entirety, the 4 billion years that the earth has been here, all of the struggles of every human being or every animal or every creature that ever existed on earth could be eliminated from one solar ejection from our sun. Like in the movie Knowing with Nicolas Cage, if you've seen that. But so this idea that we're always trying lately, especially in our culture, especially here in the West, especially in America, we want to like litigate the horrors of humanity from the last 1,000 years or whatever, is silly to me. And it's like, there is the strong and there is the weak. There are cultures that worked and cultures that didn't. And the fact is, I would much rather live right now on the bones of every single human being that has sacrificed for the last 10,000 years for us to get where we are, so I can be talking to you gentlemen on the internet right now. Because you know what? If you had invented Facebook, you would have invented Facebook. And bitch and moan and complain all you want. But the difference between the people that are the haves and the have-nots are the people that took it, the people that did it, the people that figured out what they needed to do to succeed. And what we live now in a culture of, we want to celebrate victimhood. And I'm like, The only thing victims have to celebrate is the fact that they'll never achieve anything because the world, the universe is uncompromising and horrible. It is a horrible charnel house of awful shit that happens all the time. And the fact of the matter is, it's up to us to make it
Create our
bearable.
own light.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Kubrick said.
Yeah, exactly.
And King Tannic, what you did, only you did it. No one else did it. Now, how long was the entire production time of your movie?
The inception of the idea was June 2021. I pitched it to them in August of 2021, and we wrapped production in like 2 weeks ago, end of November.
And then you screened your movie today.
Yes.
Okay, what was that? I don't know the entire day of all that. So what you did was you had an idea. You conceived it. You produced it. You made it. And now you have, and how long is your film? It's 1 hour, 58 minutes, and how many seconds?
1 hour, 50 minutes, and 34 seconds.
1 hour, 50 minutes, and 34 seconds. If you didn't do that, it would not exist. And at any point in the time that you began your project, you could have quit.
I
I'm
almost
bored.
did.
Yeah, everybody almost does when they make these projects, but you didn't. And the fact is, you did something that no one else you know did. No one around you, even the people, even the subjects of your documentary, they never thought to make a documentary about themselves. Or maybe somebody did, but they didn't do it.
Well, I mean, my view going into movies is there's two prominent views. Number one is that I want to give people the same feeling that I felt when I watched movies like Titanic or movies like Weathering with You or the Lord of the Rings trilogy, whatever. I want to recreate that feeling that I had, that magic, that love. And then also I want to create things that I want to see. So I always thought when I was in the show choir and I was dance captain, training these people to go up and compete nationally, I was like, wow, there's potential here. Like, this is really cool. Why is no one like covering this? Why does this not have a bigger following? And then I was like, I guess I'll have to do it myself. Like Thanos grabbing the gauntlet.
But what you just described is the entire history of human civilization.
Yeah.
That's why we progress. And you know, what ends up happening then is, let's say you do this 25 times more in your life. And you spend the next 50 years making 25 movies.
No, that'd be great.
But you're going to get a bunch of people that are going to look at you and go, why does he get to do it?
Yeah.
What's his background? What privilege did you come from that you get? And now the answer to that question is, you got to live in a civilization where you were even allowed to think that way.
Yeah.
That you were even able to, like, people talk about privilege of color. No, the real privilege is that you exist in a civilization that gives you the luxury. You don't have to run away from predators every day. That you got to dream up something. That you lived in a and by the way, we're asked to now apologize that we live in a society that, one, we didn't create. We're lucky to be here. And it's like, you need to apologize for your privilege. I'm like, fuck, why? Why? Many people died to make sure I lived in this world. I'm happy to be here. Why are you asking me to apologize for the civilization that I just exist in? Do you know what this civilization gave me? It gave me the ability to make a documentary film celebrating the creativity of how many people are in your documentary total?
We focus on 5 in particular, but in the choir,
the choir,
there's about 56, and then there's the director, so it's probably around 60.
Okay, so 60 people in your documentary that you dreamed up because you were privileged enough to live in a society where you had parents or you had family, you lived in a place where you had fruit and you had stoplights, you know, and you had all of these things that allowed you to grow up and be able to dream. And then what you did was you went out and you conjured, you magicked something into existence that didn't exist before. Now, I would think that our civilization should be full of this. Like How old are you?
I'm 20. I'll be
You're-
21 in like 5 months. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I knew
I'm
you were
old.
20. I just wanted you to say that. So you're
Oh,
20.
Joel.
You're 20. But what I'm saying is, how many other 20-year-olds that live in the same privileged universe that you live in made movies in the last year?
Less
I would
than
guess
1%.
0.
Yep.
You're the only one. Why didn't they do it? Because they didn't. That's the answer. They didn't. Why didn't they? Because they didn't have the wherewithal, the thought, the ability, the spark of inspiration, whatever. They weren't in the choir. But we now live in a civilization where there will be people that will tell you that you did something wrong, that your inspiration or whatever. Well, why do you get to do that? Why didn't I get to do that? Well, the answer to that question is because, well, you're not as smart as King Tannic is. You weren't, and no one wants to hear that, but it's true. Like you did something extraordinary, and you got to experience the fruits of your labor tonight. And we should live. Our society should be filled with people that are doing what you're doing or what other artists are doing. But it's hard to do that.
I seem like a crazy person to everyone I know in person. The reason why I'm online so much is because people like on the John Canby show, or you guys are my online friends that I talk to, are the only other people that like match the same drive as me to do these types of things. And in real life, or not, I guess not, y'all are real. I'm not saying y'all are a simulation, but like in my physical life, everybody's like,
oh no,
why is this guy
if you go to
so-
Lens AI and you type in Robert Burnett online persona, you get me right now.
You're an AI. Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
You should be a search engine. That'd be great. No. All the encyclopedia of film. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. But yeah, I mean, people look at me and they're like, he's like, why are you so driven about this? People at the premiere tonight were telling me, when you pitched this to us, we were kind of like, okay, not believing that it would be good if it got finished at all, and then also not believing that it would be finished. And then they said, but we watched it tonight and you did that. And I was like, I did.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like to be egotistical, but sometimes I'm like, yeah, sometimes you just have to freaking do it. And I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that.
It's not
year and a
egotistical.
half of
It
work.
is something that you have to be proud of, because it
Yeah.
takes a lot to do. When you start an idea, when something starts as an idea and you put pen to paper, and then you have to go through with it. And like we were talking tonight about James Cameron, and he put up his own money. When you take these risks and you go through these obstacles, and you have to be persistent. George Lucas in the Light and Magic documentary said the key to filmmaking is persistence.
Mhm.
And you have to keep at it. And it is painful, because there will be times where there will be people who question you, who might have your best interest in mind, but at the same time, you want to see the finished product. And once it's there, you would be shocked at what happens to it. Like, okay, Rob, for example, he directed Free Enterprise. I saw that as an ad in a skate magazine or whatever in the 90s. I sought it out, and now I'm talking to him here. And I watched it, and I loved it, and it's great. And I don't want to
thank
pick
you.
a scab, Rob. I don't want to pick a scab, Rob. Waiting on that 4K, but I will wait to the ends of the earth.
I'm trying.
Hey,
trying,
I'll wait
Ringo.
forever.
I'm trying
I'll be first
real
in line.
hard.
Free Enterprise is on my watch
'Cause
list.
it
I haven't
needs-
seen it yet. I'm sorry, Rob.
It's
Oh,
on
you
Amazon.
can't see it. No, it's
It's on
not.
Amazon. Well, oh no, you're right.
No, it's
you know
you
what?
can't. It's completely.
Am I allowed
Oh.
to find someone who does?
Well, they
like
do
a-
that bullshit on Amazon where they have the icon there and they say you can't watch this. It pisses me off. Like when you
Robert
save it,
Meyer Burnett.
it saves the icon, and then you can go to Free Enterprise and it says this is not here. And I get mad. You just reminded me of that.
Well, there
I
are
was gonna
clips
watch-
from it on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, and I watch it because Shatner is awesome.
Oh, got bait and switched by Amazon. But I mean, what you were it said it was there, and then I clicked the link and it was like, sorry, not available. But I mean, what you guys have been talking about, and I kind of stay out of it because I'll be honest, I'm younger than both of y'all. I mean, y'all are great, but I think it's safe to say I'm the most like immature one, uneducated one here. and I'm humble enough to,
Oh, I
say that.
disagree
I
with that.
still, I
I-
still
I-
need education.
I mean, I look at all the movies you have on your thing. This is my Blu-ray collection, right? I don't know if I can move my chair right
The
there.
fact that you
That's
have a
it.
Blu-ray collection is great enough as it is.
Yeah, but
Keep
you
that
don't.
going.
I mean, you don't need. I mean, here's the thing. There's no.
Yeah.
The funny thing about that is comparing and contrasting. I mean, the fact of the matter is, you've only been alive for 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, you were born in what 2002,
Yeah.
3.
And I've only been
Wow.
deep into the film fandom for about 5 years.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, of the 20 years you've been
That's
on the
cool.
planet, the first 10 years is a wash. You're doing what you're doing. And then you get to between video games and all that, the fact that you even got into films at all, the fact that you've now made a feature documentary at 20.
Awesome. Mm-hmm.
Feature documentary at 20. I mean, that alone sets you apart. And here's what's really interesting. I mean, I think that the problem with our civilization now is it used to be that citizenship. It's funny. I was watching because one of the discs I got recently was Starship Troopers, and in the movie Starship Troopers, in that future, in order to become a citizen, you have to serve. You have to serve, in the Marines or the military of the future, in order to get the right to have a kid or something. You have to earn the right to be a citizen. Well, we now live in a world where I think that because we've only ever really known comfort here in the United States now, but when the United States when it was first forged, there was no comfort. I mean, I'm glad I don't live 200 years ago. It sucked. There's no hot and cold running water.
No, dental care.
I mean, you didn't have good teeth. It sucked.
Well, I mean, I was rewatching Till tonight after we finished the premiere because I needed something to calm me down. So I was like, let me put on something super depressing. So I watched Till again because it's on Amazon. Go watch Till, by the way. It's my second favorite movie of the year.
I can't wait to see it.
And I was watching it, and did I? Oh, okay. I almost lost my train of thought. I'm back. Okay, sorry, buffering. I was thinking about it, and I was like, man, could I imagine living in this era? No, I couldn't. I don't even know if I would exist in this era because one of my parents are black and one of my parents are white. I don't even know if they would have gotten together at that point, and if they did, I probably wouldn't have.
Well,
even
depending
made it
on where in the
at
United
all.
States they were,
Yeah.
they might not have been able to.
Exactly.
Or they would have, and they would have made a movie like Loving,
Yeah.
and you'd be famous.
But I think about that, and I'm like, bro, like the fact that people would hate me for something so trivial as my skin color is like that. I'm watching this movie and I'm like, how is this even a thing? I don't understand. Sometimes people are
It's
just
good that you don't. Be happy that you
it's
don't.
weird.
Yeah, it's great, and the unfortunate thing is people still do it to this day.
Of course.
To the extent where, what Rob was saying, that I find interesting is when people want to tear down our society, they yet still utilize the same aspects of said society. So I always say to them, well, if you hate the society so much, and if you hate this cultural appropriation, then it's like, well, stop wearing jeans. Stop doing this. Stop doing that. It's like, no, you won't because you like it. So how about we move forward and try to change this conversation?
Well,
To which, but that's a bigger thing. But I would like to say, going off what he was saying is, no, it's great that you think that way, though. Rob, continue. Sorry.
It
no,
just
I
baffles
think
me.
it's true too. But I think you brought up a good point. I mean, how fascinating is it that you watch a movie like Till, you're a product of, here's the thing, the fact that you even have to comment on the fact that one of your parents is black and one of your parents is white is still problematic. I mean, it's such we still live in that world. And one of the things I was like as a kid about Star Trek, bringing it back to Star Trek, was nobody said anything, because when you live in a spacefaring civilization, you have human beings marrying Vulcans, You know, nobody cares. It doesn't matter because people are like, well, yes, we've now met 100 different species. We're all like friends. We're all getting along. But we still live on a planet where, depending on where you are, I mean, look at our political system. It's by the way, a monumental waste of time. All of these petty hatreds have been preventing us. You know, if you're a smart person living in this civilization, it's really hard because at some point you just want to throw up your arms and go, Jesus Christ, why are we wasting? Because we have to cater to the majority of our population, which is not as educated as we would hope they would be. And so people are because life is hard. And it's all of the things that we want are luxury items. Because when you're being alive, the first thing you have to think about is survival. And how do you eat? Where are you gonna hang your head? You know, and that assumes you're in a right enough state of mind where what if you're in the throes of addiction or you're mentally ill? How do you take care of yourself?
Yeah, you know, and Robin, I think what you're saying, and I wanted to tee up on that, is just this sounds morbid to other people, but to me, when I find myself in a state of, let's say, depression or anything else, I think about these situations in human history because we hear about all these different stories, given the Holocaust or anything, where human beings actually survived. They got through these horrible atrocities when they were victims of it. And I think to myself, I wasn't in that situation, but at the same time, they got through it. So I'm able to at least get some strength from those historical stories of people who overcame these things. You know, be it when we're talking about things in the past, like colonization or slavery, things, the people still got through it. There was a strength of the human will. Be it no one, even if it doesn't matter about skin color, it's about human beings. We're all human beings. We're one, and we have that innate ability and that drive to survive. So to me, Robert, you got something to say?
No, I just got Taylor Gonzalez, the great 50 Shades of Tay, just sent me a very funny email.
Dude,
he's very engaged.
All over in the chat. He keeps making me laugh. I'm trying to not
Taylor's
the conversation.
Taylor's one of my favorite people that I know. I've only known him for a couple of 6 months, but he's one of my most favorite people in the world.
No, I mean Taylor. I'm surprised that Taylor sees more movies than all of y'all do. On the John.
Taylor was me when I was his age. I mean, it's embarrassing. We should be going to, but I feel we should. I mean, we should be seeing. I wish I could see as many movies. Too. Yeah,
it's tough.
But no, I think I didn't mean to cut you off. I mean, I think your point is well taken. What people don't realize is we do live in the best time in all of human history right now.
But it's still not perfect.
No, it's not. And people are looking for a perfection that's never going to exist. And I feel like the modern age, everybody wants. Here's the problem: you got to make a movie for a year. There is a satisfaction that comes with what you did that most people don't know. Everyone is looking for a way to be, especially now, relevant, to feel they're making a difference. How do they contribute? And we don't know anymore because our civilization's very fractured and it's all over the place, and doing things like activism, whether it's online, you can go do performance activism and go on TikTok or go on Twitter or go on Reddit or wherever you want to go and fight the good fight that you think you're fighting. And everybody gets all gung-ho and rah-rah, and that's fine. And you can get an immediate jolt of I feel vindicated or I feel somehow I've done something right today. The problem is none of that's actually real. No one is committing to a course of action and pursuing that course of action now because it's so easy to do something fast and quick and get affirmation for doing so. For you, you stuck, like you said. How many times do you think you wanted to quit this project and go, fuck it, I don't need to finish this?
There were times during the filming that I just didn't want to, like, because they would, and you see it in the documentary, they rehearsed routinely 3 times a week at 6 a.m. And I work in construction too, and I have to get up and work in construction, and then at night I also have other things that I like to do, like I'm learning Japanese. I have my own YouTube channel. I have to watch movies and watch anime that I cover on my YouTube channel, and then I have to work on the documentary, and then wake up the next morning and do it all over again. And so there was times during the production, there was times when it seemed like we weren't going to be able to shoot any of the interviews because there were so many production conflicts because the people were getting ready for college, and I'm over here like in the stress of like the work week, because in the summer construction work really pops off, and so there was like no time, and so I almost just went like, okay, maybe we'll cancel it. And then when we had to delay it because the school district wanted to approve the documentary before I released it, and so that caused me to kind of rework my entire approach to the documentary, which caused the 2-month delay. And at that point, I was almost like, well, maybe I should just stop.
Did you have to get their approval?
I did.
Did they give it to you?
Yes. So I sent it to the fine lady who runs the fine arts division at the school district, and every person who's read it is floored because apparently she never speaks like this, but she sent me an entire paragraph about how I reminded her the magic of why she does what she does, and how I kind of like reinvigorated like her joy to like do her job. And people were like, she
amazing.
Never does that. You should be happy. And I was like, I am, because when I opened the email, I saw a paragraph and I was like, here come the notes, time to start making some edits. And then it was all like, it's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, but you know what you did for her? I mean, so often no one ever feels gratitude, or especially in the school system now. People are wondering, you've got teachers that got into this business to educate and to help students make something of their lives. And our system has now devolved to the point where none of that even matters anymore. You know, it's all like, we have to make sure that we have the numbers up so we get the money, the this, and that, and the other thing. And it used to be education. It's so funny if you watch the movies that were made in the 80s, whether it was Dead Poets Society or even 90s movies like School Ties or, you know, Scent of a Woman or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to say to that, and that resonated with me because I just came off my professional stint as being a assistant editor, and I actually, for the longest time when I wanted to give up and quit, I framed this speech that my teacher gave at my graduation from my GED, because I actually dropped out of high school, and then I went back because I just had to do that. And she gave this speech, and I kept it in my wallet for years, and I framed it because every time I wanted to give up, I would look at this speech, and it says, like, I won't read it all, but I'll just say this little passage. It says, Chris is both a visionary and a doer, a man that will find his path, and he will race forward and never tire. Put him in the place he wants to be, and just sit back and be mesmerized. He is also incredibly funny. I won't read it all, but I get emotional when I read it. And when I got this job, I did a post of the importance of teachers, and she commented, and she's always been incredibly grateful for me saying how incredibly grateful I've been for her. And she was a person that believed in me, and there are times, I guess we're all filmmakers here, and we want to give up, but there are those moments where we have to look for some strength, the people who do encourage. And I just wanted to say that resonated with me, that I keep this on my wall, because there are moments where I do want to give up and I have to look at this. So,
well, no, and look, I don't think the fact that if you listen to the teaching profession across America is incredibly demoralized right now.
Yeah. Oh.
And you know, you've got, I think that there's a crisis. I mean, to me, I don't understand why teachers aren't some of the highest paid professions in this country. And if you listen, I mean, I've known teachers, I've dated teachers, I listen to a lot of NPR going to and from work, and there's a lot usually about the teaching profession. And it is a pretty thankless place to be at right now in this country. And not only that, but the education that our country is getting is not great. And it's not because of the teachers. It's because excuse me. It's because our civilization does not value learning as much as it used to. And yet that's the backbone of what we are. I mean, we have a culture that doesn't even understand its own democracy.
Right.
And part of that is because of the fact that unless something is going to generate money, we're not particularly interested in it. But yet education we should be promoting education for its own sake, because education is the fire that creates everything else. You know, and the fact that I went to a good public school, it had a lot of after school programs and things, and you never knew when you'd take a program, or whether it's art program or drama or sports or music, or I was on the high school newspaper. I mean, you never knew when you did something and you were like, wow, I really like doing this. I didn't know I would enjoy this. And it would lead you somewhere, and maybe that would put you on a path to take you somewhere you had no idea where you were going to go. But nowadays, you know, unless there's some kind of immediate return, education's not about immediate return. Education is the long game. The more educated a population is, and by the way, a lot of other countries are availing themselves of our educational opportunities, but we're not.
Right.
I mean,
That's true.
we're not. Our civilization, the United States, is not doing that, and it's unfortunate. You know, we would rather bitch and moan and complain about all of our own identity politics or whatever you were upset about or whatever. But how about learn how to read and write?
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate though too, because I think there's also possibly, I don't know if this is entirely new, because Rob, you and I, we grew up in the 90s, and there was obviously there was a culture of people who would say they lacked education, but I think that also that idea of being thirsty for knowledge and being curious. So like for myself, I just love fascinating little things about history. I love learning about different things. You know, but there are people out there that just go, well, I don't have to learn that. That's stupid. That was in the past or whatever. I'll go on TikTok or whatever. But there's this kind of like,
Wikipedia.
I know you. Yeah. But I know yourself, and, you know, and listening to you for years, you have a curiosity. You just learning about stuff, you know, and then, you know, it's just, I think that's something about education is you start to learn something, you go, that's awesome. And you put the pieces together and you start getting fascinated by different things, and then you do your own research. And yeah, it's just, it should be fun. It shouldn't be work. At the same time, it can be difficult because you got to be challenged. And you know,
well, look, it's a combination of, you got to put something in, you got to make the effort in order to get the reward. And it's hard for people to get that.
I mean,
they want
did you
immediate
see
gratification.
did you see the interview that Bob Iger did? I forget which one it was or who he was on, but they were talking about doing how hard it would be to do like a non-biased news channel or anything like that. And Bob Iger was just like flat out, to do it at a mass scale for a big audience, there's just simply no return for it. You could do it as like an independent thing, but then is there really a point, because it's such a small audience? And it's that people don't want to hear that, like that their side's not perfect, just as the other side's not perfect, and a changing in ideals, or a comparison in ideals, rather than my side's good, everything about that other side is absolutely terrible and bad.
But
and
that's been something that we created. I mean,
yeah,
you know, if you look at CBS News, like 60 Minutes, you go back and you watch a movie like The Insider, you know, it details the fact that that 60 Minutes and the CBS News division always worked at a loss. And that was, they knew that it was going to work at a loss because the investigative reporting that was going on, that was a cornerstone of what they were all about. But with corporate interests, the idea that you would work at a loss is something that's anathema to that. You can't do that. You can't work at a loss. But the thing is, there's really the only way to turn news into a money-making proposition is to turn it into some kind of entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And so then what you have to start doing is then appealing to a certain demographic so they watch your show and you can charge for advertising time and all that. And then then it becomes to like you play to your base or whatever. And at the end of the day, what gets lost is the news itself. You change the news and turn it into something that you're, and then it becomes self-perpetuating.
But then,
I mean, it's
then
funny.
You get to what Obama was talking about, and it's that we have two halves of America that are operating on two completely different sets of facts, and that we can't even people can't even have debates anymore without being like, oh, well, that's not a true fact. Rather than let's debate like the morality or the ethics of certain things. It's like, oh, well, I disagree with you that this happened.
Well,
Well, that's the interesting thing about facts is facts should be facts. But sorry, Rob, go on.
Well, no, I was going to say, like, look at the gun debate. If you live in a city and you're talking about gun control, it's very different than, say, you live in northern Wyoming, which is the least populous state. And there's a time where you hunt, you'll kill a buck or something and that buck will feed you. You'll strip it down and freeze that meat or sell it or whatever, and that buck will feed you for a couple of hunting sessions, and you've got the food you need. You've got your freezer full of meat for 6 months. But you need, I don't know, an AR-15. I don't know what you hunt with, but you need large powered weapons so someone who lives in Wyoming northern Wyoming has a very different experience of guns than somebody who lives in Los Angeles, Chicago, or New York. But we're in the same country. So how does that guy who's living in how does that guy who's living in northern Wyoming deal with the gun control issue when you're talking to somebody from Chicago, New York, or LA? Same country, totally different experiences of guns.
What I find interesting about that, though, is coming in as an outsider, as being a Canadian, is I find it interesting how our own government will adopt what's happening with you guys, where we don't have the same experience. So just recently, I don't know the entire facts, but there's been much debate in the House of Commons about what they're doing is taking away hunting stuff or whatever. I don't know what that's about, but I find it interesting that we don't have the same, let's say, mass gun violence, and I live in one of the most violent cities in the country, but at the same time, it's not on the same level, but there will be these arguments that'll still creep in but it's like we don't have the same, we don't have that right to bear arms, right? So it's a completely different conversation, but I find it interesting because Rob brings up at a good point is that you have somebody in different parts of the country. There's differing living. And then that's the same when it comes to like when we're talking about art or we're talking about anything else, differing people will have different views of different things.
But yeah, we should be smart enough to understand that the United States covers vast regions, and you have rural America, you have urban America, and we should understand this right away, that urban America and rural America, even for daily life, have many different kinds of concerns. And urban America thinks that rural America is inane for not understanding what Los Angeles traffic is like. But what does some guy in Wyoming know about Los Angeles traffic, or what should he know? Right. And his life is maybe he's a rancher, maybe he's a hunter, maybe whatever he does. God-fearing man, family of 6, has to take care of his wife. You know, his concerns are very different. The problem is there are people in cities that say, well, we're better than that guy.
Mhm.
And that
We're more
that,
educated.
yeah, that guy goes,
Or-
well, fuck you. Like, who are you city dwellers? Well, we as smart people, we should be the first people to understand that, oh, we live in a very diverse nation. And whether it's region, whether it's ethnicity, whether it's, I mean, look, man, anyone who's ever dated, like I'm a white dude. I once dated a Mexican woman. Loved her. She was great. Her culture, and she's not from Mexico, but her family was Mexican. I loved her family. They were very different than anyone I knew in Seattle. You know, they're from here.
Mm-hmm.
Very different. Didn't mean we were better or worse than one another, but just different.
Mm-hmm.
And like I came from a Jewish family and a very non-practicing, even though we were, but we were just different from them. Now,
Right.
excuse me, I wouldn't give them up. I love them, but they were different than me.
Mhm.
But I love the fact that they were different than me. I would never think like, well, fuck them.
No.
We need
no.
to reframe the conversation.
But there was also an acceptance on their part too, as well, because here in Canada, many of the women that I've dated before the past, they were Métis, so it's First Nations and white, and so then I would meet their relatives and such, and they were incredibly welcoming and everything, and I was, at the same time, I thought it was great to be there too. Never thought anything of it. So I think it is interesting, like you're saying, is there was. I think it still happens on a face-to-face basis. I think for us on the internet, we get these loud voices, and and Rob, when it came to like even like the discourse with She-Hulk, and I brought that up, where it's like, why are they talking about online critics? Like, does the mass audience even care about this or even know? Like, my mom doesn't know about this. She watches every Marvel stuff. She just loves it all. She just broadly loves it all. My mom will watch anything with a vampire in it. She watched the horrible Vampirella movie, and she'll watch the most elevated, pristine vampire stuff. She's like, it's cool.
Mhm.
So it's, to me, it's funny that we exist in this internet world and we see these arguments in this discourse on a bigger level, but face to face, we still understand each other and we'll meet each other. It comes back to the binaries, thing. If I meet somebody and they say, hey, on this, I will fully acknowledge, and I am 100% there. Where I have a problem is the compelled speech, where I have to say something. But I'm respectful. I'm respectful. I'll always be respectful and mindful.
Well,
but
that's where your Canadian Jordan Peterson ran afoul of. He was,
Exactly.
I mean, his whole argument, and you know what? Unfortunately, he was right.
He was right. He was right.
And the idea of compelled speech, I mean, the government compelling speech is terrifying.
Well, you guys don't come up to Canada.
Well, no,
anyways,
but I mean,
great.
and he still gets pilloried. And like, I'm no Jordan Peterson acolyte,
Exactly.
but I didn't even know who he was until, he ran afoul of the trans community in Canada,
Right.
and wherever he went, he's like, look, I'm a clinical psychologist. I'll call you whatever you want. But the government has never because his point, which I thought was so obvious, is that, look, this is just one thing the government's compelling speech on. What's next? And what's after that? He gets, and this happens so much with people that I am simpatico with. They're missing the forest through the trees.
Exactly.
And because everyone's, well, this is my issue. This is my issue. You're traveling on my issue. You have to sit there and go, what he tried to explain to people, he's like, look, man, If the government is going to compel speech on this issue, and not only that, the real terrifying thing is there are people that don't believe. They don't believe for whatever reason, rightly or wrongly. They might not believe. Like if somebody says, "Well, I want you to use my pronouns," and the government says, "Well, you have to use their pronouns." And what if you have a somebody that says, "Well, I don't believe that your use of pronouns is proper." First of all, it's bad grammar. I'm an English teacher. I refuse to use they, them pronouns because that's a wrong use of language. I'm an English teacher. Now, the government has made a law saying that that English teacher, who is somebody that teaches English, is forced to use wrong English language in order to get through the day to make sure that this other person is personally satisfied. So the government is then compelling an English teacher to use wrong language in order for that individual to feel better about their lives. And while I'm not making any judgments here,
No.
why is that English teacher's beliefs less important than a person who has decided they want to use they, them pronouns?
Yeah, and it becomes a complete where the brain just starts to me,
Well,
I start to get a headache on that level.
where the idea of legally compelled speech then becomes and it is a slippery slope. And then you're like, well, where does that end? What if someone says, well, you know what? I believe the earth is flat. And you're a geologist or you're an astrophysicist. And the government says, well, this person's a flat earther, and you really need to. The government has said that you have to. If they say
Confirm
they're a
that.
flat earther, then you are legally compelled to, say what they want.
I said this, I talked about this in regards to, because here in Canada, we actually have a bill that was being put forward where they're going to regulate, the government's going to regulate YouTube and misinformation, all different types of things. I don't know the full extent of that, but what I said to people when they were very much in favor of it, I said, now imagine your worst nightmare getting hold of these tools and utilizing them in the future. Who knows? Because they could be voted in. There's in the United States, it's not like Obama didn't take out the Patriot Act. He still had that still operating there. There was still around. I find it's always the ring of power. It's always like Lord of the Rings. Once you get that ring, you feel that you can utilize it, but at the same time, it can corrupt, and it can be very much like you were saying, Rob, a slippery slope. And what I also too wanted to say about the Jordan Peterson thing, that was interesting, is with the Olivia Wilde movie, was he was in that interview and he was breaking down crying because they said, well, you're the villain in this movie. And he was more or less saying, I thought, if you're going to be a positive figure to these like incels, or I akin them to Taxi Driver, but they would be like, why wouldn't you want to help them? Why wouldn't you want to help them? And a lot of these people say, no, they're discardable. These are horrible people. They should just be discarded.
Oh, no,
then,
yeah, we're there.
And then they mock Jordan Peterson for crying. And these are the same people that say toxic masculinity. So we're at a point where we just go, okay, I can't deal with that. You obviously are dealing on a completely different level.
This is why education, for its own sake, is so important. Exactly. I mean, this is why cogent, learned debate, the open exchange of ideas, bad ideas, any ideas should be put out into the open. And the way to combat bad ideas is with very well-reasoned good ideas. And you have to allow ideas to exist in the free world, because otherwise, if you suppress bad ideas, they don't ever go away.
They grow.
You have to allow ideas must be allowed to flourish, and we need a civilization that understands cogent, learned debate. Always. And when, look, we in America, we banned abortion. Now, here's the thing. Some people, believe that abortion is murder, and there is arguments that can be made that might be true. But on the other hand, there are women whose pregnancies end up becoming life-threatening, whether it's an ectopic pregnancy or this is a naturally occurring risk in any pregnancy. And sometimes a pregnancy that's not going to ever be viable, it's never going to come to term, that pregnancy might kill a woman. We now have states where women cannot get the proper health care to save their own lives. And is that right? And so and here's the thing, it's very nuanced. Everyone's like, well, what about, I don't think anyone believes in third trimester abortions.
I hope not.
I don't think they do. I really don't. And I think that, and yet that'll be the first thing that somebody will throw out. But the fact is, abortions and pregnancies and all that, women's health should be of paramount importance. And there is, there is a war on women's rights in the United States on many different levels. And some people would like to just turn around and say, even fighting for women's rights is being couched as a transphobic idea.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like you can't, and I'm like, what does one have to do with the other?
Right.
I mean, you, and yet, again, you need smart, very intelligent people to understand that one thing does not mean another thing isn't true.
If I may, about the abortion. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
If you're about it. Okay. If I may, about the abortion thing. Here's my problem with the whole abortion debate. I mean, we can get into my views, but I'll kind of just talk about like what I think are the problems with the debate inherently. Is you have the names of the two groups, which one is pro-life and pro-choice. Well, the thing is, once again, we're fundamentally on two different planes of arguing.
Right.
One is okay, the girl can have the abortion, or she can have the right to an abortion, or that means you don't want women to have rights. Then the other side is like, okay, well, this woman is killing people, and so it's like one is like, oh well, if you're not pro-life, that means you're pro-death. And if you're not pro-choice, it means you're anti-choice. And so what they've done is they've trapped the people who oppose their stance in this box. Oh, you don't want women to have the choice for abortion? You're sexist. You don't want women to have the choice at all. For me personally, I'm for, as a Christian, I kind of have a more of a sacred, I guess, view on life. I'm not necessarily pro-life because I don't think that that's an accurate term. I would say I'm for abortion up to, I believe 6 weeks is when the heartbeat starts. I'm up to that. That's kind of where I think is where I would put the line, personally. And I don't see a problem with, and as a Christian, I think that, and I hear you when you talk about like what you were talking about with Lael or earlier, with like people are like trying to, like, you should believe this so that way something bad doesn't happen. Rather than just do something because it's the right thing to do or because you believe it yourself. And it's the same thing here where it's like, I might believe personally that if I got a girl pregnant and we talked about it together, ultimately she would have the decision. Like, I can't force her to do anything. But I personally would probably want her to have the baby because I would want to take responsibility and take care of the child, but I'm not going to enforce it on her. Because what is that going to do? All that's doing is one, damaging my faith, and also it's not doing anything for her either. I think that just as a premise, this whole debate is completely. There's so many fallacies everywhere.
What our civilization should do is make sure that a pregnant woman has all of the opportunities and choices made available to her, and whether it's prenatal care, places to stay. I'm adopted. I'm a child of adoption, and my mother My biological mother was sent by herself at 17 years old to have me, in a second trimester abortion, have me taken out of her womb. She was literally in California alone in a clinic, about to have the procedure to have me not exist at all. And then she couldn't do it. And then my biological father freaked out and ended up, her parents paid for prenatal care. It's a long story, but I came into existence. But the fact is, we frame this debate. What we should do is, rather than make it about pro-life or pro-choice, why aren't we creating a civilization that gives a pregnant woman all kinds of options?
Thank you. I'm so happy you brought that up, because you brought up foster care. And I think about at the church I go to, we had a guest speaker. It was the weekend after Roe v. Wade got overturned. And the guy came out, he was like, guys, Roe v. Wade was overturned. And the audience stood up and applauded. Then it says connection problems. Can you see me?
Yeah.
Hear me?
Oh, you
Okay.
froze for a second.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. And then after the sermon, and then someone else came up, they were like, hey, now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, the church needs to be the first group to make the world a better place for these women to have their kids. We need to start working more in foster care and things like that. Nobody clapped. It shows where our priorities are. We don't want people, we want people to follow what our beliefs are, but then we don't want to make our beliefs more.
Well, look, you know what? It's that's where the performance activism comes in. It's really easy to get behind a binary choice, pro-life, pro-choice. You're one or the other. I'll support this. But when you really drill down into the issue, it's not about that. It's about an ongoing concern. Are you going to make sure that women who are facing this choice have all the options available? No, because that's expensive. And who's going to pay for that? And where's the return? There isn't a return. We as a society either choose to make sure that a pregnant woman who is unwed or doesn't know what to do has all the options available to them. And if they decide they want to carry a child to term, make them comfortable. Make sure they're fed and warm and they don't have to work, and they can make sure their pregnancy goes well. And if you want to arrange for an adoption, do that. Foster care, whatever. Give a woman every option she can, and she shouldn't have to worry about money or anything. But we don't do that because we don't really care about pro-choice or pro-life. We care about some esoteric issue based on our belief system. Nobody really wants to do the work. I mean, look at the idea, or look at the issue of trans rights. I mean, that also, you have people that suffer from gender dysphoria, or they know exactly what they want, why they want to transition. Why don't we then take those people in and make sure they get exactly what they need? If they need surgery, or they want surgery, then make sure they get that. But you know what? Why don't we sit there and go, like, let's wait a minute. Like, for instance, do not, now it's everybody wants to do the right thing. It becomes a performance issue thing. It's like, look, man, we don't have any of the research. We don't have any of the whole, you again, allow people to get all the care they need, all the medical assistance they need. But here's another thing. We're doing things, we're allowing people to do things like I'll tell you one thing, if I was trans, I wouldn't if I knew, because I have friends that are trans. I believe naturally one day we are going to be able to examine a human brain and realize, this person's brain is actually in the wrong body. We will have scientific evidence that proves that trans people are legitimately, their brain chemistry or whatever, they were born in the wrong body. We can prove that there's, and right now we don't have that technology, but one day we will. And we will actually be able to prove it. You'll be able to prove it. You'll be able to prove the brain chemistry, and then when that's the case, then you have to figure out, okay, if you're going to help somebody transition, how do you make sure that it's the best, most healthy option for them? I don't think that fucking with people's bodies during puberty is going to be, that can't be a good thing. You have to let a human body develop to its, otherwise there's going to be a lot of long-term effects. We don't know what those are, and I don't know what those are. I'm not a doctor.
I would also say the brain too as well, but I'd also like to say, and maybe just being the Canadian here, I'll add into a little bit of this trans and abortion bit, is I would say I think the one thing that I wish that we could do, and it'd be difficult to do, is to go back to root causes, because I found growing up, I did know a lot of women that were very calloused in their usage of, let's say, abortions, to which it is a big choice. And I agree with Rob. They should be comfortable. It's a big it's a big thing. And at the same time, I did see it where it's like, it was just very casual. And I was like, okay, but those are isolated incidences. But at the same time, going into the trans debate, what you were just saying, Rob, is I agree with you, but also too, it's like, there has to be this separation to where somebody's questioning. They may go, like you're saying, gender dysphoria, but it's like, suss through what that is. Let's say it's not the right choice for them, because let's say they do have, let's say, a legitimate mental illness outside of a trans thing, where let's say then you're just playing into a mental illness thing. No. But I mean, sorry, I'll just try to explain it, where I believe that there are trans people who transition and they go through the process, but then there are other people that it's like almost like a fad, where I don't know what's happening to young people today, right? Where they don't even transition. They just say, I'm.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a whole different thing. I'm talking about people, like, ultimately for all of these things, whether it's trans people, whether it's what we need in our society is to be able to make sure that people have the best care that they need to assist people to deal with whatever issues they have without having to worry about money or having to worry about, I mean, now everything is profit. Everything is motivated by profit, and people are not getting the help they need or the assistance they need. And they're worried too much about this kind of care. And we live in a for-profit system. I understand that. But we have to have people, what people do not have, whether you're mentally ill, whether you're addicted, there's unhoused people on the streets. A lot of them, there's no way for them to get the care they need to get because there's no money for that care. We need to reframe this whole debate. All of these things require the fact that we need to have a civilization that part of the money that, take it away from defense spending or whatever, we need people in our civilization to get the care they need, and they need to be able to do it free of charge. And it has to be built in. We have to figure out ways to pay for this stuff. And so all of these people get the care and the assistance that they require. And so many people don't. So many people are fearful. They don't get the medical attention. They don't get the social attention that they need. And we are the first people in the world that should be able to administer that.
The most advanced.
Yeah, and why don't they have it? Why are there so many people? I mean, it's funny, in LA we have a huge homeless problem. And everyone's talking about, well, we have to figure out how to build low-income housing. Well, one, that's not going to solve the problem because that doesn't deal with the root cause. Yeah, there are many people, but there are many people that suffer from addiction and health issues. They're never getting what they need. And what they need is actual assistance with those issues first. You can't expect people that are suffering, they're in the grips of addiction or they're mentally ill. You can't give them low-income housing and expect that to solve their problems.
It won't. Yeah.
No, it won't. But nobody wants to spend that money. Let's build a home. That'll take care of the problem. No. What's gonna take care of the problem is years of health care that mentally ill people need, or years of people being helped with their addiction problems. And that means personnel and facilities to do all of that. And then once those people get that help, then maybe You can get them into low-income housing, and they can have lives that they can handle on their own. But nobody wants to pay for that.
And we would all benefit from everybody
All of
being
us.
in a better state. It would
You know
just
what? all the problems in the world are in the Godfather movies. You know, and even Michael Corleone
that.
says in Godfather 3 that helping our fellow man is profitable.
You know, I still haven't seen the second or third Godfather movies.
Oh, the second you're
Let me,
gonna,
no. Rob, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
You got a good. You're gonna be in for a treat.
No.
I
Let
love
me tell
meeting
you
somebody
why.
that hasn't seen.
Because I watched the first Godfather for the 50th anniversary, and I saw it in the Dolby AMC.
Oh, nice.
And
cool.
I'm like, well, it'll be like another year or so before they release part 2 for its 50th. So I might as well just wait instead of watching it on my TV. I'll just see it in the Dolby for the first time.
Don't hold your breath.
They should have done that. But again, our
Yeah.
civilization, we could be doing so many great things for so many great people, but
Mhm.
you know, it
Well,
comes down.
The thing
But
is, people want people to act the way they want to, or however, because it makes them uncomfortable. But then they have no interest in doing anything to make that decision more attractive or more easy. Like when it comes to abortion, like there's so many people on one side that are like, oh, well, these people just want to murder people. They're all malicious intent and it's all evil. And it's like, and it's also like it's a lot of guys that are having these debates, and it's super easy for us to talk about it because we'll never go through this. But there are girls who are going through this insane decision that we'll never have to deal with.
My
And
biological
we're just talking
mother,
about it like it's nothing.
my biological mother was 17 years old in college. She was estranged from her parents. It was the late 60s. She had nowhere to turn.
Mm-hmm.
And her boyfriend, who was 26, she was 17. My biological father was a douchebag. I'd never met him, by the way. Loved my biological mother, who's passed away, but I met her. She was great. But, you know, some 26-year-old, you know, shoplifting the pootie from a 17-year-old girl there in the late 60s, you know, he finds out she's pregnant and sends her by herself to California to have an abortion because that's where you could get a second trimester abortion. I mean, what the hell? What's a 17-year-old girl supposed to do in that situation?
Mm-hmm.
She ultimately decided to not have me aborted, so I exist.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I didn't know this story until I was 29 years old, which was crazy. But look, at the end of the day, what kind of society are we going to be? What are you going to be? What are we all going to be? What? And more than that, you know, it's funny. I always go back to the book *Sapiens* by Yuval Harari, this Israeli historian. It's basically the first 100,000 years of human history distilled down into a very entertaining tome. And I recommend everybody read it. And then his second book, *Homo Deus*. But if you read *Sapiens*, at the end of that book, after the end of the 100,000 years of our first 100,000 years of history, he asks a question, which is, what do we want to be as humanity? What do us individually, and what does our civilization want to be? Assuming our civilization is going to endure, what civilization do we want to have? What do we want to have, and who do we want to be? I mean, what's really interesting is all these the different kinds of people on the earth, whether it's whatever your religious preference is, whatever your sexuality is, ethnicity, religious, whatever you are, we all exist. We're all here. It's not like LGBTQ people suddenly came into existence. They've been here since the dawn of time. Why? Because that state of being is naturally occurring. It's not something that just showed up. You know, homosexuality is part of the human existence. It has been since we were created, evolved, whenever. This is not something new. This is not anomalous. It's just not common. So the thing is, it's like, okay, knowing all of these things about us, the people are different colors, they're different sexualities, they're different belief systems, we're all here. And barring like having a war and deciding to finally shovel the people you don't love into ovens, which we've also seen happen less than 100 years ago, knowing we're all here and we're not going anywhere, how are we going to move forward? And what is it we as this human race, what do we want? And that's a great question to ask. There are people that we can't even decide whether or not Kristen Cinema is no longer a Democrat. She's an independent. Okay, that's fine. But what does that mean? And what are you going to do moving forward? And if you're going to work for the people of Arizona, how are you going to do that? And I think we need to start asking and demanding more of one another, because we are all in this together. And rather than spend time hating each other and fighting about it and bitching and moaning and complaining, what are we going to do to work with one another to make sure we can all move forward together? But no one's asking those questions. We're spending too much time hating each other, and it's counterproductive. You know what? If I was producing movies, what I love about Hollywood movies is they would solve these problems because they don't have time or money to deal with them. So they would fix them. Wait a minute. You people aren't getting along? A good producer, a good line producer would be like, let me tell you what you're going to do. You're going to get along or you're fired. You're no longer on this production. So figure your shit out. You got 15 minutes, and let's move forward and make our fucking day. That's why I love making movies, because all problems on a movie set are solved in minutes by the best people in the world that know exactly what they're doing, because if they didn't, they wouldn't be working on a $200 million production.
You know what, Rob?
It's great.
If that's a big if I ever make it,
you
I'm
will.
able
You
to
will.
work in
You
Hollywood.
will. Don't
You
say
will.
if. You will. You will. 100% you will. You will.
I have no doubt.
Yeah,
Let's say I do. I will not enter a project without being like, get Robert Meyer Burnett on the phone. I'll see if you're interested, but I'll be like, no, he's minimum an advisor.
And if you can't get him, call Barner.
Well, I appreciate that. No, I mean, I think, look, here's a great thing. If you ever get to work at this, it's funny to say this, but in terms of, I'm talking about physical production. I'm not talking about which projects get greenlit and the agency side and the studio executive side. All those people don't know what the fuck they're doing. They live in fear. They can't make a decision. I'm talking about production. Once you get past all those idiots that have no idea what they really don't, and they're all terrified. But when you get to production, the people that work in production, it's like living in a world like a gypsy caravan of people that are all the best at their jobs. It's fantastic to watch, because the only way you can ascend to that level is if you know exactly what you're doing. And it's great to watch. It's great to be a part of.
And and Rob's got a good point in there, is you're dealing with a whole vast of different personalities. And when you're on a film set, there can be at times where you need to have a thick skin because it's high pressure. Things need to be, set up, ready to go, and you have to kind of, let things wash over. But at the same time, you got to rise to the occasion.
Oh yeah.
And, I just came off a very stressful situation, but I loved every minute of it.
Oh yeah.
I stayed up. I did 12-hour days. I did 14-hour days. I still loved every minute of it. And there were times where I had migraines, just going, but it wasn't based on the people. It was just, there was just stressful days. But at the same time, I loved every minute of it.
I mean, you brought up James Cameron earlier and how like a lot of people are like, oh, this guy's kind of, like behind the scenes, he's kind of a dick. And I'm like, well, you hear the same thing about Michael Bay too. And I'm like, well, I'm surprised there aren't more like that. With the scale these guys are making these projects, you know how much stress and how hard of a shell they need to have in order to just do this over and over and over again at this level?
Well, James Cameron, the thing about James Cameron is he can actually do everyone else's job on a set.
Yeah.
So
he knows everybody's job.
Yeah, unless you are willing to live in that world. And by the way, people talk about how what a taskmaster. I have a taskmaster he is to work with, but he's great at his job, and so he's got a group of loyalists who will always follow him. Here's the problem: people need thick skins because that's what life's about.
Yeah.
And right now Hollywood has a real problem with new younger people that they run to HR and bitch and complain. And they're like, I felt somebody said this to me. It's a real problem. And it's when I on the Designing Hollywood podcast that I do, I talk to a lot of costume Academy Award winning costume people. A lot of them hate their jobs now because they're working, and this is not to put down younger people. It's just it's just a fact. And I'm not saying every younger person. I'm just saying that now so many people are used to coming. They're used to being in a world where they don't have to deal with anything uncomfortable. So when the costume, the makeup, hair department, you're dealing with the celebrities, and part of what get you through the day is having a body sense of humor. It's having a dark sense of humor. It's being able to joke about everything. And there are people where kids are not used to, like, you made me feel uncomfortable. And the funny thing is, like, what makes you think I care? You know, and there's that attitude. Why does your comfort have anything to do with me? Well, you really made me feel uncomfortable. And then those people will go to HR and report an Academy Award-winning costume designer and say that Academy Award-winning costume designer made him feel bad.
Well, and Rob, actually, there was also those high-profile situations in the last couple of years, like in the case of Ray Fisher, where you would have these things go out in the trades or things, and you couldn't suss out what the thing was. You'd be like, was this a sexual abuse thing? Was this a racial thing? And then you're like, so he was just kind of a dick to you? But the reason why I bring that up is because we do know within the industry there are legitimate and dark, horrible things that happen.
Yes.
But then we have things that happen that it's like, okay, so the guy was a jerk to you, but the way it was written about, it's like in this way where I'm trying to like decode it, like it's like the Da Vinci Code or something, and I'm like trying to figure out what happened. You know what I mean? And it's like
there's a lot of horrible abuse that goes on in the industry, and that's but you know what's interesting again, in production, in physical production, I have not seen a lot of. There's been a lot of people are darkly sardonic in terms of their humor. There's a lot of people that can be very stern, but for the most part, you're all working in tandem because you're working against a clock. You have 12 hours to make your day, and the people that are working on film sets really know their stuff, and whatever gets them through the day, and really because when you're on a set too, everything's pretty much out in the open. Everyone's working together. You see what's going on. The stuff that Harvey Weinstein was doing was far removed from that.
Yeah,
that was somebody wielding power. I mean, again, a pathology. You know, which is not. When I talk about how much I love production, I'm speaking specifically about the day-to-day act of going to a set and shooting a movie over a 12-hour day. And there's not a lot of time for shenanigans of stuff like that. But there are now people that it's hard work, and and I'll tell you something. When I direct again, I'm going to have a very stern conversation with everybody. And I'm going to say, I'll be like, look, if people have dark senses of humor or say things, I mean, I don't agree with anybody being victimized or whatever, but you have to have a thick skin. And if you don't, get the fuck off my set. Because I can't. I mean, you know, when I was in Bulgaria producing The Hills Run Red, we spoke 5 different languages on the set, and everyone was having a great time. And it was a joy to behold.
Rob, I know, and I guess both of you guys, Binary Sunset as well. You guys are both huge physical media guys. Have you guys seen the? I know you might not like the movies, but have you seen the Transformers special features and like the behind the scenes of the?
Yeah, I've seen some of them. As a matter of fact, my friend Charlie, who did the Blade Runner, he did the special features on Dark of the Moon. Yeah, on Dark of the Moon.
Well, so my favorite one is obviously it goes to my favorite Transformers movie, which is Age of Extinction. Don't roll your eyes at me, Rob. I'm sending that letter's coming. I had to finish the documentary.
I thought we were having a great conversation. You had to go fuck it up.
Sorry, but no, there's this one part in those special features, or it may have been an interview, but anyways, you also see it in the special features where the day-to-day working with Michael Bay is rough. You're constantly getting insulted. You're constantly getting yelled at. running around. He's changing his mind. Everything's going wrong. And then as soon as he walks off the set and he's no longer in director mode, he's like this chill guy. And then people see when the finished product comes out, they see how the audience responds and how well the movie performs. And they're like, oh, I see why Michael had to be like that during the production. And then they work with him again. And he's been working with like the same crews for over a decade now.
Yeah, because
and they just keep coming back.
Because he's got $200 million he's got to be the custodian of.
Yeah.
You know, and if he doesn't make his day, it's on him.
Yeah, they say it's hard working for him, and a lot of times they don't like him during the day, but then they see the end product and they're like, you just get like this vast sense of appreciation for what he was doing, and you understand like he was trying to do this the whole time.
And yet before them too, the same was said much about Kubrick in a lot of different cases.
By the way, I just want to point out that our one of my favorite people on this channel, Mikey Lito, says, Israel, you have what the old timers call gumption, which is a great word. And also, Stub McShave says that December 19th, Titanic will be a quarter of a century old.
Dude,
the 25th anniversary of Titanic.
I know, man. It was
so many makeout sessions.
1912. Yeah, this year was the 110th anniversary of the sinking, as well as the 25th anniversary of the film. It's a big year for. I watched it already in April. I think I've told you about this, where I watch it on April 14th at like 11 p.m. and then I sync it up so that like when most of like the witnesses said that the ship went under, I have it synced to that's when the ship goes underwater.
Wow.
It's so cool. Like you're up
That's
to like
cool.
2:30 in the morning. It's great.
By the way,
I
I've got.
often wonder if we'll live. Oh yeah.
I just want to say that Jeremy Mnemonic sent in a super chat, and 200 Watt Studio says, in the Raiders truck chase, Indy got the crap beat out of him, and his reaction to it revealed character as well, which is true. And our friend Glenn Mark says, hi, Rob, where can I find the fundraising session tomorrow? Those of us outside of the U.S. can participate. Yeah, you can, I think. For those of you, we're talking about Chris Carr and Adam Green, the director. They have a Yorkies charity.
Like almost 10 years.
They've been doing it for almost 10 years. Yeah. So it's Adam Green's Yorkies charity. And if you look on Facebook or something, you can find it.
And they tend to do it where it's live. And like, for example, like since they're doing these reading of these scripts, it's like it's live. It doesn't exist anywhere else.
Right. Yeah,
like, I'm pretty sure. Like because they did the Goonies, they've done the Gremlins original script because that was a lot darker. That's Chris Columbus. Yeah. And they've done a few different others, and they say that won't exist anywhere else. So.
Right, it won't exist anywhere else. So it's tomorrow. I'm not sure where it is, but just look that up. It's their Yorkies thing. I'm not sure exactly where.
And it's funny because over time they get a little loopy because
they've been doing it already for days already.
Yeah, and they get really like they get out there, and they have guests.
I just want to say it's
filmmakers.
Superhero Displays says, I've started making some shorts. Dream fan casting and or recasting for a certain geek genre IP. The latest ones I'm thinking of is Chris Pratt for Uncharted. I love Tom Holland and Marky Mark, but I just couldn't understand the casting choice. And that is the last of these comments. Gentlemen, I have to cut this short because this is now 5.5 hours long, and I've got to get up and I have to take Sophie to work at 7:30 in the morning.
Rob, I'm surprised you didn't say anything about my coat.
Is that a Star Trek II coat? You look like you're wearing a Mighty Maroon.
Yeah, no, I'm wearing the away jacket, the Rathcon away jacket.
Oh, that's what I mean. Yes, which they're going to make for the action figures.
That's cool.
It's awesome. Funny because I love the Mighty Maroon. I mean, I that's the Mighty Maroon overcoat is what I should say.
Yes, I love it. Yeah, I told my wife make that jacket, and she did.
Well, listen, gentlemen, this has been a great conversation. King Tannic, Israel, congratulations on your movie, which was outstanding. And I want to thank Binary Sunset for being here. Good to see you. This has been a great conversation. And, hopefully we will see the world become a better place and hopefully contribute to doing that and making sure that all people will be treated fairly and treated humanely and hopefully be allowed to flourish. Because you know what? As I've said on this channel, in the entire infinitude of the cosmos, there's only one of each of us. Whatever color you are, whatever religious background you are, whatever sexual preference you are, however you identify, there's only one of you. One of us, one of each of us, which is insane. Which means that each one of us is actually the most valuable thing on this planet. And why we don't think of ourselves or why we don't think of others that way is, I think, one of the great tragedies of human existence. And hopefully all of you out there, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies, hopefully that you get the respect that you deserve, because we all do. And I want to thank everybody that supports this channel via Super Chats and tips. I want to thank people that are members. I want to thank my Tom Jr. Jackson is still here. He's all goof people. I want to thank I want to thank Alex and anybody. I don't know who else was here, but thank you all for doing what you do and making this channel great. I want to thank all the guests. I want to thank Lael and Mmmm. And of course, I want to thank Israel, and I want to thank Binary Sunset for being here. This has been great, and thank you. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to do Robservations tomorrow, and Let's Get Physical Media on Sunday. And this was a great conversation. And now, where can Binary? Are you on social media?
YouTube.
Where can people find you?
I'm at Binary Sunset. I have a YouTube channel. I don't have Facebook right now. I'm at Binary Sunset on Twitter. But yeah, you can check me out there. I have a channel, and I would extend to Israel. I would love to have you on the channel and chat too. So, and I want to subscribe to yours as well. So I want to check that out, and I want to check out your doc, because I love supporting filmmakers, and it's important.
Well, speaking of that, King Tannic, Israel, your documentary is now live on YouTube.
It is. And look, hang on, wait, because it's been growing. It's been moving at oh my gosh. So when I got in here, it was at like 216 views. And keep in mind, I'm a small channel. I only have like 600 something subscribers. It's now at 250 in a little over 12 hours. So
that's pretty great.
Thank you for everybody who has watched it. But yeah, it's on YouTube.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to spell my name, because a lot of people don't, you can just look up Voices of Central documentary on YouTube and it'll pull up. On social media, I'm King Tannic everywhere. So you can basically find me there. I'm always DMing Rob and he never answers.
I know.
No. You're a busy man, and I'm too eager. I've literally nobody to talk to about movies. So Rob's like my only.
Well,
guy.
hey.
Yo, I need friends.
I
Let's
got
go.
nobody to talk to. Come on.
I like the logo, by the way. The Voices of Central logo.
Dude, it got reworked. Dude, there's this funny story. So the original logo, it was called Voices of Central, and then the subtitle was a show choir documentary. Now I put that, it's still in the title, but it's like a separate thing. But the original logo had that in there. And I actually spelled documentary wrong. And I didn't realize it until earlier this week. And I was like, well, thank God we changed the freaking title, because I would have just left that in and not changed the logo, and then forever it would have been cemented that I could not spell documentary, which is crazy because I made a documentary.
They misspelled insure.
Did they?
And they corrected it. Yeah, in the original.
Oh, I thought you were about to say.
But in the Maverick they corrected it.
Oh, I got you. But yeah,
so those mistakes exist.
It's Voices of Central, right?
Yes. And I sent you the trailer. I don't know if they're downloadable, but I sent you the trailer because you said you wanted to share it.
I'm sharing your whole movie.
Yeah, I have a.
Oh, thank you, Rob.
I'll definitely do the same.
Wow.
I got a mid-sized channel.
Wow.
I got like 16,000 subscribers, about there.
Wow.
So, but I was gonna say about that. Sometimes you'll be surprised what will take off. Like I had a couple videos. Like I think I have a video, like a short, that's almost up to a couple million views, and it was the stupidest thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
It was something that I recorded in the afternoon where I was like, "Did you know this?" Blah 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 blah.
I've had people tell me that I should. Thank you, Rob. I've had people tell me I should submit this to film festivals, and I'm still like, oh, we'll see.
Do it.
We'll see what happens.
Do it.
I
Do it-
don't. I think I
do
need
it,
I need
don't
someone who
spend
like
the money.
who is more involved to be like, do you have an actual like? Would this actually like get you noticed for like a good reason? You know what I mean?
It could, but I would say with film festivals, Rob probably knows more than me, but I'm saying don't spend a lot of money because film festivals, it's a rook. They will charge you up to the ass, but you can get into free ones and you can get noticed and you never know what will happen, who will see your film. But just don't spend a lot of money. That's all I'll say. Just don't spend a crap ton of money on it, because they're free festivals and they'll take you in. And hey, I've had my film seen in Germany. I've never been to Germany, never been to Russia, I've never been to Japan. I've had my film shown in all these different places. So,
I mean, but as of now, it's free to everybody. You can look it up on YouTube. It's
awesome. I'm gonna check it out and I'm just gonna subscribe and I'll reach out to you too as well.
Gentlemen, this has been great, and I'm going to jump off of this now.
All right. Look forward to your
Thanks,
Transformers letter. It's coming. It's coming, Rob.
I can't wait. All right, gentlemen.
Thanks, Rob.
Adios.
Tell all or one.
That's right.
To quote Optimus Prime.
And remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. I will see you all later. See you guys later.